ฟึบฟับปิดไลฟ์เปิดแป๊บเดียวชาว YouTube ขึ้นลิงก์ใหม่ใช้ลิงก์นี้นะครับเจอกันครับย้ายได้เลยจ้ะย้ายได้เลยจ้ะมาแล้วครับพี่จัดไปครับพี่แป๊บหนึ่งนะขออนุญาตปิดตัวเก่าก่อนนะครับใจชาวซูปทวิตคิกครับผมเดี๋ยวผมปิดไลฟ์แล้วเปิดใหม่แป๊บหนึ่งนะครับสักครู่เดียวนะครับเดี๋ยวมาใหม่
I mean, like it's not a map that both teams wants to be picking and playing the most, but it's still like a sort of even ground, and that's the perfect kind of battleground for a series that has been very even to me as well. So I'm not going to be backing off 9C. I still think it's possible, and I still think they're going to catch it.
Been a very streaky game. You know, we saw it on the first map as well. Furia winning 6-7 rounds in a row, then tampering off a little bit, coming back into it. Same could be said for 9C here as well. Won 9 out of 10 rounds all of a sudden on Mirage. All I'm saying is whoever gets to that streak first on Nuke, a map where it's very tough to fight your way out of an economical situation not going your way. If you lack utility on the T side, if you're not getting the job done over on that T side, it's going to be tough. I agree with you. I think it's a close matchup. Again, people at home would be thinking to themselves, well, that's Furia. It's written all over it, right? It's Nuke. They're supposed to win this game. I see it very much as a maybe 55% in advantage for Furia, but I won't rule out the fact that 9C can most definitely put up a game here.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. You might need a string of 6-7 rounds, something like that. I'd even almost go to say 67% chance that we have a pretty awesome final map here of this series. We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back and settle the score here on Nuke with 9Z and Furia. You're watching the Esports World Cup Club Championships. We'll be right back.
ลุยต่อครับไม่พักไม่ผ่อน
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Lo do dong dong.
We booked Esports World Cup.
ขอบคุณดูเป็นบริษัทครับ
มาวินโดเนทมา30 บาทโหโทษค่าดิ
โอ้ยคาลิกคาบ้านคาลิกถลุงหนักเลย
Jenny here, and I'm joined with Furia to do a little bit of a who is most likely to, testing your synergy off the server this time around. Concept is pretty simple. I'm gonna give you guys a couple of scenarios. You write the name of who you think that applies to, and we can discuss. Who has the messiest hotel room?
Oh, damn.
Oh, easy. I already saw the room, bro. It's crazy.
What's wrong with the room?
Well, but there's everything in the room. Like
I don't know, bro. There's
I can't explain. Like it's ugly, bro.
Yeah, take your time, bro. It's okay.
Have fun. Okay.
Hey, let's go.
Me, Messi. You're crazy.
I pick myself because I know me.
Bro,
I don't like.
Once he forgot his passport in the hotel, so I need to go back to take to him, for him, and I saw the room, bro. It's like mad room, bro. Like I never seen anything like.
I feel like in our team there's always like pairs that live together most of the time. I think Kasrato and Yuri is most of them. Then Dan usually lives alone, and me and Fallen sometimes share or whatever. I've never really seen anybody being so messy, but I just wrote Kasrato because I've never lived with him. So I just assumed.
Shots fired.
I'm not this type of guy. I'm
Yeah,
the only
true.
one. bro.
He's
Tekken Esport World Cup ภาค
I've
เหร
heard
อ
bad stories about you though, Yuri.
ภาคไปแล้วครับผม ดูย้อนหลังได้ครับพี่ ภาคยันรอบชิงเลยครับ
Who's most likely to survive
ดูย้อนหลังใน
the
ช่องเลยครับ
zombie
ใน
apocalypse?
น่าจะในเพลย์ลิสต์ของ Tekken Esport World Cup ครับลองหาดู
That's funny,
Bro,
actually.
it's
ผมจัดเพลย์ลิสต์ไว้แล้วจะได้หา
That's
ง่าย
actually funny.
It's definitely not you. Bro. Me? Yeah, bro.
bro.
You can
I
say whatever you
love
want,
the
bro, but-
moves, bro. Everything.
Watch is the different, bro. Watch is different.
Yeah, bro. Nice, Manix. You're right, bro. You're right.
You know why I wrote you? Because you're playing 1.6 zombie servers.
True, bro. Since
help
I
you,
was
bro?
kid, I love like
How it help you in
apocalypse. Huh?
How it help in life?
Bro, because there's things that you saw that in the real world that's gonna work.
You know that I had to shoot the head.
Yeah, that's.
No, there's more things, but I love this kind of maybe me, yeah.
Who did you put?
Well, no one, bro.
None of us.
None of us, of course.
Maybe.
Yeah, depends how is the zombies. The Walking Dead zombies, easy to survive. But if it's a fucking World War Z, impossible, bro. Impossible, bro.
Yeah,
Let's be honest.
I guess it depends.
Yeah,
it does
depends.
depend
That's,
on
I'll
many
put
things.
none of us.
If it's 1.6 zombies, Yuri is the king.
Yeah,
Yuri
He's
is the winner.
Academy, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't have power, so maybe.
Who is most likely to sleep through their alarm?
Yeah. All of them is him.
Always
Jay-Z,
late, you know.
TikTok,
Always
all
late.
the night.
How many hours do you have on TikTok per day?
It's not many hours.
Not many.
Yeah,
Every
yeah,
time
yeah.
I see you in the phone on TikTok, bro.
I think 4 hours a day.
4 hours on.
4 hours, but the speed he scrolls is insane. He's just like not even looking at them, just scrolling. Scrolling for what?
Yeah,
Do you watch in like 1.5 speed?
No.
No.
If he's not on TikTok, he's on Twitch. Watch some streamer.
Twitch,
Yeah,
yeah.
true.
I think 10 hours it's Twitch, 1 hour it's TikTok, and all
When do you
time.
crack?
He doesn't.
Watching Twitch.
Yeah.
That's it from us for today. Thank you guys so much
Thank
for
you
joining
so
me. Hope
much.
you guys enjoyed.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights.
ดูกันต่อครับผม โฆษณาขึ้นเหรอ ใช่เหรอเมื่อกี้ ใช่เหรอ ไม่ได้เห็นไม่ได้มองเลยนั่งโพสต์เพจอยู่ ให้รอจบคู่นี้ก่อนวะ
It will be playoffs for the winner of Nuke. We've gone to the third here between 9C and Furia here at EWC. The last of the upper bracket games coming to a conclusion on the third. Didn't think we would require it after the first map. Furia taking 9Z's pick at Dust2 rather convincingly, and then a bit of a brawl on Mirage heading all the way to OT. Chad, throughout Mirage, you were highlighting that there was multiple rounds that felt like near misses or frustrating rounds for Furia to lose. Is that the kind of thing that follows you into a map 3?
I think with Fallen at the helm here, this is the type of thing that they can just wipe away. It's not going to concern them too much. I'll let everybody know the knife front has gone down. It looks like we'll have 9Z starting on the CT side of Nuke. Means Furia will be on the attack. And, well, 9Z in the second half of that map, they finally posted their first pistol. We're 3-1 in that department as we get ready to get this one underway. So headsets are going in. Oh, we've got a tournament management individual supporting Mayan right here, who had some fantastic moments on the AWP alongside of Hwasao's output.
เสมอ1 นะครับ Furia.
Hwasao's had an MVP this year.
Yeah, at XSE. I think just to the rundown of the positions to expect these players to be holding on the CT side. You are going to have DGT as your outside rifler, Mayan as the AWPer. You're going to have Luchov as the doorman. Man is the top anchor, and it's a little bit strange, but Max is the round. The reason it's a little bit strange is he's the in-game leader.
Yeah.
It's one of the positions you can read the map from the least, so you need to put a lot of reliance in your rotation players, which is going to be Mayan, which is going to be Luchov, and of course DGT, who up until like the dying stages of Mirage was relatively quiet for his standards. He had 7 kills on Dust 2. They lost that map.
สวีทกับบิ๊กเลื่อนไปเที่ยงคืนครึ่งแล้วกูจะอยู่ไหววะเนี่ย
He really started to have some impact as the game got into those dying stages. So he's going to need to be able to deliver in big time because outside he's going to have to tussle with players like Yakinda and Molodor who are going to be looking for space. You'll have Yuri outside
เคสเน
as
โต
well,
โมโลโดยาคินดายูเลอิครับ
Caserado over towards
Fallen.
Lobby, supporting the pressure and lurks, and then Fallen throwing a lot of nades. And I
On
guess
the
usually
counter,
with the in-game leader, it's a nice
DGT,
player to look out
Max.
on the T side to see, okay, what smoke balls are being thrown, and then where does he find himself? What type
Million.
of rounds they're looking to unfold with.
มีเย็น
I mean, so frequently over the course of these first
เม
2
ยัน
matches, you've seen the places Fallen, puts himself. It's
เมเย็น
CT side, I'll play long. Mirage, I'll play B, and I'll jump spot, and I'll try and block. It's Fallen
Look
has
sure.
definitely took a step out of the limelight to try and set up these talented individuals that he's surrounded by.
Well, I said it's unusual for your in-game leader to play ramp. Once we get
Was
to the
so
side,
peak.
Fallen does the same thing.
He does?
Right?
Was so peak.
Okay.
That's when you have a
Was
player
so
like
peak.
Yakinda, who he's done a
Look
little
sure.
in-game leading stint before, right? He obviously understands the macro very well.
Look sure.
And he's an
มี
aggressive
ลูกชอด้วยวะ
rifler. You want to put a player in a position like that because if Yakinda is filling the game, he's the type of guy that can win it for you, whether or not it's the frag distribution, but it
ดู
can
เสือ
be
ดำรอแล้ว
the
ฮะ
calls and understanding the flow of the game. Yakinda is a gem. The way that certain players talk about the game
Mr.
you hear it
Yun.
in interviews. Yeah,
มิสเตอร์ยืน
have a high level understanding of how things
มีเย็น
unfold. It looks like
มีเย็น
everything is sorted now, so we are just making sure everyone is comfortable and ready for this
แมป
final
ต่อไป
lap
แม
of
ป
the
อะไรวะ
series.
เนี่ย
The loser will not be eliminated. They will go down to the lower bracket tomorrow and they'll play against Magic.
ผม pronounce ใน HLTV มันมีเสียงให้อ่านชื่อนักแข่ง เว็บแม่งดีจัด
Final spot at the table.
นุก
We are about to get this one started. So, T-side pistol buy has multiple HEs in the mix. At least it did. It looks like one's either been dropped or sold back. They're juggling this around, just making sure everything is how they'd hope. Okay. It's just the one HE. I was curious what they were going to do with the second. First, a bit of
Bye,
off
come on.
door.
Quickly followed by the lurk
to
smoke.
to radio พิสตอลลาครับเธอด้านฝั่งฟิวเรียเสมอ 1-1 ครับ กับทีม 9C
Deadly. The CT's going for the fight. That is
Mian.
ambitious. Mayan's able to bring the fight to
Mayan
the T
ครับ
side.
4 players in A.
เมเย็นจัด
Yakinda's
การ
gone.
ยาคินดาครับ
He's watching from the sidelines here as they walk into a rather
What's the peak?
stacked and deadly looking hold.
Pivoting into Max now.
It's the right call. Less defense here. Max is just forced to turn
ไป
tail.
ดูนะ
Serato to hold these
เคส
rotates.
เซโตคุมไว้ฮะ
DGT's aware of
ไหล
the
เข้ามา
possibility
DGT ครับผมจัดการเคสเซโตครับ
Not comfortable for Furia.
Max ครับผมลุมคุมไว้ครับที่ observation DGT ครับ
Good to do so.
ลงที่
Heavy
ซิงเกิลดอ
rotation down. They can even deny the plan if they want.
ฟาวเล่นครับ คุมราปเตอร์ไว้ก่อนแต่วันนี้กดไปที่ซิงเกิลดอครับ
Open means DGT's got that sight line.
ไม่
Just
ได้
trying to pepper
ไม่ได้
ahead.
มาโดนคอร์สแบบนี้
Shot reveals his position.
โดนคอร์สแบบนี้ต้องออกแล้วบอลแล้วล่วงคู่ครับ ยูเรอีแล้วก็โมโลดอย
Top side right now. Up the vent is going to be the
ไป
quick.
โยกกลับมาครับตอนนี้ทำการขึ้นเฮเว่นไปแล้วก็พ็อปลงมาแพลนครับ
Just going to punch
ยัง
these
ไงก็
in.
ต้องรีบลงให้ได้บอกเพื่อเอาตังค์ครับ
Out of it.
Yeah, it is going to make next
แล้ว
round
ได้
a
แถม
whole
มา
lot
หนึ่ง
more interesting unless Fallen wins a
สะบัดรอครับ
1v5.
Yeah, watch this.
ได้สอง
Whoa.
โอ้โห
MT's in the chat for that one, I reckon.
เกือบได้หมดฮะ
Form of CTs coming his
ดองยังไม่
way.
แข่งแล้วต่อคู่นี้ครับ เหมือนเลื่อนไปเที่ยงคืนครึ่งแล้ว
Nothing like silver lining pistol into 2 kills and a plant. You'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and they've held off
หู
on
ฟัง
the
ที่เขา
defuse.
ใช้หูฟังที่งาน
This
ปะ
one to
ผมไม่แน่ใจ
DGT because he's got the most kills in the round. So we'll see what they're hoping to facilitate with the extra cash he's going to get off of this. I think it's just a bit more money, so their outside rifler. Well, he could technically drop an AWP for Mayan. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. Okay, so he can go head armor rifle and get out some extra nades. There will not be a kit going into this round
ชิสโซราไปก่อนครับ
for 9Z. Fury, of course, they force spot. Fallen's going to throw out the squeaky door lurk smoke. Yakinda's going to blow that off. Oh, nice top smoke. Excuse me, this is
going
fast.
straight out. Yakinda wants to fight through the smoke pathing. They're actually obscured on top of Hut. That
บุก
smoke
เลยครับ
has enabled them to get the opening.
ยูเรอีก็ล่วงไปครับปาดขึ้นมาทางด้านฝั่งฟอลเล่นเก็บ2ครับ
9Z's defense crumbles.
ปีนี้ปีสุดท้ายแล้วฟอลเล่นเนี่ย
There was another smoke there, so still masked on the
ฟอลเล่น
smoke.
เก็บ
Great
3เลยครับ
kill and
พลังแห่ง
another
เทค
kill.
นายครับผม
That's 3 on
มี
the
ใคร
tech
อดใจ
line
ไหว
for
ก็เทค
Captain
นายครับ
Toledo.
Beautiful work. Okay.
วันนี้มีดองครับมีครับพี่
Kills. The boss man still got it. And
ดองต่อคู่นี้
go tit for tat to tie things up 1-1. It's going to feel pretty hollow if you're 9Z.
Yeah.
These pistols have they've been hard to come by, and the fact that you've grabbed that one and can't get the conversion, now you're going to have a 1400 force buy back the other way.
เซฟปืนแล้วแม็ก
Max strikes me as a selfless man who'll probably
ชนะ
drop
พิส
this to
ตอล
one of
เรา
his
เจอ
stars.
ออินเข้ามาแบบนี้ รู้เรื่องครับ
With bit out of his chair, does that tell he wants to come forward and signal a timeout? Let me turn around and see. No.
He's going to let him have it.
Some coaches like to stand, some like to sit, some like to pace.
I would be the paciest of the coaches.
Some like to pull some faces.
That's true.
Okay, so Max has dropped that across immediately to DGT. 5-7s, MP9s, more than workable. If you're Fury, do you want to take outside space, get warehouse control, work around towards heaven and help? Always a good way when you know that they don't have the best of guns.
สโมกครับลงมาบอกพอสโมกต่อสโมกปูไปครับไหลไปครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งนี้ครับ
Bit deep on that. Well, Luchev's rotated down already.
ตัวของเอาไซเรสกับทีเลสไหลไปที่ซีเคท
And he's got an awful lot of company.
อย่าคินดาบอกมีล็อกไว้ซ้ายครับทางด้านฝั่งตัวลูกชอป
instant headshot if you nail this.
ลูกชอป
Just like that.
จัดการอย่าคินดาเฮดช็อตไปแล้วถอยครับฮิตแอนลันนะ
And he slinks away. Opening frag provided in this force
พลัง
buy.
แห่งอีโคจะรักษานายเอง
And no over rotation from 9Z either. They're not falling into any traps.
นายซีขอไปคุมสตาร์ครับ
Going
ที่
back
ด้าน
into
ฝั่ง
that
ดับ
top
เบิล
side,
ดอ
Serato searching. He's been
ผ่านไป
spotted
ครับ
by
หนึ่ง
Luchov.
คนแล้วก็
Information is
โผล่มา
Europe
ทามิ่งไม่ได้ครับ
anticipate
ลูกชอป แต่ด้านฝั่ง DGT ครับจัดการตัดได้หนึ่งครับนั่นเอาซ้าย
Ooh, do you overlook
แล้วตรงนี้
this
แม็กซ์ครับ
completely?
อยู่ในดาร์ครับอยู่และอีบัวล้วงของมาแบบนี้ครับ เช็คไม่ละเอียดครับผม
Positionally sound
โมโรดอย
counter-strike out of Max.
โมโรดอยโดดผ่านมาบอกเฮดช็อตเข้าหัวมาแบบนี้ก็เจ็บหนักครับบอกเคสเซเลโตเก็บเจอ DGT กับแม็กได้หมดแล้วก็โดนครับทางด้านฝั่งเมเยนครับ
If he wants, he can
เม
run
เยน
heaven
จัดการไป
time.
Single
Never mind.
smoke.
เหลือเคสเซเลโตคนเดียวครับ
He's kind of
แย่แล้ว
in
เสือด
trouble.
ำทัวร์อีสปอร์ตเวิร์ครับนี่มัน
Justin, that it's unlikely they'll push that
เจอ
smoke,
คน
but not
ฝีไม้
quite
ลายมือ
possible.
แปลกใหม่ฮะ
Wants to close the door and go for the plant. No risking it. Risking it. It's the right call. They partner up, both double doors side. K Serato got to try and swing to win.
กดมาซ้ายขวาเคสเซเลโต
This would be one hell of a
เคสเซเลโต
clutch.
คลาสหรือเปล่า
Fury in their winning
เคสเซเลโต
ways.
คลาส
He
ครับ
steps
โอ้โห
up, leaves with 4.
เอาจัดครับ
Massive
เคสเซเล
save
โต
from
คลาส
Day
ครับ
there. It looked like it was going one way fast. K Serato the bailout.
เคสเซเลโต
I think that's another one for 9Z. Just gotten away from you there. You could have
เจ
had
อ
the force
Clash
wars
ครับผม
going
รอ
back
อะไร
and
ฮะ
forth, especially after this opener. Luchev, he was the
นี่คือ
man
บาย
on
มา
the
เต็ม
eagle
นะ
now,
ผม
back
เกือบ
on the
ล่วงครับ
right,
ทางด้านฝั่งตัวเสือดำมาฟูเรีย
Just in time. And in dipped in, did make a sound cue, but they weren't close enough to hear him. That one's good. Oh,
นี่
Standing ovation from
พี่ฟอล
Fuller.
เล่น
Yeah.
ลุกขึ้นยืน
Who
เลย
knows
ฮะ
how important that one was.
well, Case Rider was putting on a masterclass in the last map as well.
คุณพ่อนะ
Two digs, a P250, a 5.7 and a USP for Mayan, who wants to bring out the AWP into the next round. I think it's going to be possible
Lock
with a
outside,
25 loss. Yes, he's happy to go the glass cannon.
เจอเนตเจอบอลลี่ครับ
Smoke into the lockers themselves.
แท็บมาครับแต่ฟอลเล่นสวนแม็กตาครับ
For these long range fights, AKs versus
Luchov.
pistols at this range should be
ลู
casual.
ชอปลูชอปไม่ได้แท็บสิโมโนดอยเก็บ
We're
นะ
gonna go with last round, but
วอสปีก
either way, I'm going to stick the
วอ
landing.
สปีกครับเรียบร้อยครับ
Bladdery
ไปหมดเหลืออยู่คนเดียวครับ DGT
The secret of his position
DGT
is
อยู่เฮเว่นครับบูสขึ้นมาก่อนแล้วฟอลเล่นครับ
Flash.
หาเหลี่ยมเข้าแอนตี้แฟตมาไม่ทันจะบอกแต่ได้ DGT ปลายช็อตใส่นั่นฟอลเล่นครับ แล้วก็ได้ AK ไปใช้ครับ น่าจะแพลน
They're
กัน
not
ก่อน
picking
แล้ว
up the bomb and looking for the finish, are they? They
เข้าผิดเหลี่ยมครับท่านฟอลเล่นไปโดนแฟล
trying
ต
to track down DGT.
DGT ถอยไปที่ B แลม
Safety first for Furia.
ฟิวเลียครับก็ปลอดภัยไว้ก่อนครับแพลนลงไป
DGT knows he'll be safe on the lower deck with the new changes to the bomb, so he's just going to hide out and hope that they come looking to do a bit more
โอ้
damage.
โหมุมเล่น GDT นี่มันเล้าใจจริง
3 to 1. As I just peer down the other end of the hall, we can see that GG How and Aurora on that secondary stream are just starting to get into action. Map pool over there, and if you're interested, Mirage, Anubis, and Inferno. Winner of that will progress to the playoffs. Loser will be eliminated.
Someone's keys getting crushed.
Okay, so AK retains for DGT, the yard player. Does man go glass cannon? That's my question. As Pick gets on the mic with the tactical timeout early. Man is yet to buy. Waiting out the instructions or conversation with the coach.
ทำเอาเลยครับทางด้านฝั่งตัวของนายซีครับโดนไป 3-1 บุกไปแล้ว 3 ครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งทีมฟิวเรีย
So he won the pistol, he lost the force. You had a good opportunity on the force back. Queserado clutched up. And the eco, you get waltzed over. Understandably so. Man will not be going glass cannon.
แต่แฟลตนี่ปลายช็อตไปครับผมด้านตัวของฝั่งไอ้ DGT บ้าฟูลบายครับตัวนี้
Very clear intention towards the lobby.
ผ่านไปครับผมด้านตัวของฝั่งคอนโดนรู้โทฟรีบีบมาเลยครับแม็กซ์บีบมาสูงครับคุมหน้าห้องกันไว้
Outside's a full fake.
นี่ก็สโมกปิดครับ
Nobody home to do anything with
ทางด้าน
this.
ฝั่งกาลาดไว้ครับ
Just hoping it forces rotation. Leaves Max high and dry.
ผ่านมาเอามุมเล่นครับทางด้านฝั่งแม็กก็ไม่ไหวครับอุตสาห์ได้เห็นก่อนแวบๆนะฮะอย่าคิดด้าจอบไปเลยครับผมแล้วตอนนี้ครับลูชอปออฟเซอร์ชั่นมาบอกตัดได้1เกือบตัดได้2ครับโมโนดอยสวนนั้นฝั่งลูชอปไปได้ครับจังหวะโยนมอรี่ฮะแล้วแพลนลงไปเรื่อยๆยูโรอีครับเจาะบีลูแล้วจังหวะนี้ท่านฝั่งฟิวเรียโฮสฟิก
Some real conviction there with
ก็กลับมาที่เวนครับผมกลับไปที่ A ก่อนนะ
It was Yukinda who got the frag. I don't think he was even worrying about the idea of the outside to secret play. He just went straight down the van and tried to rectify the situation. That means that they had a decent-ish understanding. TGT was still worried about someone floating outside. The nameplate Counter-Strike coming into play, and that'll be the 4th round. I think for Furia, the objective should be just avoiding some of those more prickly rounds that they experienced in first half of Mirage. Bomb goes off. 3 rifles retained. 4 straight. Looks like they will be buying back in, so some drops available. Just watching the juggling of guns coming together. Luchov is going to operate with the MP9 Max. Is going to get fall for ramp. Plus, still with that Famas.
Luchov มอลท็อปโฮไว้เลยครับการพุชไว้ครับมอลลี่โฮไว้ก่อนครับที่นั่นฝั่งโซเรต
towards the Tetris boxes from Queserato. A smoke on main would have DGT panicking as well. Quasso just threw a block smoke hut though. Might slow things down, slow their roll as Util outside will land with no info.
ดาวมาเวนดิ้งครับ
Some info behind him. A smoke break from DGT and Mayan thrown out number 2.
Mayan.
And he's a bit deep. He's been a bit deep on a couple of these.
มาใส่นาทีเลสกันไม่เจอใครครับว่าไหลมาจากซีเคทครับ
back up into the rafters.
Got to watch some of those.
โอสฟีก็คุมด้านบนไว้รับเตอร์ครับที่บนฮัท Go to the hut
into this minute mark.
ดึงช้านิดครับฟูเรีย
committed to a sweep of lobby.
ฟูเรียนี่พยายามจะเปิดก่อนได้สัก1ตัวครับแล้วค่อยไหล
Such a deep line. Luchov hut.
Mayan
held by Yukinda.
Luchov แง้มมาเกือบล่วงครับ
Don't get much info.
ฝั่งนี้ Mayan
It was inevitable. Molodoi will.
แล้วก็ยิงไม่โดนครับโมโลดอยซอยเฮดช็อตไปก่อนนะเหมือนจะลอดขาเมื่อกี้
Molodoi's pre-aim bang on.
ไหลไปครับเวนดิ้งครับไปด้านฝั่งคอนโทรลวินโดว์ไม่มีคนครับตอนนี้ด้านโดของฝั่งแม็กก็สอยยูคินด้ายูริครับแก้คืนกันมาได้ครับสิงคโปร์โผล่มาครับโฮสพิกเอ้ายิงไม่คมพอไฟพาวเวอร์ไม่โดนครับดับเบิลดอเปิดมาครับสเปคคอนโทรลไปให้ดีจีทีเหมือนจะตรงด้วยครับเหมือนจะได้แต่ว่ายังคุมปืนอัดมาไม่เต็มเท่าไหร่แล้วฟาวเล่นเก็บ2เลยครับไหลมาจากท่านเว้นแบบง่ายๆก็ขึ้นมาเป็น 5-1 ครับ
5 of sorry, 4 of these 5 rounds. They've only conceded 1 player, Furia. So feeling dominant. But again, with how Mirage was feeling, you have to hold on and just see if they're able to continue the landslide.
ทำเอารอบ2ครับ
5 rounds
จะได้ฝั่งนาย
T-side
ซี
already. Fallen will be happy with that. But if you give 9Z a way back in, if you give them any hope, this isn't a team who's going to give up. They have that main orb, no success. They have guns again, sure. Just winning the pistol and losing the follow-up, you can see they're just in a tailspin. These full buys aren't to come by as second tactical timeout has subsided. 2 Famises. Like Famis on your yard defender and your Dorman. It's like, ooh, those are 2 of your key rotating positions, 2 key positions that we fighting yard, main, outside.
You keen มาลูต่อครับในทางด้านฝั่งราวที่ 7 ครับ
That was good.
ไปคุมมาครับตรงนี้ฝั่งโรยไกลครับผมของด้านฝั่ง CT Box ไปคุมไซโลเหมือนกันทางด้านฝั่งทีมฟิเลีย
And really no surprise, Furia
ยืนล่าง3ครับฟิเลีย
slow crawl.
ลูกชอปนี่ก็คุมทางด้านฝั่งสโตเรจครับสควิกกี้
Marcus smoke, main smoke, telling they want to wrap heaven and hell.
ตบลงมาครับผมทางด้านฝั่งเมเยน
Look at the freedom that gives your Kinder to just stride into that warehouse.
หน้าตาไม่เหมือนไอ้นี่เลยคิกซาน
Yuri up close will have heard the heaven climb from Mayan.
ล็อกไว้ครับที่เฮเว่นครับ
They can close the gap.
กำลังค่อยๆไหลขึ้นไปครับยูริ
So top side needs to hold strong.
ใช้ด้านล่างครับแง้มดูก่อนครับเผื่อมีใครแอบครับจังหวะผิด
Yes, such a good idea as to the likely reactions.
แต่ที่เหลือถอยไปรับเตอร์แล้วครับ
35 seconds time starting to become a bit of an issue.
30 วินาทีก็เวลาบีบมากครับตอนนี้
It's all kind of contingent.
เหมือนจะถอยไปกันลึกครับ
Then the rest can fall into place.
เจอตัวไฟพาวเวอร์ดอกแรกไม่ดีเท่าไหร่แล้วก็ไหลมาได้ฟรีอยู่ครับยังดีก็ที่เคลียร์ได้ครับตรงนี้เอาเลยครับโมโลดอยมาครับอยู่ในฝั่ง A ไซด์ครับอยู่2ครับในฮัท1แล้วก็ดับเบิลไซโล1ครับ
It's an oldie but a goldie.
โฮโซฟีครับดาวกันไว้อยู่ฮะน่าจะเซฟปืนครับเพราะว่า C4 ดอกครับเคสเลโต้แง้มมาจังหวะช้อปปิ้งปืนครับสเปซปาดไป2ครับอุ้ยเกือบได้อีก1ครับ
So he's going to limit the finances of 9Z
เต็ม
still.
ที่ครับ9C ขึ้นมาไป 2-5 ครับ
Space was there.
Yeah.
But 9Z just
ด่านกันตึงๆนะคนดูดีทีจะสิงจอแล้วใช่พี่แกกำลัง
You can see the logic in their setup as well with Mayan drawing attention as they
He
exit
can't allow
heaven.
us to-
It's going to set him up for those side swipes from the hut position.
ไปลิงซูลงไปครับฝากออนกันเพื่อด้วยนะครับ
We
ผม
got
ครับ
top util fast. K-Serata trying to keep him on notice.
เปิดลงไปครับทางด้านโดนฝั่งนี้มอลลี่ครับปิดทางด้านฝั่งสโตเรจไว้ยูกินด้าบอสโมกปิดครับ
So that opens up the avenue for
เล็งขอบไว้ก่อนนะสเปรย์คอนโทรลอัดมาครับยูกินด้าครับนิ่งไว้ก่อนนะยังไม่ได้พุช
Are they going to try it?
ด้านฝั่งนี้ครับ MP9 ครับโฮโซฟิกจัดการยูกินด้าลงได้ครับด้านบนครับผมอยู่บนหัวครับตอนนี้ปาดต่อโฮโซฟิกครับซัดเคสเซเลโตมาต่อครับกันสวยครับ9-4แล้วต่อโมโลดอยครับโดนแม็กซ์ครับ
9Z are stabilizing.
คุมลึกไว้ครับที่นั่นฝั่ง B แลมในกาลาก็ DGT ครับเตรียมเข้าหลังนั้นฟอลเล่นแล้วฟอลเล่นก็สโลครับสโลมูไปครับหลังโผล่มาแบบนี้ครับเรียบร้อยครับโดนคุมหมดครับตอนนี้
Patch of rounds from Furia, right? The force by win, they're able to run with 5 shutouts, talking about how dominant those rounds were. And throughout that, it meant they were able to build a lot of cash, but you can still squander it before the half is over. Be careful. Molodoi with 10k. At the high end, Yukinda is going to need a drop. What's going on here with Yukinda down the end? Maybe just a bit of deep
อยู่ด้านฝั่งทีลูป
This will be the third round for
จะรวม
90
เป็นหนึ่ง
now.
จะสิงจอ
Yeah, big stuff from Hwasao. They've continuously denied that top heart molly, right? We've seen that extinguished several times. They really want to keep that real estate.
It's good to enforce that it's not a given that you don't need to be clearing it.
Slow into this round as 5 staying alive will fill 90 with a bit of confidence. Not only can they recover this half, they can still take the lead going into the break, right? This is 7-5 half on the table. You just need to go flawless from here on out. And that would make up for the forced by loss in the second. You are content if you're Furia, but momentum plays a big role. You don't want to allow them just to string consecutive rounds. It would have to be 6 straight into the half.
ยิงอยู่ฮะ
Nice little bit of movement from Hwasao and awareness as to Keisarato's tendencies.
I think they need to start taking this outside space, Furia. They've been very lobby-centric, hoping that they're forcing rotations, but they've been given the good graces to actually play off of the yard space. It's just being given to them.
Yeah, it is. A couple of half-hearted grenades, and that's about it.
And no man AWP to try and make things a little bit more difficult.
เจ็บหนักครับยูคิดาครับไหลเข้าไปที่ซีเครตครับ
Just for a moment to avoid that spray.
โอ้ยเพียวลามาถึง9 โมงเช้า
Luchov tasked with
จบดองนี่น่าจะสลบเป็นตายเขาดู
Secret.
สะบัดไม่โดนครับ
Towards the vent.
บอลดอย
And Luchov does depart. They're not sold on this. This is good. This is a
โผล่มาครับยูเลอีครับไม่ได้ซองครับ DGT ครับเทรดกลับมาด้านฝั่งเคเซโตเก็บได้1ครับใส่เริ่มลูชอปเล็งไว้ที่ด้านฝั่งเฮเว่นครับแล้วก็ตัดได้ผมเคเซโต DGT ครับเทรดครับกลับมาใส่เคเซโตครับและตรงนี้แม็กครับตัดตรงที่เอเมนแล้ว DGT ตัดฟาวเล่นต่อครับที่เอเมนฮะอยู่กินด้าอะไรมาครับเก็บถึงด้านตัวของฝั่ง C4 ไปก่อนนะพยายามจะเล็งคอร์สกันครับตรงนี้มีแง้มมาครับแล้วก็เสียงจะหลุดไปที่เว้นหรือเปล่าครับน่าจะบอลลี่ไปแล้วก็ไปเลยครับตอนนี้ลุยครับไม่สนใจครับยอมเสียเลือดเสียเนื้อปิดทางด้านฝั่งซิงเกิลดอไว้ครับอย่ากินด้าจะโชว์คลาสหรือเปล่าครับได้มาแบบนี้อุตส่าห์ได้1ครับแต่ยังดีที่แม็กซ์ครับผมได้ครับตัดกลับคืนมาต่อฮะคืนมาเป็น4-5แล้วนี้น่าจะแซงเป็น7-5หรือเปล่าครับทางด้านฝั่งทีมนายซีครับแต่ด่านนี้ต้องบอกเลยฮะว่าเจาะยากจริงๆครับด่านกันตึงๆครับผม
walk into these stacks or setups and you can tell that they're not expecting with the reactions when they go down.
Some unique mid-rounding out of the CT side of 9C.
Yeah, they're not dancing to the beat of the drum right now. It was very fakey on the Mirage T side from Furia. Again, I was discussing the fact that the money will get whittled down quite quickly, and that has already started to unfold. Fortunately, that means the loss bonus is also ticking up with 3 consecutive rounds. Felt like Keisarot had done enough there. Man does have his orb now. Molodoi the same. Oh, aggression.
Okay.
He's fighting.
We got the red.
First time.
First time, and Molodoi was not
DGT โผล่มาครับพุชไปไว้ฮะบีบกดดันใส่บอกตอนนี้ออกมาเร็วครับตัดตรงกลางไปต่อฮะตรงข้างใส่ลงครับตรงทีเลสครับยูริแกบอกครับสเปรย์ไปครับพีไฟใส่ควันครับแล้วก็ถอยมาก่อนนี้ในแอดมินครับผมมอรี่ครับปิดผ่านไว้ครับแล้วก็โดดไปฮะในด้านฝั่งตัวของบีครับสโมกวิดฮะที่ตัวของซิงเกิลดอไหลมาตรงนี้แคสเซอร์โต้ครับเล็งขออยู่ครับลูกช็อปล่วงไปครับยูริครับจะแง้มใส่ด้าน observation ครับวินโดว์วางได้เฉยเลยครับทางฝั่งตัวของฟิวเรีย
Got Hwasao peak single door. Fallen partners up with Keisarato playing this clock position.
Got kids, they got to smoke.
Yuri the contingency from ramp.
Gotta break in somehow.
Smoke on Mayan. Kit on Mayan. Hwasao 2. running that clock down. Don't you get lulled into a false sense of security because this last second attempt on the retake.
กดได้บอลทีทีร่วงครับสุพีครับลูกมาต่ออีกทีก็ปิดไม่ต่อแค่นี้ครับแล้วระเบิดไปดิดูไซด์ไปเลยแล้วกัน
High impact from Keiserato, keeping Furia in it when they need him.
All right, well, they have 6 as a minimum before the time break, and I think 9C are just going to contest these next 2. First time they've gone for anything really aggressive outside, and it was a great call. Look at this.
5v3.
That's, you know, I was talking to Poi the other day, and that's almost exactly what happened to Poi, but he was literally in the middle. He wasn't even
Makes no sense.
Right, and Mzinho just bopped him.
I could justify it or understand it easier with the tucked in the corner.
What a rally of you two. Yukinda ready to dive off of main.
Okay, you know, it's got DGT to trifle with. As he throws that incendiary, that's the cue. Yukinda takes it. First blood. No potential, I should say. Bit funky around those smokes. They've got their advantage, and Yukinda will take some territory.
But we've seen them with advantages like this before, and they just get sat down.
ไม่ดูกันฟอลเล่นครับปีสุดท้ายนะปีนี้
They tend to let the clock simmer a bit, and then by the time they activate the 30 seconds, nothing can go wrong, or you will lose the round. So they let that happen again. Maybe 9Z can pluck away another.
Max. He plays it forward.
This is what I'm talking about. Again, 45 seconds, nothing's happened. They're waiting for the CTs to move.
Tom Util. Luchop burnt out. That's awkward.
อย่านะพีคนะผมฟอลเล่นแต่เล่นฝั่งลูชอปครับกดมาครับตอนนี้เคสเซโต้เก็บครับโอซฟิกไปเมย์เบอร์แต่เล่นเคสเซโต้ลงต่อแล้วถอยมายูริก็แพนบีได้อีกรอบครับในขณะเดียวกันคุมเว้นไว้อยู่ครับยาคินด้าเก็บ2ครับมุมอร่อยฮะโอ้โหสุดจัดครับผมแง้มตรงนี้ฮะ
You'd have to say 8-4 seems very likely because that was 2,400 lost around from 9Z, suffering from their own successes as part of the comeback trial. Nowhere to go.
ฟอลเล่นก็มองแล้วดีครับขากรอบไปเลยครับ
Output when they're on the screen, but you see immediately once they straight down the vent. All right, we don't want any of this. Let's not take the fight on their terms. Ramp rush?
It could be. Max, are you ready for this one? MP9 primed and ready. Would have loved that.
รัชไว้หรือเปล่าแม็กซ์ครับอาจจะคิดได้บอกแล้วว่าเมย์เย็นแบบเราเข้าจัดการฟอลเล่นโมดอยไปต่อครับแล้วก็เอสจีทะลุหัว2คนครับพีกมาจากแอดมินรูมครับยืนไลน์อัพกันนั่นเองครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งฮะทริเลียเจเซโต้บอกว่าC4 ดรอปนะครับขึ้นมาจากเฮเว่น1ครับมีเสียงดรอปลงไปที่นั่นฝั่งเฮลมอรี่ครับวางลงไปครับดึงเวลาไว้สุดๆครับแล้วก็สโมกใส่ต่อครับเจเซโต้ครับค่อยๆเช็คคนเดียวเช็คทีละมุมครับ
Anticipates with all that yard space that there could be that flank, but they're playing this one by the book. They've got the bomb and just one to worry about.
Now they know where he is. Free smoke. Gonna have to play through.
Just a hope and a prayer. A couple of bullets through the smoke. 5-round CT half for 9Z. Found him. Still finds a little output, but pretty respectable half after all of things considered. Flyer for Furia.
Yeah, you're going to feel that they're less likely to let their foot off the gas as opposed to what happened on Mirage there. Still some rounds that they be regretting. But 9Z still have some fight left in them. Pistol rounds were 3-1 coming into this map. 9Z picked up their second, but the conversion's costing them, and the half that could have been those financial woes in the early stages before they really started to get the guns going.
Bum. น้องคู่ต่อไปใช่ครับต่อคู่นี้นะครับ
Why not?
More time to optimize and review.
จบถึงด้านฝั่ง7-5ตามสูตร
Lining up.
ตอนแรกนึกว่าจะไหลแต่บุกที่7นี่ก็เดือดแล้วครับด่านนูบ
Another on
พิสโซลาก็สลับ
CT
ฝั่งกันมาครับ
easier in theory of the halves.
Theory.
Well, in practice too.
The form that we've seen from 9Z though, I wouldn't want to write them out of anything.
Up Molly.
Yakinda's got a lot of answers there.
Yuri just got gooshed.
Yuri in trouble, just run down by Max, finishes off, and Keserato, a nice quick back. Luchov and May
ลูชอบซัดเคสเลยตัวเมย์ยันเก็บโมโลดอยได้ครับได้แพลนเฉยเลยครับอ้าวกลายเป็นว่าเจาะดีเลยครับเนี่ยทางด้านฝั่งนายซีทำไปทั่วนะครับทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวฟิวเลียจะตกรอบยิงได้บอกเก็บด้าน DGT ได้ครับยิงได้ตบลูชอปลงต่อโอ้มาครับสแนปกันนิดนึงครับ
Fallen runs him down. A 10-second defuse, not planted for him. Still, they're off it.
จะทำการแล้วก็ดักได้ฟอลเล่นครับแก้คืนกันไม่ได้สวยครับ
Very well done from Yakinda there. Those are two very tough fights. Obviously, swinging the door open and winning that first, that's where he really should have been stuffed in the choke. But it's the second.
ฟิวเลียนี่มันสายบนเหรอสายบนเนี่ย
down and doesn't commit to
ชนะก็ไปต่อแพ้ลงสายล่าง
เมื่อวาน for the Latvian.
เมื่อตอนเย็นมองโกแพ้นาวี
But with the bomb going down, we will see a force. Yeah, this one, just taking his time.
พรุ่งนี้วีต้าแข่ง2 ทุ่มน่าจะได้ดูอยู่
Fourth pistol of the series. 2 Tech 9s, Mac 10 for Hwasao and 2 Galils.
ไปต่อครับ
See that door blown off, but is it
2 กาลิลแล้วก็2 Tech 9ครับแล้วก็1เส้นฝั่งไอ้ตัว
Top go.
แม็กเทนและเปล่าครับแล้วแฟลตมาสวยครับแต่ว่ายังไงครับเคเซโต้แก้ขึ้นมาครับโบโลดอยมาต่อยิงคิดได้สเปรย์ค้างไว้ใส่แม็กเหลือในฮัตตัวเดียวก็หมดแล้วก็จบอย่างไวครับ9-5เลยฮะ
Nico now.
We can see a bit of a pop off there from Fallen. I mean, just converting upon that, knowing that they invested. When you start saying, "Oh yeah, they had Kevlar."
จะไปโดนนั่นฝั่งแม็กเทนลูนี่ก็ใช่เรื่องฮะ
Especially when you consider the force by
จังหวะเคเซโต้ครับลากได้2พอดีครับแล้วก็โบโลดอยคอนเน็กพอดีฮะโบโลดอยเก็บต่อไปก็2 คิวครับตัวนี้พรุ่งนี้ดูพึ่งไหมครับได้ครับถ้าโดต้าจบไวครับ
So reflections of the first
มันความดังมีทองแล้วดองดังกว่าเยอะ CS มันเฟมัสกว่าโบโลดอยเคเซโต้ตัด DGT ได้ครับ
series from Keserato, isn't it? I know
ด่านนี้ป่า1ป่า2ก็โมโลดอยออกมาเอ็กซ์ซีเพย์ครับหรือว่าเป็นอีโคแล้วก็เก็บหมดแล้วคลีนเพย์ครับฟิวเลียไม่ยอมเลยครับให้เล่นเลยครับสกอร์เป็น10-5ครับฟิวเลียไหลครับ
Let's see if they can get there with ease or
ไม่พี่ลากยาวแล้วเดี๋ยวรอภาคดองเสร็จก็นอนแล้ว
Their second win might be third or fourth at this point.
I think you're right. Is it a windy day?
คุณมอเป็นลักพิกกี้ครับ100 บาทครับผม
โดเนทมา100 บาท
No messing
ค่า
about.
กาแฟคู่ดองครับ
ขอบคุณครับกาแฟคู่ดองขอบคุณครับ Nice C
This is a very strong CT buy.
นายซีมีแก้ตัวในสายล่างนะถ้าแพ้ครับ
Want me to start secret immediately? Okay.
It's just Luchov in yard, and he'll be tugged.
You can do.
Biggest concern with these smokes is the leak into main. You can see how that's bled over.
ฝั่งเดินยูรีก็เช็คกันก่อนนะ
Oh, here's a go. What's the play?
Door re-smoke.
พอแฟลตลงมาครับ
DGT.
เต็มใบก็บอกตรงนี้ครับเคเซโต้เก็บเลยครับด้านฝั่งนี้ก็ลูชอปเก็บเคเซโต้ได้ครับโมโลดอยสวนลูชอปไม่ได้ต่อครับเข้าไปคุมใน A ครับสโมกปิดท่านฝั่ง A เมนไว้ครับ
Another molly for Max.
แล้วก็แผ่นใกล้ๆฮัทไปฮะเอ้าเนตติดครับผมเปิดสโมก
Buys off the shot. There is that late lobby arrival. They're coming in from every angle. This is not going to be easy. You need someone to provide.
ฟอลเล่นจะไหลเข้ามาในฮัทครับผมให้เพื่อนโผล่ตรงทางด้านฝั่งเอฟเว่นก่อนครับแล้วก็ยิงกดฟรีแบบนี้ทามมิ่งครับผมเข้าไปครับเวลาลับเหลือไม่คอยท่าเลยแม็กเก็บแล้วยูรีได้ครับผมโดนบีบ2มาแบบนี้เรียบร้อยครับโมโลดอยครับออปเปอร์สอยทิ้งไปเอาเลยทำเอาก็ไม่เหลือแล้วหรือเปล่าแล้วนายซีครับ
Bomb going down and with the loss bonus there can be another buy that Max will be able to call with. There'll be the AKs galore. Have all the
พรุ่งนี้ลุ้นในแมทเทียร์น่าสนใจผม ถ้าดอทมันจบไวนะถ้าดอทมันจบไววัดอีฟดอทมันจบไวนี่ต้องเข็นใน2-0อย่างเดียวแล้วก็เกมไวซึ่งไม่ค่อยมีเกมไวเกมเมมอ๋อมา
Name of the game right now. Can you get past Yuri in case
ฝั่งนี้ก็ตัวของยูริครับเก็บ2ครับโมงเลยฮะเปิดโมงแล้วตอนนี้รัวๆครับ DGT เก็บยาคิดได้ครับยังไงต่อบีก็มา DGT
Gap is closed. Pressure now with the Molly back side.
มอลลี่มาไล่ไปด้านหลังครับและโผล่มา DGT เก็บ2ครับเคเซโตยูริตายครับและโผล่มาเมนบนดอยสอยได้ DGT ได้ต่อครับฟอเล่นครับได้แล้วฝั่งมีเย็นไปแล้วทางนั้นลูชอปสวนมาต่อมีเฟกไป1ทีครับบนดอยไหลมาเจอลูชอปดักไว้อยู่ครับเรียบร้อยขึ้นมาเป็น61ครับยัง
Good poise from 9Z, right? They lose 2 players to Yuri up on the raft.
ยังไม่จบอยู่ง่ายแค่นั้นนะ
Get out that door and have the space. That moment of poise to throw the molly back sight does make things a lot easier for DGT. This here, there's no real room for them to stand. And Molotov trying to keep up the intensity, just assumes the plant's going to come through. There's still money for Furia as well. They lose this one. 9Z can start working on a comeback. Into aggressive yard.
The comeback.
Let's have a HE to help outside if there is a smoke wall. It's in the air right now.
สโมกไปครับปูมาตรงนั้นฝั่งทีเลสครับเข้าซีเคทมีกดมาลูชอปนิดหน่อยครับแต่ก็ยังไหวครับ
Putting bullets into Wasso. P puts him onto 49 as they will Scarper across. Oh, more damage onto Wasso. Last bullet as he rounded the corner. So it's 3.5 men.
Well, they're much quicker than Molotov anticipates.
Yeah, you're right.
Much quicker.
Yeah, he's already in the blind spot. It's an easy pickup for DGT. A bit of a misplay from Molotov. Fallen.
Molotov ล่วงครับเจาะมาครับจังหวะนี้ดรอปไปครับดรอปช็อตมาได้แค่1ครับฟอลเล่นแล้วส่วนก็โฮโซฟีก็แบบการยิงคิดได้นะครับแล้วก็แพลนเลยครับจังหวะนี้นายซีครับนายซียังไม่ตายสนิทครับกูจะนอนไวเพื่อนจะมาหาโอทาไปยูริครับตัดแม็กได้ต่อ DGT ครับวัวโดนขึงซอนมายูริครับได้นั้น DGT รอเหลือแค่โฮโซฟีคนเดียวครับ
is 6 HP 1v2 really realistic. They have overlooked the possibility. Keserato's looking elsewhere.
ได้มา1ครับโฮโซฟีแล้วก็แฟลตลงไปด้านล่างครับ
He wouldn't dare. No kit. He wouldn't dare. No kit.
แล้วโผล่มาอยู่ดีครับมาเกมใส่เข้าไปวันนี้แล้วก็ดีฟิวทันไหม
Not sure.
ทันไหม
Is it a comeback for 9Z? Or is it 12 for Fury?
โอ้โหทันเจอครับ
Had a couple of those throughout this series. Go back
โอ้
to
โห
Mirage.
เสี้ยววินาทีสุดท้ายครับ
Coming out on the nail biter diffuses a buzzer beater, a 6th round gap, a 12th
เหลือ
round
จะเชื่อ
secure,
ครับ
one more away from those playoffs.
Oh, that's a massive round to actually convert there. We were talking about Keserato's performances, but Yuri with 3 on the way back in. Massive work.
ล็อกไปอยู่ครับ DGT ครับเข้ามาที่โทรฟี่ครับพุชมาลึกแล้วแม็กซ์ก็อยู่เอาซ้ายก็บอกเล็งไปทางด้านตัวของฟังการาครับฟอลเล่นครับดันเข้าคอนโทรลรูมครับ
Oh, looks to make a bit of a move. Flash behind him. He's going to push.
กินดาแฟตซับพอร์ตมาครับด้านหลังไม่มีใครครับจังหวะสโมกลงพอดี
Smoke walls are up as it stands.
จะคอนโทรลครับแล้วก็สโตเรย์ครับดึงช้าเนี่ยครับเป็นเนื้อฝั่งแมตช์พอยต์ของนั่นฟูเรียครับ
And they util very
ที่จะเข้ารอบเพย์ออฟ
Punish of the squeaky door smoke. It's extremely difficult to see.
พรุ่งนี้ดอทไม่มีพีเกไม่มีครับผม
To whir into this.
พรุ่
Limited
งนี้9 โมงเหมือนเดิมมีท็อปสันตอนบ่าย 3เบมาครับโมโรดอยเกมนั้นแม็กซ์ลงได้ครับปาดมาอีกทีก็เคสเซโต้เกมลูชอปแล้วทางด้านฝั่งเมียนะครับสัดเคสเซโต้ตรงเมนต่อครับตรงนี้ไหลเข้าช่วยกันนะครับ DGT เนี่ยเรายูรีครับคุมอยู่ตรงราฟเตอร์ครับเอาทางด้านฝั่งคานเหลืองบังไว้ครับเช็คครับบนด้านหลังครับตอนนี้ยูรีครับมุมดีจัดครับ แล้วยากินด้าโผล่แล้วมาจังหวะนี้มาจากคัทก็บอกแล้วปาดได้เฉยเลยครับ DGT วอสฟิกเหลือโมโลดอยครับกับทางด้านฝั่งฟอลเลนและโมโลดอยได้1ครับทางฝั่งฟอลเลนพลาดซะงั้นบอกแล้วเลือดน้อยคู่ครับโลคู่มาแบบนี้ครับมอลลี่เปิดไปบอกทางด้านฝั่งโมโลดอยเหินออกไปก่อนครับแล้วอ้อมไปครับทีด้านฝั่งเมย์ครับดึงเวลาไม่ทันบอกเขาแพลนได้ต่อครับ
Relocation from
โมโลดอยมาจากด้านฝั่งทามมิ่งครับผมหันไปแล้ว DGT ครับไม่รู้จะกันตรงไหนครับโอ้โหแล้วก็ดีฟิวมาบอกได้ไปต่อครับในรอบเพลย์ออฟครับทางด้านฝั่งฟิวเรียใช่ครับได้ดูดองกี
And that is the step forward that they were looking to take against 9Z when they loaded into the server. I can assure you that much. The Group D upper bracket semifinal has been decided. It is Furia going into the playoffs. And Jacob,
จบไปก็ 13-6 ครับทางด้านฝั่งฟิวเรียในแมปสุดท้าย
Good performance coming out for Furia here. Nuke again spoke about the game so far had been very streaky on both the first two maps. 9C on the second map, Furia on the first map. You know, we talk about these rounds where you win 7-8 rounds.
ผมขอเบรกแป๊บนึงครับเดี๋ยวมานั่งคุยกันต่อตอน
With a very strong T side, Peter, they laid the foundation
ทางด้านฝั่งอันนี้ฮะ
a clear-cut victory on Nuke. I was a little bit surprised that the game wasn't closer, but gotta give it to Furia. They played well here.
Yeah, it's a pistol round. So again,
ตอนดองแข่งครับเดี๋ยวไปเข้าห้องน้ำก่อน
and just there's still stuff that needs to be ironed out before you can make it like even more competitive against these type of teams, you know. And it's again also the clutch situation that just seems to be playing better on the side of Furia. And Case Router had a massive game again, and you know he's always one you want to be turning to when you play these massive tournaments. Like if he can show up in the fashion he's doing in this specific game, then you're definitely set.
And it's not even just Case Router showing up statistically, right? Like we're talking about impact. He's felt in the server when he gets in there and he's able to activate and be a tool for the team.
From a team perspective as well for Furia, it's a great way of winning Nuke because one of the biggest issues I saw on Mirage was the lack of cohesion, the lack of synergy between the players, especially in the retake scenarios involving the A-bomb side. I feel here Nuke, all players were gelled well together. Very good trading, very good spacing. In general, they made the playing field very tough for 9C. In order for them to win rounds, individuals from 9C would have to, you know, do more than was expected from them. They would have to get 2 kills in a scenario where it was not likely to get 2 kills. And that's down to Furia making the playing field and really using the spacing and using the bodies in the game to their own advantage. So as much as I disliked what I saw from Furia at stages on Mirage, I gotta give it to them. They turned it around here in Nuke and looked like the team that we know they can be.
Yeah, they looked in control throughout Nuke, and that's good sign right moving forward. Now they've locked in playoffs as well, and let's just be honest, it would have been quite the disaster to have yet another of the elite teams dropping into the lower qualifier, so the lower bracket right with you, with the facts of Mouse being there now. You also have Vitality, and you also have Spirit, right? So you know it would have been pretty ridiculous.
And we have Yakinder. I say we. I mean Freya does. What's up?
I do indeed, yes. Congratulations, Yakinder. Furia now through to the playoffs. Took a little bit more time than maybe we anticipated after what was a pretty fast map 1. What are your initial emotions after knowing you've made top 16 at least?
Yeah, I mean, of course, the basic minimum is done, and it feels, of course, nice. It feels also nice that this was, in our eyes, like a confident run. Mirage was a little bit unlucky in some moments. I feel like in key situations we kind of forgot some things we agreed on, and that's why it was kind of couldn't close it in a way. But Nuke was very comfortable, super performance from Caserato, and everybody looking sharp, and that's the main good thing.
Yeah, let me, if you don't mind, dive into that Mirage just a little bit more, because it was the opposite way around from last time that we saw you at the Cologne Major as well. Was it just down to you guys, in your opinion, you guys making mistakes, or did 9Z switch up anything to catch you off guard?
Well, last time against them we lost this too, and I feel like we've done a big amount of work on the map, and we had an opportunity to maybe ban this to kind of leave Ancient open and whatever to for this game, but we decided that the only way to become better on a map is to actually play it a lot, and we gave ourselves this opportunity to play this 2 today, and I'm glad we won it.
Final question, just looking forward to that top 16. We obviously have seen Falcons, Mouse, G2 today, Na'Vi making it to top 16. We've got Vitality and Spirit still battling it out in their lower bracket games respectively. How do you rank Furia amongst the teams that have already made it? Where are you placing yourselves?
I feel like the season is so young that you can't really tell form of the teams. And for example, before Cologne Major, I wouldn't say that we were like contenders or like finalists, in theory. So I feel like any team can surprise, and any team is strong enough nowadays in CS to beat anybody. And I feel like the team who's gonna have a better day is just gonna take it all.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Once again, congratulations to Furia. That is top 16 at the bare minimum here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, the 2026 King of Content, that's him, Yakinder. If you should go check out his Instagram. He's doing some pretty wild stuff over there. And by that, I mean just a lot of effort. Jacob, you look perturbed, man. What did the guy say?
I mean, nothing.
We did say something.
Kind of the issue. Now, I get where Yakinder is coming from. You know, Counter-Strike these days is a lot about the day-to-day form, as you like
I forgot about that one.
to call it. But I think it's fair that Yakinder is being honest with himself and honest with Furia. They are one of the favorites still. They're not the favorite to win the tournament, but they're still in contention to be, you know, making it to the semifinals, to maybe even make the final like they did in Cologne. And as he said, you know, yeah, this season is young, but it's not like you forget how to play Counter-Strike over the course of a 2-week break. So they're still one of the teams we expect a lot from. And, you know, I get it. From Yakinder, you just want to put away the pressure. There's no need to talk yourself up or say something that you may regret later on, so I'll do it for you. Yes, Furia should be super disappointed if they're not making top 8 or maybe even top 4.
Well, that's happened before. I recall this is not the first time that Furia have this kind of idea that they downplay themselves a little bit. I don't know if it's like a mental aspect they want to be throwing out that, hey, we're not really feeling that great, you know, like we're just playing, just like with Molotov I said in the opening interview, like we're just like feeling it out right now with the whole idea of Fallen retiring soon. So I don't know, maybe it's just, you know, maybe they should be smarter than their opponents.
Yeah, maybe they're more of a vibes team. Maybe we're just unaware of what they're doing over there. Clearly, Furia having found success there. So did Cerrado. Good clutch and lower really early on in the first half.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, again, we gotta jump back to one of the reasons to why Furia also saw this one coming their way, and it is just again Cerrado showing again that he can be such a massive player. We talked about Yuri, how good he can be in clutching, but the beauty of it is that Cerrado can do the exact same. You know, it was actually a 2v4 turning into a 1v1, and just the way that he isolates the duels here is just very important. Also, the fact that this is the third round. You know, if they would have won this one, there's a chance that 9C can run away with the economy, the momentum. So a very important clutch to get in their favor already.
Great way of crowning a great series overall for Cerrado. Played well on Dust 2, played well on Mirage, came in here on Nuke, as you said, Peter, found even more impact. He's up there in the conversations to be, you know, when he one day retires, you know, I think the way you evaluate his career is that he's just been Mr. Consistent for all these years. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether Furia is in a good period or in a bad period. He even had like, 3 years where they didn't do anything.
He was still good.
And he was still good, you know, still playing at the same level. So he's almost unaffected by his surroundings, and having a player like that in your team is so vital and so important for Furia, not only to find consistency, but also to be one of the teams that we speak about that could potentially win trophies for the remaining of the season.
Now, interestingly enough, that wasn't the end of the road for 9Z. Clearly one of the teams that we've put on a radar here that is making waves, if not ruptures, if that. But we can take a look at the brackets, or the bracket.
Are we going to look at Group D now?
Wow, you've nailed that right on the head.
Yeah.
Speaking of D, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite group and arguably my favorite letter in the alphabet. Now, Pain Gaming, not really looking too sharp in their game against Wildcard, but they got the job done, which means they're facing the Mongols in that lower bracket game for a spot in the playoff, and then 9C versus Magic. Maybe a bit of a surprise that Magic were able to beat 3D Max. Maybe not too big of a surprise, but doing it in a 2-0 fashion. I thought 3D Max was going to come in here at home turf and do a little bit more.
It's like, the thing with Magic, in all honesty, I haven't been paying too much attention about it, but if you ask about people that like watch a lot of their games, you know, they actually play some very solid Counter-Strike, so not surprising. I mean, I think 9C should get the better of them. I think 9C has proven and shown that they can be good enough to make top 16 here, so I would be very surprised if they don't win that one. And then, you know, Mongols Pain, I don't know where to put that one. You know, it seems to be a bit of a confusing matchup in my
I'll try that again for you, Peter. I'm not going to sugarcoat it whatsoever. 9C, they have to beat Magic. We're talking about a team that is currently, 4 in VIS, you know, Cologne quarterfinalist, won a trophy in China a couple of weeks ago. If 9C is not winning that game, not making the playoff at a 16-team playoff, that would be disappointing. The Mongols have to beat Pain Gaming as well. You and I probably agree with that, Peter. I don't think I've ever seen Pain Gaming being this uninspiring, to be completely honest. It's not a good time right now to be a Pain Gaming fan. It's quite painful, to be quite honest. So I see two clear-cut favorites in that game. Trace.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you did.
He's good. And you don't give him a lot of credit, Free, but I'm just going to say it. We can go ahead and switch to Group A. I think it's about that time. Also, really close game going on the B stream. But here is Group A, and this is in context of what we're about to look at. That's because Big will be taking on Spirit as our last game of the day for this side of things. And that's right, Spirit down there in the lower bracket after having taken an L earlier on to GG Hao in the best-of-1 format.
It is quite surprising, right, to see them there. But then again, you know, with what we saw against GG Hao, I don't think Spirit has literally showed up at this tournament yet. I even feel like the game against Luminati was, you know, pretty lackluster. I mean, like, Donk is doing what he can, right? But the rest of the team that doesn't really been showing, specifically Shiro, which is usually his, you know, his sidekick to be, you know, pulling him over the finishing line. So I'm not, I mean, coming into this game now that we do get to talk more about Big and Spirit, I'm not worried for Spirit. But then again, you know, if Big shows up and plays like their absolute A game, I think there's also a possibility.
I just feel for Big, you know, it's GG Hao ruining their night, you know.
Everyone's night. Just the fact that you put Spirit in a lower bracket, you know, that ruins for everyone that drops the map, right?
I mean, potentially. Guys, there's that, and there's actually so much more to talk about. But obviously, we have to do our due diligence. We have to figure out where that break timeline is. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. I love where you're going.
Really want to get at it.
Just really think that we need to go to a break. That's the only way that we can get the game started here. Thank you so much, Jacob Pimp Winesh. We're ready to jump into that break, which means Big and Spirit are on the other side, and Jacob Pimp Winicki.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It might be all she wrote here on Mirage.
I pointed out that they dropped the bomb, but yeah, he literally said to me like, they don't need it.
But you're right. You are firmly right. They took 1 point of damage in that whole execute. 1 point. Donnie, that is an impressive showing if you're Aurora. A 13-6 on GG Hao's map pick.
So impressive, I had to sprint my way right back here. I started walking, I was taking a nice leisurely time, and those last couple of rounds caught me off guard. Look, taking care...
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Group A lower bracket semifinal. Spirit are the overwhelming favorite on paper, but both teams arrive with reasons to question the simple ranking story itself. Let me welcome you back to the Esports World Cup Club Championships. We're about to witness big take on Spirit for a playoff qualification or bust.
Yeah, mega important game for both teams. There's eight for Big. This is a golden opportunity of not only securing a spot in the playoff, but also gaining some very heavy VIS points and really a good standing in that whole system. Whereas for Team Spirit, Peter, if they were to lose this game, I feel like we aren't ringing the alarm bells just yet, but we're slowly but surely starting to. If they lose too big here, don't make the playoff, don't make top 16, we're talking about a team that really could be in danger.
Both yes and no. I mean, they did make grand finals at BAO, you know it. They did start off the season pretty well, right? Sure. I know they looked flat against Mouse, and yeah, they lost to GG How, right? But this should still, in theory, be a game that Spirit should not be able to lose, regardless of how things turn out. I mean, like, I know that I'm usually positive talking about the teams that go up against, you know, the elite teams, and that they will always have a chance. But I don't see anyone inside Big that can go toe-to-toe with Donk. And I think that Spirit will just also have a lot of opportunities to go in a lot of directions within the map pool to where they can get an advantage.
See, that's the luxury, because I agree with you to some degree. To me, it's not the results necessarily for Team Spirit, because as you said, like a grand final to begin the season, not too shabby. The major wasn't too bad either, you know. That was a very close game against Falcons. They could have made it further at that major. It's the way they've been playing. It's the way they lost to GG How. It's the way they won against Luminosity. And people may think, well, they won 2-0. Yeah, watch that game. That was not a good game of Counter-Strike for
Not
Team
on
Spirit.
those two, at least.
Not on those two, at least, you know. And then you move in against Big now, who I very much agree with you. This should be a landslide. This should be an easy game. This should be 9 out of 10 times you run all over Big, and 1 out of 10 times you have a close game. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Spirit right now. Janko posed a pretty good question earlier this morning as well, with Heli, Softic, the coaching behind them as well. I feel like we're starting to see a Spirit that is either going to make it or break it. And I think this game could be very telling in what kind of direction they're going.
It could very well be an indicator, without a doubt. I mean, just to focus on the Big side a little bit more exclusively here, since Blame F has joined this lineup, and I know you guys as Danes probably okay with talking about this.
We're fine.
Talk to me about him in joining this lineup and then its evolution. Where are we right now?
I think when you look at Blame F, I mean, okay, let's just be honest. Most people, they don't like how he plays, right? Because he is a guy that, you know, sometimes seems to be putting himself in front of the team to make himself look great. But there is no doubt that since Blame F have taken over the incoming reigns of Tapson, they have just looked better. Let's be honest. Like, he brings firepower, he probably brings structure, and he brings, you know, dedication. You know, he's a guy that's very dedicated to his, you know, his work ethic is definitely up there. And I'm sure that has spread throughout the team. And it's also a team, he came into the major saying that they look very good. They seem to be very happy with all the roles. Like, the roles are very set, and everyone in the team knows exactly what to be expected of them. And I think that's a very good sign for you as a team. But then again, is it going to be enough once you make it into the top invites of becoming into the tier 1 events? Is it going to be enough when you don't have the star players, all the people that's going to carry you over the finish line? Or is it going to be, you know, that's still where I'm left with, where if Blame F contribution is enough for the team. Is it going to be enough in the long run? Or is they just going to be, you know, stagnating at this level where they are right now?
There's only so much you can do, though, right? I truly feel like with the state of Danish Counter-Strike right now, which has never been worse off, Peter. You should come back and you'd instantly be a top 3 player in Denmark because there's no good players around anymore, to be completely honest. BlameF is one of those few players who's still keeping it real. He's still trying his absolute best. You look at who he's playing with. He joined a big project who were nowhere to be found.
That's what I mean.
They were on the way to be completely irrelevant, and now he's slowly but surely built them up. Remember them during the major in Cologne as well. They did way better than people thought would have been possible. They come back as well, and Mirage being down 12-0 and all of a sudden coming back into that game. I feel like there's more positives coming out of BIG than there's negatives.
Sure.
But there's only so much you can do if you're BlameF, if you're playing with the players he's playing with. And that's not to say that the likes of Tapson, JDC, you name it, are bad players, are Fabian for that matter, but they're not players, they're not a team where I expect them to be top 10. I think where they're at right now is pretty admirable. That's a decent place to be at, getting invites to some of the decent tournaments, you name it. As you can see on the trending as well, it is going in the right direction. It's not like Bitcoin, it's not like the oil prices at the moment, Trace. It's actually looking quite decent for BIG.
Well, hold on, what did BTC do to get a little straight in there?
Come on.
It's been a tough relationship in that regard. All I'm saying is, BlameF in BIG so far, he's made them better. If he gets better players around him, I'm sure BlameF can do more.
But then, okay, do you realistically think that BIG would be able to attract players that is better than what they have right now?
No,
or is it,
absolutely not.
Or is it more of a case that if BIG continues the upwarding trend that they have right now, then their players will start getting poached?
No.
Don't you think that's going to be the case? Then, what are they left at?
Well, Tapson's been around for forever. Fabian has been around for forever. JDC has been around for forever. Griggs is maybe the only one where we don't know the true potential. I'll be honest, BIG is doing a good job at what they're doing right now. But if you look at the roster, where's the player that all of a sudden is going to elevate himself? Where's the player that all of a sudden is going to put a 0.1 to his rating on average and elevate that team? I feel like we get the most out of what they have to work with right now. And I'll be honest, unless some German talent comes up, maybe they have to start look elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, just as a reminder, this is a playoff qualification match, not a theoretical mismatch. This is where these two teams are stature-wise. For the side of Spirit is where we flip it to. I know that we'd love to talk about BIG, but truthfully, Spirit aren't necessarily in the most prettiest of situations we've seen them in either.
No, and I hate it for the sake of BIG. I actually like them a lot. I think BIG have done a great job. I think BlameF have done a great job as well already, highlighted. But this matchup, Peter, against Team Spirit, even as we described it, right? They're not looking necessarily too great in their games, but it's not that bad either. And even if Spirit is showing up with a B game or C game, that should still be enough to beat BIG. So I almost feel sorry for the BIG clan right now. They're up against a team that there should be no way to beat in a best of 3.
It's not fun, going out against Spirit in the lower bracket, knowing that if you lose this, then you're out, right? And ever since Spirit lost to GG How, everyone's just been thinking, I mean, obviously the result is bad, but then they're still gonna make it, right? Not having Spirit in a top 16, that would be a pretty bad result for them. And I think my big question and what I actually just want to see from this specific game is that I know what Donk brings and I know what Shiro can bring, but I'm still left in a question mark regarding the last 3 players. I want to see either Suntix or Tenir having one of those games where you're thinking, okay, that's the third star. That's the guy that you want to be relying on when the 2 others are either having a mediocre game or when something is missing. And I think that sometimes seems to be the issue. And then, sure, you also have a little bit with the coaches and everything, with Toffee coming in and Halley now taking more like an overview. He's want to give his players more freedom. Like, where's the system at for Spirit right now? That's my big question. They seem to be going a little bit in multiple directions right now.
It's the fact that the Donk show hasn't been enough. It's the fact that we've seen Donk play well so far this tournament. I think Freya
always plays well.
Always plays well. Freya asked him, how do you find your personal form at the moment? And Donk is satisfied, but he would rather win with his team, etc. And it goes back to this old conversation that we always had. How much do they rely on Donk's individual level to be a good team? Well, seemingly at this tournament so far, again, small sample size, don't want to make any sensations just yet, but he's playing well, and they're still looking to be struggling a little bit. So I agree with you, Peter, that there's more than one issue at hand right now for Team Spirit, and against an opponent like BIG, I mean, if you're Tenir, if you're Suntix, you should be able to establish a bit of dominance. You should be able to farm some confidence, Trace.
How about the Shiro side of things? In terms of an elite firepower with an AWP, as it's been prescribed, he's had some woeful experiences here. Hasn't necessarily gone the most fun of routes for him. But in terms of input in the server, what does he need?
I'm not worried at Shiro at all. I took a liberty of going and looking at some of his stats, and he has, I wouldn't say periods, that's wrong, but he had maybe a series or 2 back-to-back where he just seems to be not present, and I think that's what we're seeing. So I don't think this is untraditional for the likes of Shiro, but sure, against Yao, he looked completely out of it, right?
Yeah.
Sort of dropped the ball a little bit, And you also had a couple of instances when they played Luminosity where he would just miss uncharacteristic shots and just not really being the shooter that we know. But I know, and I've played against him, I've watched him play so much that I know what he brings to Spirit. And he is a very stable operator, and he can be one of the reasons to why he has also elevated the team. So I'm not worried at all for Shiro.
It's funny how recency bias works in Counter-Strike. A month and a half ago, Peter, you and I were talking about Shiro, playing well at the major, now also stepping up in playoff games, and that's the new look of the new Shiro, taking it a step further, and then he has 1.5 bad games here, and we're talking about, is there a potential crisis with Shiro? I'm with you. I think Shiro is a fantastic AWP player. I think he's a fantastic Counter-Strike player, and he's, at the very least, the GG How game, that was the anomaly, right? Making
That's what it is.
The amount of mistakes and being caught off guard. Even if he's having a game where he's not hitting his shots, he's never really making too glaring mistakes, and I expect that to be the old Shiro showing up today.
Yeah, the old Shiro show. Perhaps that's what we're looking for, because left a lot to be desired at some points. Of course, this lineup does a little bit as well, and I'm only saying that in terms of what we've already broached on a little bit in the coaching department for Spirit. Why is that being circulated? Why is that an idea right now about Holly potentially not hanging around?
Well, it's because they were doing so well when Softic came in, right? And he seemingly changed a bit of the approach within Team Spirit. One thing was the utility usage that he got a lot of credit for. Another one was Tenia, arguably playing a little bit better under the leadership of Softic. Again, could that be random? Could that be just the period where he was feeling comfortable, or did he specifically work with Tenia? It's tough to say for certain, but I think Peter was onto something when you described that we need the third star of this lineup to step it up and establish himself as being that player. And I think if Tenia is not up for that, if he's not going to find any more consistency, if he's not going to elevate his level of gameplay, I think the talent pool within the CIS region of Counter-Strike is so strong that at some point they'll start to wonder, should we give another guy a try?
And, it's also just like when you look at Falcons or look at Vitality, they have those 3 guys that shows up pretty much every single series and bring it, bring up the firepower and bring all the qualities that we sometimes might be lacking.
Well, Peter, I think it's time we bring the ruckus in the form of a veto. There are a couple things here that might overlap, but at least I'm thinking it's an ancient.
Yeah, potentially. I think both teams are willing to float, potentially play cash as well. If I'm Big Peter, why not go for it? Why not try to bring out a map where, Spirit have played it a little bit, but it's a new, uncommon ground and maybe a bit inconsistent.
Yeah, and with you actually get to see the fact that Big does go with cash, and it's a map that they have been willing to play, and it's fun to look at because it's one of those single teams that actually plays all 7 maps. So they actually turn their attention and spread out the resources to have a hopefully wider map pool, but maybe not as narrowed down to be as good. So cash in there, and the fact that then not notoriously we do get to see Dust 2 from Spirit. That has just always been like the map they always feel like going back to when they turn their attention to Vito. So not a big surprise.
No big surprise in that regard. I think the Dust 2 pick makes sense for Spirit. I like the fact that Big are picking cash. If anything, as an underdog team, Spirit have played the map a little bit, but you're not going to be consistently playing well at cash in the beginning every single time. There's always going to be new ways of countering each other, new metas, you name it, and that's how it develops when a new map is coming in.
And it also, it just speaks into maybe that Big find themselves a little bit of an underdog in this. Well, rightfully so, right? They need to try and challenge and test if Spirit can actually play cash.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, we have one map left here. Obviously, with Mirage still in there, I mean, the conversation around Ancient, we've begun that a little bit. So let's see, what is that third map?
I think we're left with, I actually was going to say we're left with Ancient, but that's not the case.
Mirage,
so we got cash
coming in there.
Nice.
We get cash, we get Dust 2, and then I guess we'll have to wait with Mirage until tomorrow.
That is just a strong prediction right there. You thought you were going to play it off like that, but speaking of play, let me tell you about our EWC play match pick'ems. That's right. At some point, I'm going to have to tell you and remind you, and that's going to be right. It's going to be right now. Check out this QR code. I've asked you a couple times. I might as well ask you one more time. You might even hear me say it again tomorrow. But in this moment, just scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to win. Because it's about the time where we get the game on itself. I'd ask these guys, but really, I think you've heard them yap enough. So let's do this thing. Let's get this game on. Let's see if Spirit can push Big around.
It's that big Spirit game that everyone's been talking about. There are playoffs on the line right now as Team Spirit and Big get ready to clash on cash in this best of 3. Lower bracket indeed. Saw a shaky Spirit on day one, lost to GG How in a best of one. And to be honest, Harry, I'd like to say that they came back stronger and they looked better in that BO3, but they barely limped over Luminosity on Dust 2, and that is their pick in the series today. I don't know what to expect from Spirit, but you know that Big are feeling fancy for an upset.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's this inescapable feeling that for Spirit, it's kind of time to lock the hell in and show the level that you've come to expect from this team, right? I think they've been very underwhelming across this EWC, and I feel like they know it too. See, before this game, Donksel smiles at least, which might give you a bit of a positive sign. But yeah, they're up against a Big that have been grinding, a Big that have been getting better, and slowly but surely gaining more and more attention. A Big that are making moves in the right direction. Thinking back to some of their games at the Major even, hell, they had some ludicrous matches. And you know the one I'm talking about more than any other. The big old comeback. But this is a resilient team, a team that's on the rise, a team that's trending upwards, one that you can't underestimate if you're Team Spirit, especially in the form they've been in here in EWC.
Yeah, and continuing off of the Open Qualifier, where these other Open Qualifier teams have kind of fallen flat on their face to a degree. You look at 100 Thieves, obviously eliminated as well. And GG How, who are not far away from that fate. K27 also lost to MIBR pretty clean. So by the end of this game, Big maybe the only one surviving, or will they join the fate of the three other Open Qualifier squads as Team Spirit, heavy favorites, rank 1 VRS team in the world right now? Absolutely have to show up. It's really hard to know what we're going to get, but with Cash in our not-so-distant future, that's
cool.
A lot of fun.
Like, the fact that we're going to Cash first.
Yeah, 2 games logged for Spirit, right? 1 online, 1 on LAN. 50-50. Too early to know, but a loss to FaZe, who have clearly tried to put it in their map pool. And of course, Big, 3 out of 4 wins. We saw them against Aurora in that opener. Really well-called game, to be honest, from Blame F. And 1 loss to G2 just the other day here in EWC. So, still a good track record for Big. Let's see if they can take on the big boys of Spirit.
All right, we got a T-side start for Big.
Ooh, didn't catch Faven up close, but it's fine.
Well, you remember my big prediction for Spirit day 1 of the tournament? I said I think Tania's going to have a good tournament. They would love to have access to him today. Donk, there's a lot of guys coming his way out towards middle, and it's Tabson ripping his head off. So Donk gone from this pistol. Tania followed up on 2, and Tabson's getting cheeky with it. Put this man back on Cash, and he's loving it.
You're joking. That's a ridiculous jump shot from the back of the side.
You know, this is an old boys map, Hugo.
That's true. Spirit don't have that experience necessarily, right? Certainly on most of these players would not have been playing professionally, or just weren't, back in 2019. Shiro was kind of on the come up. Donk was nowhere to be seen.
A child, I think, is the...
It's a better way of putting it. But, you know, on paper, a lot of reasons that Spirit should like this map. And with the Instaban being so clear, they were never going to avoid it. Full execute here for Big. Triple smoke comes down. Spirit do block main, but Big is still coming through.
Oh, rough for Tania. Haven't able to get past him and into this stack, sure, but you need these deagles to hit something. Shiro.
So like 5-7 would have been better there.
And so that's Magix and Zontic saving, you imagine.
We see a lot of different type of executes, right, on this map, with it being re-added with the skyboxes, you know, allowing anything over A. But that's a cool one for Big. You know, 2 backside smokes isolate those players, no support, because that's the thing about Cash. You're going to get really quick rotates, and one thing that we've seen a lot of these Cash games here at EWC is teams aren't really playing for middle on the CT side. They're getting their util in. Occasionally they'll go for a counter boost, they'll do something up close with SMGs, but for the most part it's one guy mid, get the nades in, get out, reinforce your bomb sites. Use mid for information only. And so with those smokes from Big, that rotate completely cut off. Clean entries, finds a 5 alive round.
I'd certainly argue that that kind of mirrors, you know, what we used to see from Cash back in the day, right? Like mid kind of an access point, but you don't really want to end your round in this, like through this position. You go there, you take a bit of space, but then you have your eyes set on an exec or something of the sort.
In the words of Henry G,
you can't plant in mid.
That's true. Many have tried. But we've had a Spirit player drop from the server.
I see admins over Shiro's shoulder.
He's back in. We're back live. Big believing at the start of this game, getting a little 3-0 run before the guns come out. Just an overwhelming hit there. Spirit have a good bit of utility.
All right, little run boost, do like that. Get you up for a mid-peak that much faster. This has kind of been Tabson's game thus far, and he's got pistols out in front of him over here towards B.
Well, he saw Magics there for a second, but holding vent with a bit of cover.
Hugo, you know me, I'm not our B lurker, but there's this little spam spot right over here. Would it get Zontix, or does he have to be further back by the barrel?
Yeah, further
right?
left.
Okay, yeah. So you do just have to go and clear that. He's got Molly, he's got util, and Big are in no rush. Papson just holding the extremities for a push, gonna lob in a bit of util over here towards B. And this will keep the attention of Team Spirit on the wrong side of the map.
No Big are going to have some good grenades in their repertoire here. Spirit are certainly hedging their bets, though, and they seem to be onto something. Triple B, staying in place. Heaven Smoke, or CT, still figuring that out. It looks like a Heaven Smoke. CT's already down.
All right, they're going into the stack, but they got this vent split, and that is going to blindside the hold. Oof. Nothing done for Team Spirit.
All right. Is smoke not a problem?
Tabson, he's loving it.
Dude, they are looking
absolutely loving it.
These two or three hits really we've seen. There's no space for any of these CTs, right? Big are all side by side on this hit. They timed that very well. Just overwhelming numbers on their bomb sites.
There's a reason.
I feel like Spirit are going to have to make some kind of play here coming into gun rounds.
There's a reason they call him Big Cash Money Tabson. 6-0, right off the rip.
We get a kill? No. Big have not lost a player in 3 rounds. 0 kills for Team Spirit coming into their first bye. That's got to feel good. Orbs out for Shiro. What's happening in mid? Donk gets a smoke in and quickly departs. No one on that highway box nade. Donk comes back in from car side. Big with their second HE, and Donk will eat that. Ouch. Well, hey, if you know Donk's going to be here, not a bad place to throw your nades. Vent boost denied with that. Zontix eats one as well. This is excellent utility. 4 HEs thrown by Big, 2 players at half.
They are learning to hate the Big utility very, very quickly. You said it yourself, you know, when you got Big in the server, they're going to have some creative ideas. There's a third nade onto the highway, and Donk decides, I'm done playing this position.
All HEs now used for Big. I'd say very worth it. But now they've got to group and go for this hit, and they're doing the same thing as the last round. Coming out middle, going for event split. No support from Donk. He's got to guess the right site here.
And he is making his way over. Looking to end up in the right place. Still, Zontic's in this forward position.
Hello.
Double cleared. They weren't ready for Donk. He just gets a shooting gallery. 3 players out in the open. Sure, he's going to burn. But it's given Team Spirit a fighting chance in the round. You're looking at Blame F and Grix. And with Blame holding on for this vent rotation, he gets the kill he's waiting for.
And if you're Donk, you're just wondering, what more do I need to do, really? No one gets a single kill in their position. Donk comes out with 3 frags. Shura's showing us angles we've never seen before, but none of them will let him back in the round. In fact, they're hunting this AWP as well, so got to be very, very careful here. Luckily, Blame's got backup highway, so Shura looks like he'll survive. But I think they know where he is. Oh, oh God. Not a reassuring start. Well, Big clearly looking well prepped to start this game. Just the fact that their whole first gun round is just, we're going to use 5 HEs and nobody's going to die before we've done that. And sure, they kind of overlooked Donk, surprisingly, considering mid was empty. Where is that 3rd player? Where is that rotation player? But even a triple kill in B doesn't stop Big.
เปลี่ยนหลังมาถึงก็ 4-0 เลยเหรอ
Spirit, it's time for someone else to get a
The
kill.
fuck
Yeah.
มาถึงก็เล่นงานอย่างนั้น
4 CTs here, 5th on the way.
ด่านแคชด้วย
All right, surely someone else from Spirit gets on the board now. Donk again bullied by Util. Oh, Donk with a multi-kill, doing everything.
That's got to be
ดองเก็บ 3 ครับผมแต่ดองเก็บ 4 ไม่ได้ฮะเรียบร้อยแล้วซอนติก 5-0 ไปเลย เปิดมากูเจอสปิริต 5-0 นี้แป๊บนึงก็ไปหยิบน้ำก่อนได้ไหม
This is crazy.
Make sure no one ever sees this.
Dude, I mean...
We're 5 rounds in, but...
No, it is too good to be...
Everyone's like had a chance, let's say.
Yeah, you could say that. That was into it. Full stack with HE on the main smoke. Donk's on 30 health before he sees someone. How the hell... Like, you can laugh at the other players having trouble, but how does he get 3 kills again? How does he do it? Built different, man. Donk 6 and 5. Everyone else 0. And Big, they're going into stacks and they are getting out easily.
And dude, you can see like the comfortability, right? These executes have been brutal. The idea that you're bringing players down to 30 HP, 40 HP in your exec before you even have to fire a bullet is just massive for Big.
Grix's AWP is out now. We're seeing an attempt at mid-control here for Spirit. Donk boosting Magics up over Sandbags. He's going to play close to the vent. Bit of spam for Big. I'm aware there could be an AWP pre-flashing the B side.
This is a bit more of a standard CT setup too. You go for the double mid control, get a player in the vent, so you got that faster B rotation, and then it kind of frees Donk up to roam over towards A. Now you almost get to play 2-3 on each of these bomb sites, and you still have eyes on mid to react.
มาไงอาจารย์ขอบคุณครับคุณท็อปคุณณัฐพงศ์ผมว่าเงียบดิงงจัด
Okay, Blame looks into the flash, but the fact that they're flashing
it's
that,
good.
They're so methodical.
ไม่ได้เลยดัน
Not
แค
as
ส
pretty as maybe you would have hoped, but no punish here. Late highway nades again. Donk is a little further back, but he still takes 30. One more. It does miss. Donk gets out for now. Molly pushes Magics back to B. They can't catch him on his reroutes. Grix has the line. The Spirit smoke it out. 30 seconds, Big. You're going to have to go back into this B
วัยรุ่น
split.
Gen Z ไม่รู้จักดันแคสเลยแท็บเซนก็บอกว่าสายไปครับแท็บเซนการแมจิกลงต่อครับ
All right, Zontic needs a multi-kill here.
ผมก็เพิ่งเคยพลาดด่านนี้หมายถึงว่าตอน CS2 ซอนติครับซานเจดีจีครับด้านฝั่งกรีกครับเก็บจนดองไปได้แล้วก็เบรมฟรีครับอัดชิโร่ลงต่อเหลือแค่ที่เนี่ยเรียบร้อยครับ
And Big still flawless at 6-0.
It's a beautiful game out of Big. You've got to be loving everything you're seeing if you're a Big fan right now. They are playing these rounds down to the final 30, doing some really nice executes. The util is great. The trading is fine. There's nothing going wrong now for Big. Grix hitting his shots as well. Just an excellent beginning.
รุ่นเจนซีไม่ไหวแล้ววะผมคนง่วงเลยครับ
Spirit going to start making plays. They've been very
แต่วันนี้คงไม่ได้เปิดรีรันนะ
Big have proven that if you give them the room,
เพราะว่า
they're going to abuse it.
พักเครื่องเราเนี่ยไม่ได้ปิดมาหลายวันแล้ว
The box idea here. If you just play these standard rounds, as we've now seen 6 times over, Big are more than ready to deal with it. Right, we said going into that last one, it's a bit of a standard mid-take.
เสื้อไม่เหมือนลิควิดจัด
Big have all the util to deal with that. They're not worried about the standard plays. You kind of have to try and catch them off balance here.
I mean, Big are aware of this as well. Look, their blame is holding the boost in middle.
They brought more people over to get naded.
Good one. Nice Molly, man. Magix has to move. They try and bail him out with smoke, but Blame's over the top and the call's been
เบรมโผล่มาโฉบง่ายๆกับแมจิกเสียงมันไม่หลุดเลยเนี่ยโดนแฟดโดนอะไรหรอวะงงจัดเลยฮะมาจากลูปแบบง่ายๆครับผ่านคอนเนคเตอร์มาด้านฝั่งดองครับเก็บด้านฝั่งเบรมเอฟได้เหลือคนเดียวบอกในไซส์กันนี้ทางด้านฝั่งซอนติกโดนเคลียร์ง่ายได้ครับทีเนี้ยลวงไปอีกหนึ่งครับผมทางด้านฝั่งชิโร่เก็บทับเส้นได้ต่อครับเช็คมา1ทีปาดเจโร่ครับเก็บกริกส์ได้อีกทีนะครับเอาแล้วฮะชิโร่ให้ครับหลังจากที่0-6มาเป็น2-6ไม่ได้ครับชิโร่แล้วเอาดองครับจังหวะพีคคู่ครับปิดทางด้านฝั่งเขาไม่ลงฮะ
I mean great try from Shiro the HE to put the smoke up in Grix's face does get him the kill that opens the round but not going to win this one as Big just sit back in the bomb site. That's the first time they've really been tested in this game.
ปีนมาง่ายๆ
come out absolutely fine with
เสียงไม่หลุดบ้างเลย
7-0 indeed.
มาจากลูปเดินมาปาดครับนั่งอยู่หน้าคอนเนคเตอร์อย่างงี้
If you were expecting a stomp today, I don't think you were expecting it this way. They're going out mid this time. Going quick as well. Magix has no help.
Oh, the util
สโมกปิดกระบอกเกลือไปแล้วทางด้านฝั่งนี่ครับแมจิกโอ้ยเจอกรีกสโมกซอยไปกับดอง
They're just setting such a lethal precedent around middle.
โอ้มาจากกาลาดครับทางด้านฝั่งทีเนียเก็บแล้ว JDC ได้มือเด็ดเข้าเต็มหัวต่อครับไหวหรือเปล่าทางด้านฝั่งไฮเวย์จุกยิงรัวครับ
One HE Molly left, but it's gone back to
ไปแล้วแซนแบ็กตอนนี้คุมไว้กับแมจิก
Spirit look like they want to bring more men over to fight middle. Zontix util could go a long way here, so deep nade, Molly to follow, good kill on
ซอนติครับผมเนี่ยสวยครับแล้วก็มอลลี่ครับไล่ท่านฝั่งเบรมไปครับ
B has been lost in the downtime, so Big still have a
มาแล้วครับเข้ามาแล้ว
4v2
ยังไม่จบพอดู
best position Team Spirit have been in this entire game. A Big gonna keep it flawless, or the Spirit finally get on the board. You're telling yourself this has got to be enough.
มาแบบนี้เห็นขอบแล้วกรีกครับปิดไม่ลงครับเฉยเลยฮะแล้วก็คุมบอมไซด์ครับอยู่ด้านฝั่งตัวของ B ฮะ
Timing could get the better of him here because that vent play is coming very, very late. Tania not the first to play. Line held by Griggs, swing and a miss. Tapson's got his back.
หลังนี้ครับแทบเซนครับแทบเซนเก็บ2แทบเซนเก็บที่เก็บ3ครับมาแล้วดีใครใจไม่ได้ของท่านสปีดครับขึ้นมาเป็น 1-7 ครับโอ้โดนบุกไป7เลยวะสปิริตอะไรวะเนี่ยวัยรุ่นเจนซีครับไม่รู้จากด่านแคสเพิ่งมาดูว่า70เนี่ยโดนเนี่ยการพักผ่อนเนี่ยเพียจัดเลยตอนแรกผมจะนอนนะผมแล้วเปิดทิ้งไว้ให้คนดูแบบดูอย่างเงี้ยดูแบบไม่มีผมพากนะเดี๋ยวผมดูก่อนแล้วกันแมป2ไหวหรือเปล่าง่วงจัดเลยเนี่ย
2 spawn cloud smokes. One for the front of B. Oh, it's very nice indeed. It's going to get
สโมกกดไว้ครับ
more space.
แขนโผล่แวบครับบอลนี่กริกลงไปต่อ
Molly locks out Griggs. He
เจอ
just
มอรีปิดไว้ครับเนี่ยทางด้านฝั่งกริกอ้าวชิโร่ล่วงครับ
Tries to peek from high. Griggs hits
สะบัดไปสวยครับผม
Zontics holds
เจอฝั่งซันรูมเลงเข้ามาบอกส่วนซอนติก็สวยครับฝั่งแท็บเส้นไปครับ
back on this site.
แท็บเส้นไม่ง้างมานานไปแล้วครับมาจากบีเมนครับ JDG เก็บนั่นซอนติกลงได้หลังจากบีฮอมาซันรูมครับไปที่บีเมน
If JDC just keeps walking with this in, like that's the round. Spirit on the wrong side of the map. They're going to add all the little bells and whistles, but this is overkill. They've got the site.
เหมือนจะเข้าเช็คในซ้ายแล้วครับ
Here and the rotates are arriving.
Never be sure. Where is Donk is the question right now, but he's back in spawn. That Molly. Oh, there's an angle here for Magix. Maybe he can kill this
ลง
cross.
อยู่เช็คครับ
JDC given the bomb and just makes
Magic
it.
เห็นแล้ว
Crisis averted.
ตอนนี้ก็แพลนไปก่อนครับ
I think Spirit knows
ใน
this
ด้าน
one.
ตรง
He's
ส
too
เปรย์ครับ
far
ผม
gone. I would say, do you agree with me here? B-side Cash is very hard retake. Like, got to be one of the hardest in the game. So it feels. It's not quite Dust 2B, but
I think it depends. Like in some like if you have util, yes, it's
ก็น่าจะ
like
เซฟกับทางด้านฝั่งสปีดครับ
have util,
ได้มาแต้มเดียวแล้ว
yes,
เซฟ
then
เลย
they're able to lock off a bunch of the choke points, but
even just coming out vent though, like you say a 3v3, you know.
แล้วนุ่นเจนซีไม่รู้จักด่านแคสเนี่ยแล้วทำไมไม่แบนวะมันแพ้ด่านแคสบ่อยมากทีมสปีดเนี่ย
Flank not that strong unless
อยาก
you
จะ
play
ปลดล็อก
super
อ่ะ
late. I've just seen teams struggle a lot getting back into B in even scenarios.
เหมือนมันทำรัศมีระเบิดใหม่ทางด้านฝั่ง CS ถ้ามีแบบสิ่งกีดขวางอะไรก็เบาลงเรื่อยๆ เหมือนไหลเป็นช็อคเวฟไปอย่างเงี้ยไม่ใช่แบบเป็นคุมมือที่แล้ว
Okay, another full buy here off the save. Shira gets his AWP. It's a shame. Shira had the line last round. If he stayed on it, he's going to win that fight. But he goes
jumps
back
up,
out
like
to jump up.
Towards the
อ๋อเลือกพลิกได้นะ
Shroud would not be proud now.
พลิกมาเช็คนั่นลูฟครับดองโดนเน็ตเข้าหน้าผม
We started this series saying like this is the time for Spirit to
ก่อ
try
น
and
แล้วตรง
level
เดิ
in
น
and
ฝั่ง
lock
ไฮ
in
เว
a
ย์
little bit from their weak performances. Safe to say they're not doing that. This is an all or nothing game.
I'm just shocked the Spirit is still playing.
Magic บีบมันด้านหน้านะครับ
It's been so
จะ
clear
ได้ตัว
this
ของ
whole
ฝั่ง
game
การา
from
ถอย
round
ไป
one.
ครับ
They're
ที่เป็น
like abusing this position. They
think
just
so.
need 2 more players with names.
สโมกปิดโฮไว้เรื่อยๆครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งบีเมน
Like one of the big problems I guess Big are trying to cause right with this
JDG
punishing
การา
util
เรื่องนี้
in middle. They're trying to make it feel like you can't play anywhere.
ส
But
โม
you
ก
can't
คุม
give
ครับ
up
ทางด้าน
mid.
ฝั่งตัวของการารัว
Especially not because Big have been using it right in these B splits.
นี่เป็นสโมกมาครับปิดทางด้านฝั่งคอนเนคเตอร์ไว้
And what do you actually do if you don't play the highway box? You don't feel like
เมื่
you
อ
can play
เปิด
close
เด็ด
either
มาดอง
because
นี่โดน
the
เนต
mollies
แบบไม่หยุดครับ
Third HE on
ไม่หยุดจ
highway.
ริงๆครับจะตายครับดอง
Big better be checking their UD on the scoreboard every round because they know that.
แล้วดองถอยมาที่ A
You're
ครับ
probably feeling it when you go into bomb sites and everyone's just dying in one bullet.
Yeah.
You
จะอ
know
อกทางด้าน
your
ฝั่ง A
util is
เมนหรือเปล่าครับ
effective.
Okay, it's an A
ฝั่
stack.
ง
The
ตัว
Spirit
ของ
lost this before.
JDG
Donk is here. So is the AWP at quad. Watch Donk somehow multi-kill his way out of this position.
Full exec.
แฟดเข้า execute ค
All
รับ
the util streaming in.
โฟกลิฟต์มาลงต่อยชิโร่ตัดด้าน JDG ได้ครับ
That's let Donk slip back.
ดอง
but
ตอน
they're
นี้
scaling
คุม
up.
อยู่ครับ ด้านนี้เลือดไม่พอจริงๆครับดองแทบเส้นกันเป็นต้องได้ต่อฮะ
Gets dissolved. Zontix does have a bit of a
That's
forward
Zontic ครับ
position here. No one's ready for this, so Zontix
ไหล
might
ขึ้นมาบอกว่า
have something up his sleeve.
บาโคนี่เก็บ2ได้ซอนติครับแค่นั้นแหละ
Punished, but he's got it
เหลือ
down.
แค่แมจิกครับตอนนี้1-1กันครับแล้วก็เป็นนั้นฝั่งฟาเว่นครับเก็บแมจิกได้ครับ
Favin deletes him.
Despicable shot from Favin. Locked in.
วัยรุ่น Gen Z
but
ไม่ไหวกับ
that
ด่านแคส
fourth
จริง
kill, There's no way he's ready for Magic's that far away.
ทำเอาครั้งที่2เลยครับ
Absolutely rips his face off.
สีหน้าคาตาออกหมดแล้วตอนนี้ทางด้านฝั่งทีมสปีดครับ
What happens? They have a stack
โดน
in
ไป
the right
9-1 ครับ
place. They get double smoked. Don gets repositioned with Molly. He goes to help Shiro backside. Shiro gets mollied. Then he gets flashed. Then Dong, he's holding the right angle and
ราย
Favin
การนี้
jumps
ใคร
over the
แต่งครับ
top.
ไม่รู้ว่านกเขียวมั้ง
Just can't get a read on any of these site hits. They've had stacks in the right place
น่าจะนกเขียว
numerous times, and they've got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
These are excellent executes from Big.
I kind of hope we see Spirit go back to aggression over towards A. It's like the only time they've had any semblance of map control was on the back of that A push, and they kind of threw it away themselves, right? It's not like Big did anything crazy to go and retake that space.
Look at that.
Right now, the map feels so small for Team
สุดแบน
Spirit.
Inferno ตลอดไปบวกกับ Ancient ด่านเก่งของ Big เหมือนกันเลือกสู้แคสสงสัยอยากได้ความมั่นใจเลือกซ้อมมา
And this B site and any of the pushes have always gotten punished. So it kind of feels like
แม่ง
A's
แพ้
your
ด่าน
only
แคส
option.
แบบไม่หยุดก็ยังจะสู้วัยรุ่นเจนซีอะ
Let's push forward with Donk.
วัยรุ่นเจนซีไม่ไหวกับด่านแคสหรอกเดี๋ยวเจอ Copperstone
Still gets naded.
Copperstone ไม่มาที
Catch a break, can you?
I couldn't even tell you how
ชิโร่ล็อกไว้ครับที่ด้านฝั่งไอ้
I like
กา
this
ลาด
angle though. It's a good way of putting
แง้
it
ม
on
มาครับ
play, but Blame is, of course, for some reason
ไปแง้ม
holding
เขาครับ
that.
ชิโร่
It's a
โอ้โห
perfect line.
เจอ
That's
เบล
a
มเอฟเข้าไปครับ
frustrating death to give up for Shiro.
แล้วก็ผ่านมาที่ซันลู
I think it's a
กับ
good
แฟน
play
ฝั่ง
given
บีเมน
how much has gone down in
ก็
this
บี
game.
ครับบี
but
มีคุมอยู่2นะครับ
just
เตรียม
punish it. Look at this
execute ครับ
one flash pop in.
เปิดมาจังหวะนี้ครับทางฝั่งแฟตสโมก execute มาครับโดนแฟตตัวเองว่าซอนติกแล้วนี่ครับซอนติกครับเก็บจนแทบเส้นได้
Caught out of position, right? That's a
แต่ซอน
silent
ติก
beat
ก็
pop.
โดน
So
JDG
they have
แก้
an
มา
advantage.
โดน
Walk
แฟต
close
จาก
mate
กริสช่วยเช่น
with a
กัน
flash and a molly on the same time.
And dude, don't you just feel
เหลือ
how
แค่ดองเท่านั้นที่นี่ครับ
claustrophobic
ไม่รู้
that
จะทำอะไรครับ
B
ตอนนี้
site? It's a very
จะไปจบ
tight setup to run having two players, especially when you're against a team that have just been running execs, right? You were at the full
แง้มมา
mercy
เก็บ
of
อัปเปอร์แล้ว
Util.
ฮะ
You saw
ทางด้านโดของฝั่งที่นี่ฮะ
Zontix and Magic is kind of tripping over each other in the bomb site as they try and separate. That's actually where Big find the first kill. Spirit just look a little lost right now. Like,
โอ้ย
you're seeing
ดอง
Big
ครับ
with
ตัด
all
เฟเว่น
these
ได้บอกตรง
ideas.
กลางครับ
The game's just flowing.
ด้านมิด
Everyone's hitting their shots. They feel like they can't do anything wrong.
แล้วดองถอยกลับด้านซีดีสปอร์ตเลยนะครับ
From this look, you know, don't have any degree of comfortability.
It's also nice because it's showing that Cash can, you know, a lot of people would expect this to be kind of a brainless aim map, but Big is showing how much thought can go into these rounds. It's not just the calling, like doing good rounds at good times, but it's how much setup these rounds are getting, how much damage they're doing early, how scared they're making Spirit, they're making them play double B bomb side out of spawn. Just a brutal round on B again. And Magic's 0 and 9. How are you meant to get a read right now? It's 10-1 down. I think we all can feel this game is kind of over.
ฝั่งนั้นก็
But Spirit must play on.
กูต้องบูสต์ไว้ก่อนครับ
Try and find this one last round of the half. Deep main smoke. A lot of teams been using this, but Big don't care. They just cross through.
ชิโร่ครับหลายช็อตเสร็จแล้วฝั่งแท็บเส้นไปครับจะบุกทางด้านตัวของฝั่ง A ไว้ฮะ
The advantage still with Spirit rotates arriving.
ฟรีกี้มาไปหรือเปล่าเบรมเอฟเกมนั้นชิโร่กับแมจิกสวนนั้นเบรมเอฟมาได้ฮะ
Over the top of this
เหลือ
smoke.
กริสเท่าตอนนี้กริสคนเดียวครับ 1-3 ไม่ไหวครับเจอบาโคนี่ครับยิงจ่อไปแมจิกกับเกมนั้นกริสได้จบ 12 ครับ
2 kills for Magics there just at the end of the half.
สลับฝั่งกันไปครับผม
Killless half of Counter Strike. Still not pretty for Spirit.
ครึ่งแรกโดนไป
You do feel like that one is just big kind of
เสื้อไม่เหมือนลิควิดจัด
the score. They go through
ที
the
มเดียวกันหมด
smoke.
เนี่ย
They could have cancelled a couple of times. They still commit.
ทีมบิ๊กเนี่ย
Maybe a bit cocky there. I'm going to forgive them at a 10-2
เด็กๆทำ
half.
กราฟฟิตี้จากเฮเว่น
It's a
ทั้ง
beautiful
นั้น
half of CS from Big on this
ตรง
T
สเปร
side.
ย์แล้วฮะเจ๋วจัด
Spirit, you know, if they have anything, it's now even the time to show it.
พรุ่งนี้พาคู่ไหนมาดอทแล้วครับ
The Spirit's pick in this series.
ดอทคู่แรกเนี่ยฟอลคอนนะ
And while you want to hold a lot of faith for that, it's a
ส่วน CS ไม่รู้เลยต้องรอดูตาราง
Spirit struggled against
ดอทฟอลคอน
Luminosity.
VG สปิริตลิซิเลียน
So I'm
LGD ยัน
gonna
เด็ก
say
ครับ
today of all days, there's no
ยัน
guarantees
เด็ก
in
ก็
this game.
คู่ท้ายเลย
Donk's smiling away like he's been told he's won the lottery or
กู
something.
สตรีมมากี่โมง17 ชั่วโมงแล้วเนี่ยกูสตรีมมาเนี่ย
Cry.
I mean,
แบงค์มากวันนี้สวัสดีแมทแคทครับสวัสดีครับฮานาสวัสดีครับ
Worst time, but
ไทยเลด
it's
คน
fine.
มาเนี่ย
It's
สวัส
fine.
ดี
Their
แคนนี่
numbers overboost.
สวัสดีบ๊อบ สวัสดี
Spirit
แบ
seem
ร์
very
เป็นไร
ready for that for some reason. They just walk close middle. Maybe
Dong
they've done that
satหัว
round before. Spirit full punish. 3v2. Julies are alive.
พอสโมกมาบอกทีนั่นฝั่งไฮเวย์
we say also ending rounds through mid can get real scary. There's a reason why a lot of squads don't do it.
ดองครับผมล็อกแลดเดอร์ไปก่อนนะเป็นฝ่ายบุกมากครับตอนนี้ชนะพิสตอลลาวหรือเปล่าครับ
Spirit jump in.
All right.
เจอดูออปเปอเรต้ามาเบรมเอฟไม่ไหวก็ดองเฮดช็อตไปครับ
It's relieving.
USPS มาบอกเหลือกริกคนเดียวครับ
And you'd like to think
บนหัวบาคอนี่มี
here
ฮะ
in a 3v1.
เช็คตรงเยลโล่ไม่เห็นครับ
Magic's
แม
with
จิก
a
ครับเฮดช็อต
clean
เดียว
kill
ใส่ครับ
to close.
ท่านฟังกริกล่วงไป
Say this about Spirit. They sometimes, they'll get themselves kind of amped up or pumped up using
มีใครฮอปกันครับมันฮอปได้เหรอเกมภาค
And
สอ
I
ง
think when Magix gets dealt a straight up disrespectful A hit in the final
แล้ว
round
ก่อน
of the
ว่า
half,
พี่ชาย
that's
คน
where
อยาก
they
ดู
get
ดอง
to.
ครับก็เลยแถมให้
Because
ก็
they're
ดู
going to turn to the guys and say like, okay, now we reckon. It would be after a round like that.
I mean,
now they've got the pistol. Let's see.
It's times like these
Jury's out.
where you say like, okay, guys, they're overconfident. Watch out for it.
Yeah, exactly.
They are going to try ego us here.
Like, getting beaten up by a team that's playing super tactically just seems to be more comfortable, have a bigger depth. That's one thing. But the moment they get overconfident, now you want to beat them.
You're buying in very early. Let's see if you're onto something. Big with a force buy. And they can kind of stem any bleeding here by just winning this round straight up. B stack in play though. Spirit destined for A.
ผมบายครับนี้
Unless this is a fake out from Tanir, but heavy in middle and heavy up high.
ดึงใช้นี่ครับทางด้านฝั่งตัวของสปิริตฮะสโมคครับผมคุมกันไปครับที่ทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวอิเล็กโทร
It's just nobody home to stop it.
บูซิมาบอกจะโฟกลิฟเช็คไปครับใต้บล็อกนี่ไม่มีฮะทับเส้นครับผมเตรียมอ้อมเข้าหลังเสียงหลุดเยอะนะครับ
My, what is
ทับ
going
เส้น
on?
Oh my goodness.
อุ้ยชิโร่ครับหันมาโดนทับเส้นพอดีครับ
Much room there.
ทับเส้นหรือว่าทับเส้น
It's a
ตอน
cool
นี้
way of clearing A from Spirit.
ฝั่งด้านกรีกครับว่าไง
You know they've been working on this map as well,
Suntics.
so let's see your audition tape on this T side.
เหมือนจะแพลนไปแล้วครับน่าจะเซฟครับด้านตัวของบีมบิกเซฟเลยนะฮะอุตสาหะบายมาในบางส่วน สมอลบายมา
That would go kind of hard right now. 3 players in Sunroom.
อยู่กันยาวๆตรงซันรูมครับ3 คนครับมอลลี่เปิดมาครับทำการสโมกปิดไวเนตเข้ามาต่อครับไม่โดนกลางตัวนั้นฝั่งตัวฟาเวน
Not worth dying for that.
ซอนติกจะบีบครับโดนนวดไป
Big no comebacks of any magnitude are possible. They know better than most. Gonna need to lock in come this
ดู
first
วา
go
นี้
round.
สโมกครับ
Really hope that's not the thought they're
ผ่าน
having.
มาคอนเทคเตอร์ตรงกลางตรงต่อฮะยิงกดไปไว้เบลม
That's nice for Blame
MP9 ระยะนี้ครับผมส่วนนั้นแมจิกไปดองครับแก้ขึ้นมาได้ครับ AKM AK47
So bomb A.
Oh, Tabs.
ทับเส้นครับผมเข้าหลังมาตอนนี้
He was so
อุตส่าห์
excited
พุชออกมา
when
จาก
Tash
นั่น
came
ตัวของ
back.
ฝั่งเอเมนไปที่เอลองครับ เข้าหลังมาครับเนียนๆเลยครับ
pair of shoes, you just love it. You slip
เข้า
right
หลัง
in,
มา
already
เนียน
broken
ๆครับ
in,
ตรง
you
นี้
know the map so well.
เข้าทางหลังมาครับ
Look at
มีด
this
แล้ว
for Tabson.
โอ้ยยังได้ครับทับเส้นครับโอ้โห
Double kill
เกือบ
on
ไป
the
แล้วฮะ
backstab.
Well, it's
นึกว่าจะ
Berlin
โชว์มีดซะหน่อยแต่
International
2 คนจะ
Gaming.
เกินไปครับ
Card there. It's only cash for Tabson.
ไม่มีคนเช็คลางแล้วตอนนี้กลายเป็นว่าได้เปรียบแล้วบอมดรอปด้วยครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งทีมสปิริตครับ
This comeback they were hoping for. Maybe out the window.
ดองไหลเข้ามาครับตอนนี้
2K from Tabson.
Tabson holding the
ไหล
door.
เข้ามาครับผม1 แชมป์ครับแล้วดองได้2ครับใครจะเอากับดองล่ะฮะ
All right.
แต่โลจัดเลยครับดองครับเพื่อนมาซัพพอร์ตช่วยทันหรือเปล่าซอนติก
Bomb still down over here in main.
ฝากมาปืนครับเป็นนั้นฝั่งจะเปิดให้เพื่อนครับแม็กเทน
paranoid because they've given up a lot of the map elsewhere. So they've only left
แล้ว
one
เกือบ
guy
จะได้
on
ครับ
the
ผม
bomb.
ทางด้านฝั่งกรีซ
Donk dead, it's onto
แล้วทางฝั่งซอนติกครับผมได้กรีซมาต่อครับ
into this 1v1.
Don't have time to rotate out. He's checking his
น่าจะ
flank,
โร
but
เทต
20
บิ๊กโร
seconds
เทต
here.
ไปครับ
What's
ที่
the
ทางด้าน
play
ตัว
for
ของฝั่ง
Zontex?
บีฮะ
Really?
นี่ครับเฮฟวี่โรเทตไปที่บีครับ
Through the vent. Through the vent.
ทันหรือเปล่าวะเนี่ย
Don't know about this.
อ๋อทันอยู่ครับ
Close. Stop watch out.
ต้องวิ่งแบบไม่ต้องเช็คเลยฮะ
All right. He knows his
โอ
timing.
เคครับ
Well
เว
played.
ลาเหลือฮะ
Oh, even goes for the
โอ้
ideal
ย
spot and everything.
No, respect.
All right.
Respect.
ลงไปที่บีดีฟอลครับตรงนี้
And now he's got a 1v1. Fabin can't
แล้วก็
quite believe
พุช
that
ออก
the
ไป
bomb's
อีก
gone
ฝั่ง
down.
หนึ่งเจอพอดีครับซอนติครับโอ้โห
Spirit are building in the right direction.
เอาละครับ5 ต่อ 10ครับผมได้มันกันต่อครับตัวนี้
Look at that clutch. That's
Dude,
a
I'm telling you,
2v4.
you lose around. Sorry, you win around when big get too big for their boots, and like that's the team you want to be. Think about how many times you've been there yourself. You go, or anyone watching at home, you're playing a game, you're getting wrecked, you're kind of just on autopilot. But then they do something that's like, they're really disrespecting us now. They're really trying to rub salt in the
มีแต่
wound.
ทับเส้นมีแต่ทับเส้นนะตอนนี้
You really want to beat them. You refocus.
Man, what a call for Zontex.
ให้ K1 ออฟครับทางด้านของฝั่งทีมสปิริต
Massive 3K.
มาบูสเข้าไปในเว้นครับมอลลี่มาไล่ครับจะแตกเอาครับทางด้านฝั่ง JDG ถอยก่อนฮะ
Not yet falling off, but they're shaky.
เดซันเข้าไปครับที่บูส
Squeaky.
ไม่มีครับอยู่ในซันรูม2ครับแล้วก็ทางฝั่งนะ
The scoreline should.
ลองหนึ่งฮะ
Slow and steady here for Spirit.
ลองทรีเอเมนครับบูสขึ้นไป2 คนแล้วตอนนี้
I mean, utility fans, just download this demo, please, because about every nade in the world has been thrown.
ขอบคุณคุณวชิรวิทย์ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับคุณวชิรวิทย์ขอบคุณครับจะทำการ execute หรือเปล่าแฟตสโมกมาดีครับเบมเบฟครับบอกโดนไปครับท่านฝั่งแมจิกเข้าต่อดองครับเกมนั้นฟาวเห็นได้ครับดองกดไป16เลยดองแบกไม่รู้จะแบกไงเอาเลยครับ
That was hard for Spirit. You know, the execute is nice, but it's not like they're going in
execute ดีครับจัดการทางด้านฝั่งไอตัว B side ไปครับแล้วก็เซฟเลยครับ
Geese
กับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งไอแท็บเซน
They do some damage on Donk, but Spirit get out very clean.
ตามควายยาวแล้วตอนนี้
Up to 6 now.
จาก1 ต่อ 102 ต่อ 10เป็น5 ต่อ 10เป็น6 ต่อ 10นะ
The same trouble Spirit did in that first half. Even when they're in the right place, they can't stop these hits.
เดี๋ยวยังมีเวลาแก้ตัวมีโอกาสได้กันได้เรื่อยๆครับ
I think you kind of had to credit for Big in that first half was the
ดันบุกเลย ใช่เหรอ
depth of the ideas they had. They had a lot of
แต่
thoughts.
รูเข้ามันก็เยอะอยู่นะตรงมิด
Tricks up their sleeve. You're going to want to showcase something like that soon on this CT side.
Well, yeah, because our problem with Spirit CT is they didn't do anything, right? They just kind of sat highway. They let themselves get naded.
โดนทำเอาครับบิ๊กครับ
Was
เก
the
มแรก
squeaky door push from Tabson. Now, sure, that's on like an eco, and he feels a bit of a degree of freedom to go for something like that. You don't really want to risk these limited gun rounds on a timing squeaky door push per se, but something aggressive just to own a portion of the map would be a great place to start. So let's see if Big are feeling that too. They call a tack timeout here, because this is not the team spirit that were red in the face, 10-1 down with only Donk getting any kills.
They were laughing at halftime. Now I'm starting to see why.
Like I can imagine the exact phrasing of Magic's turning to the gang. Okay, now we
win. Oh,
well,
sick for Magix.
He would use the worse language, I think. But yeah, Magic's in with an opening. JDC gone.
That was cool. That's a boost over. Luckily for Big, that molly misses. Are they going to boost up? Bigger counter boosting.
อุ้ยบูทคอมแอร์มาแล้วอ่ะ
Oh, blame in this position. He's not like going for the flank, but he is in a very
จะไปอยู่
strong
ตรงนั้นฝั่ง
spot.
ไงเนี่ย
They're still mulling over boost as well.
บาโคนี่ชับบี้ครับ
Will miss. But I like that Big have done this. Very cheeky. Could this be the
มอลลี่
position
มา
that
ปิดครับฝั่ง
catches
ทับ
them
เส้น
free
แบบ
kills? Magic's out middle. You'll clear low. You
แม
won't
จิก
clear
พีก
high.
มาผมเช็คลงต่อทางฝั่งไวบอกกับรับเบลมเอฟนี่ไง
He's going to try and escape here.
เจแอบบูทคอมแอร์ก็บอกแล้วเอ้าอยู่ที่เดิมก็ดีแล้วไปพีกใส่เขาที่นี้ส่วนนั้นเบลมเอฟมาส่วนซอนติครับจ่อเข้าบีไปเรียบร้อยครับ ไปคุมทางด้านตัวของฝั่งไอ้มิดซะเยอะนะครับล่วงไป
Play was there for big, but Spirit react
ก็
quickly.
ได้แพลนมาครับผมมาเป็น7-10ก็ตอนนี้ for sure
Same 2 save again.
จุดจินไว้
The closer you get to a tie game as well, the less freedom you feel like you have, right? Risking on like a
ผมอาจจะเบอร์นิดนึงนะคนดู
aggressive setup where you're trying to get in their face
ตื่นมาพลาดตั้งแต่
like the boost.
7-8 โมง
good while you're leading and you've got rounds to
เนี่
play
ย
with.
17 ชั่วโมงแล้วคนดูเว้ย
Those rounds are gone. And if this ends up getting more passive and kind of more standard for big, you do get nervous. รู้ว่าเปิดรีรันไปเดี๋ยวเก็บชั่วโมง
Round
สู
by
ง
round.
ไว้รอบหน้าแล้วกันวันนี้เดี๋ยวพักคอมเดี๋ยวเปิดคอมมา 3-4 วันติดแล้วแฟดสวยครับแมจิกครับช่วยนะชิโร่ไปแล้ว JDG ล่วงครับ
Stopped in the open, blinded.
จังหวะจะถอยครับเข้าไปแน่นฝั่งไวบอลกับแอนตี้แฟลตครับตัวของ JDG
Blames through this smoke and Magic's almost cleared it,
โอ้
but
ย
almost doesn't cut it.
เบลมเอฟครับ
Blame gets out of there.
เก็บเมจิกลง
And he
ต่อ
lived this time.
นี่คือพีเข้าไปในทางด้านฝั่งตัวกาลาดเลยฮะ
I mean, this here is almost
น้องครับผมก็
missing, right? He didn't have
ส
a
โมกก็
smoke
ปิ
or
ด
any
ไป
way
ฮะ
of escaping. Griggs on
ออฟแฟตมาไม่โดนกรีกครับกรีกสะบัดมาหนึ่งทีไซนัสซอฟติครับ
You got to be quick to pounce here. You don't
แล้ว
want
ส
to take
โมก
too
ปิด
many
มาครับ
shots
ผม
on this orb.
โดนทางด้านฝั่งดองก็ซอยไปก็กรีก
Shut down. And
จอมไม่ได้สวยครับทางด้านฝั่ง B Hall
Spirit instantly respond to. It's a 3v3.
คุมทางด้านฝั่ง Sunroom ไม่ก่อนนะตอนนี้
where this is ending up.
Griggs had to fight his way out there. He couldn't escape that smoke for way too short. Even without the nade, they were going to catch him. So definitely feeling the pressure now are big.
ดึงเวลาหนึ่งครับ
Still spotting middle,
ว่า
but I
จะ
think at this
เข้า
point
บี
you've
หรือว่า
got
เข้า
to
เอ
just
นะ
make
ตอน
the
นี้
gamble. There's
ยัง
40
พยายาม
seconds
นิ่ง
on
อยู่
the
ครับ
clock.
เพื่อที่จะรอ
Spirit are grouping
ว่าทาง
together.
ฝั่งทีมบิ๊กจะพุชมาหรือเปล่า
Raven going for an info flash. Spirit don't
ออฟ
bite.
แฟลตมาต่อหน้าทีเนียครับแล้วดันทางด้านฝั่ง
So
บีเม
he's
นไหม
actually
ฮะ
going to rotate out. That might be round if he just gives this up.
ฟาเวนถอยไปเลยครับ
These players
ที่นั่นฝั่งเฮลไม่ไหวครับฟาเวนได้มาแค่หนึ่งเท่านั้นครับเทรดกันไปกับทางด้านฝั่งทีเนีย
Two nades. Donk is at half health.
เบรมก็มองขึ้นมาก็ที่ตัวของเฮเว่นเนตมาลงต่อไม่เจ็บไรครับแล้วก็บอลลี่ใส่มาที่ชิโร่ครับแต่ชิโร่ครับสวนได้ครับสโมกปิดกันต่อ
That Molly had actually fallen shy. Might have loved an extra
ตอน
smoke
นี้
for
การระบบล้วนไม่เป็นไรพี่
CT. Still, Donk plays around it, and Shiro scoped up
ถื
on
อว่า
this
เราได้เล่น
line. It's the late arrival of Tabson, but he's given away his
เนต
position
มา
with
ครับ
the
ใส่
nade,
เต็ม
so
ชิ
we
โร่
know
ครับ
he's
ลงต่อ
closing
อีกที
in.
ครับ
Shiro brought down to
ด้าน
one
ฝั่ง
health,
เบรม
but
เอฟ
as
ก็
Donk
เก็บนั้นดอง
goes
ไปครับแล้วก็
forward,
ชิโร่
it's
ซอยกับ
handed
เบร
off
ม
to
เอฟลงต่อฮะ
Shiro. 1 HP.
โตก็แท็บเส้นครับตบชิโร่มาเรียบร้อยครับ
Roses finally breaks
โอ้
the
โห
silent streak.
เอาแล้วฮะ
Back on the board.
ในที่สุดก็ขึ้นมาเป็น11ต่อ7ครับหลังจากที่ครับรีเทคได้ผมแท็บเส้น
That was a scary,
Back,
scary round. So important that Favin gets his one when he gives up that bomb site. I think 3 players in a post plant there would have made that too difficult. They just about squeeze it out with a clutch from Tabson, top performer from that T side. Still going.
ทำเอาไปครับครั้งที่3แล้วครับ
Breaking the 5-round streak in the second half.
Book by.
Saw Shiro talking a lot before this round. And so maybe something centered around him looking for an opener on that AWP again. He's over to
อันนี้เกมการแข่งขันครับราวที่19ครับอีก2แต้มเท่านั้นครับแมตช์พอยต์ของด้านฝั่งบิมบิกครับจะได้หรือเปล่าครับเพราะเป็นฝ่ายกันด้วยมีโอกาสให้แก้ตัวอยู่พอประมาณหนึ่งครับเรื่อยๆได้เล่นเรื่อยๆครับส่วนจากนี้สเปดต้องวินอย่างเดียวถ้าไปจอ12แต้มนี้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่ครับ สันติออกไปบริเวณท่านฝั่งเชคเกอร์ครับ
I'll say this, considering we've seen kind of vast quantities of util burned early, both teams are really holding on to it here. We're under the minute mark now. Still have a lot of blocking util for Big. I think you're expecting them to have burnt a little bit more with how this game's gone. Okay, don't love that.
Love that.
They've also got a triple A lean, and with players still outside of this B site, not impossible that you see this turn into a mid to be 30 seconds.
ฟ้าเป็นบีบมาครับผมตอนนี้30 วิครับเวลาน้อยเรื่อยๆครับทางด้านฝั่งทีมสปริตนะจะเอาไงดีครับ
Pop coming in. Faven in a very
ฟา
strong
เวนกับล็อกไว้อยู่แล้วบุกมาทางเวนครับตรงนี้มอลลี่ใส่เข้าไปที่ JDG ปิดไว้ก่อนครับทางนั้นฟาเวนเก็บ2แล้วบอกแล้วสวนได้ครับจังหวะนี้แมจิกเก็บฟาเวนลงไปต่อฮะเน็ตพ็อปมาเลยครับ JDG วิ่งไว้ว่าชิโร่ถอยกลับครับแล้วเดินผ่านแบบนี้ก็บอกกรีกต้องเก็บชิโร่ได้ต่อแล้วตรงเฮเว่นด้านของแทมเซ่ตัดแมจิกต่อเหลือคนเดียวครับดองเห็นเป็นด้านบนหัวมีครับบนล่างลงต่อครับเวลาหมดลงไปแล้วครับ
None of that matters. That is a round on the clock from
เกมสุดท้ายบอกทีมบิ๊กครับบอกจะคว้าไปได้หรือเปล่าครับดองตื่นนะครับดองน่าจะไม่ไหวนะดองบอกว่าดองน่ะตื่นแล้วแต่คนอื่นไม่ตื่นนะ
Not the highest fragger, but at 4K on the T side.
คือดองคนเดียวเก็บไป20แต่ทีมนี้ดุยฮะ63-52ฮะแมจิกเข้าใจไหม IGL ตัวอื่นนี่ขึ้นไม่ได้เลยครับ10-16ครับชิโร่เกมนี้ซอนติกเนตพ็อปมาใส่เต็มใบบอกที่นั่นฝั่ง JDG ครับลงบริเวณทางด้านฝั่งไอ้ตัวนี้ครับ
Even the one that kind of led into that 2v2 that Tabson was able to close on.
Oh, high flash.
You hear Blame F, he's jump spotting. You
know, boxes แล้วก็ตัวนี้ครับดองครับจัดหนักนะของฝั่ง Blame F ล่วงไปครับเดินผ่านได้บอกแมจิกครับเกี่ยวไม่ทันครับสวีได้โอกาสบุกหรือเปล่าครับบูสต์ขึ้นมาทีด้านฝั่งตัวของไฮเวย์มอรี่เข้าไปครับเดินผ่านอิเล็กโทรนิดนึงครับแล้วก็ไม่ดีเช็คหลังตรงใต้ครับนั่นฝั่งคนนี้ครับเซนเก็บดองได้เจดีซีครับล่วงไปเหมือนกันแล้วแท็บเส้นมาแอบดรอปลงนี้กับซันติกไหลเข้ามาป่าด้านแท็บเส้นต่อไปพุชออกเฉยๆครับน่าอยู่ในไซด์หรือเปล่าฟาเว่นครับเกี่ยวไม่โดนครับตอนนี้ 1-4 ครับฟาเว่นเรียบร้อยครับแมจิกอ้อมมาจากทางด้านฝั่งนี้ฮะคอนเนคเตอร์เก็บไปได้ครับ
Bit of a messy one there. It's interesting how much Spirit are using Highway on this T side, right? There was their pistol, it was the anti-eco, doing it again. Sure, this kill's kind of given to them, but they still wanted to move up there the whole time. They're setting up flashes for it. Important entry from Donk. And Spirit, it's a kind of a hard crossfire to get through as we see, but they're finding a freeze there.
เหลืออีกต้องครั้งหนึ่งนะ
Come to them in that 4v2.
นี่เสียงแมจิกครับเคยได้ยินข่าว
Eco time.
ไม่ไหวแล้วครับพี่เพียมาแล้วตอนนี้ไม่รู้จะใช้พลังไหนพาครับลอยไปแล้วตอนนี้ผมโอ้ยบูทข้ามเลสมาเลยฮะโดนแฟลตเบรกไว้ครับผมด้านฝั่งตัวแมจิกเราก็มาเช็คเว้นนะผมโดนเกี่ยวว่าตรงไอตัวฮอลเวย์ไฮเวย์ครับแท็บ1ทีดองหัวแตกครับเฮดช็อตไปเลยฮะจะเข้าไปเพื่อนก็ไม่ล็อกให้ตอนนี้แล้วทีนี้ครับล่วงไปอีกหนึ่งครับเวย์แล้วครับ
trying to
Magic ดรอป
accelerate
เสียง
the
หลุด
pace.
ไปครับตรง
Who's
นี้
been a real nuisance? It's been Fabin in
แล้ว
so
ก็มี
many
เนียน
of these
ครับตรงนั้น
moments.
ฝั่งไอ้
He's
บีเมนครับ
rejoining this double stack over
นิ่ง
here
อยู่เลยฮะ
at B. Two pistols
นิ่งอยู่ในมุมมาตอนนี้
both can't deal with it.
โอ้โห
JDC
ชิโร่ครับเก็บได้ JDC ได้ครับผม JDC ได้แค่ Magic มาตอนนี้
More players from Big
เหลือ
moving
ซอนติกแล้วนะ
over,
ชิโร่
and
ครับ
the bomb is here alone. Zontix is
มอลลี่
so
ไล่ตรง
late to
Heaven ไปครับ
this arriving vent side.
จะมาหรือเปล่าฮะจากเฮล
Surely it can't all
แพลน
come
ไปก่อนนะครับ
unraveled
ทาง
up
ฝั่ง
against
ชิ
the
โร่ครับ
pistols. There's a
ลึก
smoke
เข้าไป
down.
ที่ตรงสเปรย์ครับ
Grenades makes you a little nervous, but no punish from Big. And how are you meant to get through this? Molly on Shiro.
มอลลี่ครับปิดไว้ที่เฮล
Just to
ต่อ
buy
ครับ
you a few more seconds.
เวลายังพอมีครับ
Zontix holding for a swing out.
แง้มมาเนี่ยซอนติกเก็บ 2 เลยครับ
Lines up a double.
แล้วทางด้านฝั่งซอนติกเก็บ 3 ครับผม
Make it work. What a round out of Zontix.
เมื่อดองไม่อยู่ก็ต้องทำให้หน่อยฮะตอนนี้
Massive impact in some of these late rounds. He had that clutch early. And that is crazy to see Zontix just take the swing there. That's
ก็
not
ถือว่า
really
มาดีครับ
what you expect from this kind of
ยัง
player.
ยังไหวครับยังไหวฮะ
Forces all 3 kills in a terrifying 2 versus 4
ต้องชมทางด้าน
situation.
ฝั่งชิโร่เคลียร์มุมนั้นได้ครับ
Spirit pick it up. I felt like the eco was getting ripped out from under them.
มุมด้านในตรงเชคเกอร์ผม
And Big had more work to do. Only 3 more chances left. Only 2 more 4-buy
อยู่
rounds.
ตรงรูฟครับตอนนี้
Straight up
JDG
in here for Donk. He gets his
ด้าน
entry
ฝั่ง
round
ดองครับ
top
เทรด
to
กับ
JDC.
เบมเอฟไปครับ
He's not done
JDG
either,
เก็บ
but
3 เลยครับ
maybe
ซอนติก
this
ชิโร่
map
ไปหมด
is
เอ้า
another 4v2.
ทีเดียวได้คลิกมาครับยังพอดีครับ
Spirit still have a chance.
เข้าทางด้านฝั่งตัวของ A ได้ครับ
Look at
โฟ
how
กลิฟ
quickly Big are rotating though. They're
Molly
leaving nothing
ผ่าน
to
ไปครับ
chance here. They know this is their
อี
opportunity.
เร็ก
and a
โตอยู่
knockout
จังหวะนี้
blow,
ทำเส้น
rescue
ซอย
in
นั่น
this
ทีเหนีย
game.
ไม่ได้ครับเหลือ Magic คนเดียวครับ
And
ตอน
it's
นี้
just Magic's left. A
Molly
valiant
มาครับ
effort at this comeback. They were 1-10 down. They certainly had Big
Highway
sway,
หนึ่
but
ง
if
อีโร
Magic
โต
doesn't
2 แล้ว
clutch up now,
มอลลี่ครับไล่ออกจากมุมมา
falls in Big's favor.
แล้วก็ไม่ทันครับ Magic
No one else from Big reacting
Magic
yet.
โผล่
It's
มา
Magic's
สแนป
dead
มาไม่ไหว
on
แล้ว
that peak
13-9
round
ครับ
the
จบไป
corner. So finally Big
ได้ไปใน
get it
แมปแรก
done.
ครับทางด้านตัวของฝั่งทีมครับ
It
Big
takes everything they had, but they will lock in the victory on their map pick. Cash goes their way. For Team Spirit, they got to try and find
เดี๋ยว
some
ว่ากันต่อใน
respite.
แมปหน้าครับ
The fact that they have
แต่ด่าน
warmed
แคส
into
เนี่ย
this
ได้
a
ไป
little
ทีม
bit.
Big
Now it's their pick of Dust 2
แม
up
ปหน้า
next.
เป็นทางด้านฝั่ง
If they
ดัต
want
ทู
to
ครับ
dodge elimination,
พักกันสักครู่เดียวครับ
they've got to
เดี๋ยว
give
ผม
it
ไป
their
เอียน
all.
หลังก่อนเดี๋ยวมาถ้าตื่นไม่ทันก็ปล่อยไหลแล้วขอดูปวดหัวแล้วเริ่มเวียนหัวแล้ว 17 ชั่วโมงแล้วที่พากมา
This motion is Big ruling Spirit's number there on Cash. That's because what a result that came real quick and almost nearly out of control right there. Welcome back. Yeah, EWC 26. Pretty good result. Pretty good start in this series for Big. Let's talk about it. Jacob Pimp Vinicky. We got Dupree down on his side, and we've got a pretty lovely game of CS if you're a big fan.
I guess Spirit are not done surprising us so far this tournament. Naturally, their loss against GT How, that was a big one. In a best of one, we gave them the excuse, Peter, that, hey, you know, first game of the tournament, it's a best of one. GT How played well. Mirage, blah, 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 blah. We move into the second game of Team Spirit. They beat Luminosity 2-0, but they struggled massively to get the job done. And we think to ourselves, maybe we should pay attention to whether or not Spirit are not really feeling themselves at the moment. After watching Cash Peter, I am now ready to say that they're not looking like themselves. What an abysmal start to the game. What a very poor performance again coming in from a team where it feels like the only player showing up, the only win condition they have is Donk. And I know it sounds a little bit silly to say that, yeah, we know Donk is great, we know he's the best player maybe to touch the game, but it didn't used to be like this. They could remain competitive without Donk necessarily being at his absolute best, but even him playing well is not enough to be competitive against check notes. Big.
So big start T-side. They showcase a ton of util prowess. They get to 7-0. Dupree, they're in control at this point.
Yeah, they're definitely in control. Both teams really struggled to find, you know, their footing on the T side, but I mean, obviously, I think the map pays in. I mean, that's one thing, that Spirit is not looking great on the map. It's more like the fashion that they end up losing. They had 2 rounds where they would forget that the door exists. Yep. Like 2 times Tamsin pushes out door, getting frags and winning one of them just by, you know, getting double to the name in, and then seizing the control of the bomb. But it's also the stacks they have. Like, they have the reads, they have the right positions, but you just can't put the things together. Like, whenever they're supposed to be fighting and winning off the duels, they just don't do it. I mean, like, Donk is doing everything he can to try and keep Spirit in this one. And yes, I know this is Cash, and it's probably still new to Spirit, but it's the fashion, it's like the lack of overview, and it's the lack of individual prowess that it's just gone missing. And That's worrying, right? Like, Spirit is one map away now from being eliminated.
And we have that example, right? Spirit stacks, good read. Donk, triple kill, still lose.
But that's exactly what I mean. Like, the read here from Spirit is perfect, right? Sure, they don't have like a ton of utility or like the right guns, but they have 4 players on this A bomb side. And Donk, you know, he even gets lucky by actually escaping the Molotov, and that sets him up to get like a lot of kills. But then you can see, like, they just look dysfunctional. Like, Donk does everything he can. He gets a triple kill here. And then you have something stuck now on side, hopefully to get something done, gets found out. And if you even look at the scoreboard at this point, the only one on the side of Spirit that actually has any frags is Donk.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about a team that have not put up anything up until this game.
6 rounds, 7 kills total. You know, Suntic's got 1, and that's about it. As much as I agree, you know, because I think Spirit played abysmal on this map. And sure, you can blame the map to some degree, but I also do think Big played well. You know, the utility usage, the composure, the way that they were spacing on the map as well. It's clear to see that they've taken this opportunity to integrate Cash into their map pool, thinking, hey, this is a way in. You know, if we make Cash our stronghold, if we make that a super, super strong map, then sure thing, you know, over the next couple of months, you know, the teams like Na'Vi, Spirit, whoever picks up the map, they will even out the scoreboard. You know, they will get better because they're better players, they're better teams, they're better individuals, blah, 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 blah. But early on, this used to be a tactic for some of these underdogs team. As soon as a new map comes out, you jump on the map straight away because you can sort of even out the playing field. And to be completely honest right here, Big were the better team, you know. I know that it got somewhat close at the end of it, 12 to 9 here, but even the round where Tapson is flanking with a 5-7, getting a double kill, Donk and Suntix, I believe it is still winning a 2v4, right? So Spirit could have, I mean, probably should have lost 13-5. It wasn't a close game. Sure, they made a bit of a cosmetic comeback, but that's on the side of Spirit and not Big.
Yeah, that Big drop 1 round. They hit B again. Bing bong up to 9-1, 10-2 first half. The next thing you know, it's a conversation also a little bit about Tapson v Donk, right? And that's basically all we got from one side.
That's OG Tapson. When was the last time you saw Tapson play this well, huh?
Oh, well, I can't remember, but I know that he has always been like that German player that has, you know, jumped the charts and being the one that could put up the biggest fight, right? And, you know, took a bit of a hit when, you know, he had to be Ingemeter, but still seemingly putting up the effort, right? But the head-to-head right here, you know, like 2 players with, in my book, still very different calibers. Like, you know, Donk is still like miles ahead of Tapson, but it's good to see that the old guy can still, you know, kick a little ball sometime.
Yeah, a great performance from Tapson. As said, we got to give credit to Big. You know, great performance from them, their team, all the players involved as well. Even when Spirit were making the comeback, you know, you could think to yourself, all right, Big, you've been in a position like this before where you've been up big time and then you lose grasp of the game, you're playing Donk and you start to be a bit nervous, but they got it closed out, Trace, before we got into those, you know, uncomfortable scenarios where you could maybe start to make the case that Spirit could push it into overtime.
Uncomfortable would be me saying Magic's with 2 kills in the first half. Now, what could be comfortable is Spirit washing away what was Cash, and we just move right on into Dust 2.
See, here's the issue, right? Because I firmly still believe Spirit will win this series. I still have them as favorite to win the next 2 maps and progress into the playoff. I don't see them replicate this kind of performance on a map like Dust 2 again, but in my book, they've already lost. The fact that they're in the lower bracket, the fact that they're down a map to Big, the fact that they're 1 map away from being eliminated in a 16-team playoff. Sure thing, go ahead and win the next 2 maps, but you're not walking into that playoff with any sort of confidence that you can win the entire tournament. And I know that can change in the blink of a second. You go into playoff and it's all of a sudden a new tournament after a couple of days off, but nobody watching Spirit right now is thinking to themselves, hey, that's a team that can win the trophy in a week's time. You know, that's not installing any confidence whatsoever right now. It's Donk trying to keep them alive, and unless Donk plays well and does too, then who is to say that it can't happen?
Well, like, Donk usually shows up. Like, even when Spirit looks the worst, he still seems to be.
He almost lost luminosity on those two, didn't they?
Yeah, I know. I mean, like,
luminosity.
I still think that Cash plays him massively here. I mean, I think it was clear to see that Spirit had a lot of issues, not only on the CT side, but also some of the team rounds. You know, it did came down to the wire. You know, some of, like, it did really needed Suntix and also Donk, you know, to bail them out of those situations, right? Whereas Dust 2, you know, we all know how good they are on the map, and then that is also what comforts me a little bit. You know, it's not the first time that we have seen an underdog take a map away from a favorite by, you know, playing this new orthodox map that has come into the map pool in the beginning of a new season. And as you mentioned, Jacob, that is sometimes a very big card that the underdogs can have, that they've just put in the hours and, you know, the elite teams haven't. It's not going to be an excuse, because it's more or less like, it's not like Spirit as individuals don't know how the map is designed, how to function out, right? But it's when they get pressured, when they lose map control, when they don't know, they only have maybe like 5-6 rounds, to kind of figure out what to do against a specific thing, and they just couldn't solve that today.
Yeah, not yet at least. Perhaps they get a breath of fresh air. Or did I say that right? A fresh breath air. Whatever. Anyway, maybe they get some of that, and then going into the second map, we get to go to a break. Then we get to jump into Dust 2. We find out if Spirit have any of just that team spirit. We'll be right back after this. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
BIG have cashed their map pick here in this series and sit only a single map away from the playoffs of EWC. We go to Dust 2, Spirit's home ground, their formidable safe haven. But is it so? Top teams have struggled here in Paris, and Spirit are no exception to that rule. We even saw them struggle to close this very map against Luminosity, of all teams inside of this group stage. Despite Donk showing up, it's not enough. And BIG across the board, everybody is here to play. It's been quite a few months from BIG, grinding themselves into the top 30, making it to a major, leaving Legacy there in Cologne, and now going on to hit even harder here to punch up yet again. This would be quite an upset for BIG. Don't count Spirit out. Donk on Dust, a new map, a Spirit that warmed up come the end of Cash.
Yeah, if you were going to look for some silver linings, that would be it, right? The idea, well, hey, at least they didn't just roll over and die. And down the stretch, BIG was certainly getting a bit more nervous. Spirit had certainly started to show some of their expected form. But I don't know, nothing has felt safe. Nothing has felt sacred when it comes to Team Spirit here at EWC.
Recent games on Dust have been good, at least for Spirit, right? When we had Vitality lose this map just yesterday to Bait, it was coming off the back of 3 losses in a row. It was a shaky-looking Vitality who'd lost 4 of the last 8 series. And Spirit, I'd like to think, are not in that category. I mean, remember, they just came off a grand final, albeit a loss, but good tournament otherwise. Full focus, Spirit just storm out mid to B.
As they look for a mid to B here, at least that's the outlook from the util and the positioning. There is this triple stack for BIG. It's so quickly reduced just down to 2. You're hoping that BlameF gets overlooked. He has been able to strike 1 from the tally out at the car. Good for a double. But it's still that B site falling, and Magic's in position to manipulate these rotates. He hears Tabson bound for the tunnels, knows about a player down here in CT, and they're looking to get rid of Griggs before he gets to play.
Nice shot.
When you see Magic's in that corner, tabseN knows he's been heard, he's been rumbled. So doesn't even give this a proper look in.
Nice close for Magix, but yeah, Shiro also hits the two most important shots. That double tap on window, and then clearing Blame out, who was a couple of kills deep on car. Drop Don coming through the door, so nice shots out of Shiro's P250. Save Spirit in this pistol. Good read from Big, but Spirit fight their way out. Force by with 2 scouts and long taken. Blame has some util on A. It's definitely potential on the hold, but you're going to need to nail these first shots, and that will not help your chances. Donk, beautiful tap to Grix. Blame fighting for the site, has taken 2 with him, but no more. And the flank from tabseN, unable to find success. Spirit getting closer despite some damage. Zontix is lasering these players on A. That should be enough. Trying to bait first steps perhaps, but nobody's biting. Magix pulls back on low health. Spirit breathe easy.
I think if you're Spirit, you know, you really couldn't afford a slow start here, right? Getting to the comfort of Dust 2, so relieving to see pistol secured, conversion found, chance to go 3-0 up. Because this EWC run has really felt like a fall from grace for this squad. You know, when you kind of look at like the last string of events for Team Spirit, they've either won the event in the case of like an Astana, or you know, lost to the guys that would go on to win the event. Sure. Falcons at the major, Mao's in Bounty, obviously, where they played in the final. And even Rio going that far back, losing to Vitality. Like, these are not games that they're supposed to be struggling in. It's a championship level team running the risk of falling in the groups. So I hope it's lit a bit of a fire beneath them.
Yeah.
And we saw them smiling and laughing on Cash as they attempted the comeback, but I hope we get focused faces here on Dust 2. They've dodged the stack in this round. That's no real worries. It will be 3-0.
Yeah, Blame gets to save his M4, give it another go. Spirit, no real reason to risk bodies on the hunt. tabseN's gone overlooked. Maybe could 2-tap a rifle out of play, but oh, Shiro's got his knife out. He's adjusting his seat. Come on, tabseN, what have you got? He's just waiting until he has the perfect timing. Don't wait too long. It's only Zontix available now. Fight in middle. Grix is nailing them, my god. And of course, Zontix does jump, but tabseN still converts it. My god, that is an expensive round for Team Spirit. Not sure why they felt the need to hunt so hard. Shiro finds one more, dropping Grix at the end, but Grix has made his money, man. Multiple kills off Scout. Felt very keen for Spirit to go chasing there. They lose a lot of guns. But I guess the benefit is less Galils, more AKs here in this first rifle round.
Shiro has like the dream spawn to hold the mid-cross, so he's going to try and put this AWP to work straight away.
He's holding for the AWP. He didn't take a shot on the cross. Waiting for Griggs, who won't bite.
Oh, Donk saying to himself, man, these nades, both maps now, they've just been homed in on him.
I mean, it's Spirit. You know Donk is lower. That's just good prep there for Big.
Donk's the one guy with a Galil.
Bench the whole team.
Oh, he's dead right away. JDC, as they try and pick up the pace. One man's made it past. JDC heard this, but not able to deal with it. Magic's now toying around with these smokes, and in amidst this, players cross past Blame F with a freebie. Left to Shiro as the last man, and he's trying to escape by the looks of things. I don't think Tabson's going to let him. Tabson's been very involved on both of these maps, like already being super active here on Dust 2.
Seeing some long pushes out of him as well. It's a lot of fun. Maybe feeling like he has a read on this position.
It's not Shiro this, because that kill now has opened up a route into the bomb site.
Yeah, luckily Tabson's really fast. So as soon as Blame gets contact, not even needed, Tabson's there and locked in here are Big on the board. Not too late either. And, okay, now we go back to the previous round where Spirit hunted those exits.
And lost everything.
And they have no money. So, not really worth it. Which is weird because in the past we've seen games where it's like Spirit don't hunt.
They don't hunt when
and we're
they
like,
should.
why aren't they hunting? But that was not one of those rounds, you know? JDC tagged on the cross. But there's just one AK on Donk. Unbenched the whole team.
It's a little quip there from Hugo.
Yeah.
Not a leak.
Spirit, the master of the mid to B. Always a threat. But it looks like they just want to hit upper. 3 players here.
That flash from Blame F might like feign the idea that you've kind of full retaken this mid space. Sure, they have JDC watching it. That's who the flash was for. But I think if you just heard that in your team Spirit, you're a little bit paranoid. They flashed through, retaken middle. So you're going to try and re-clear with Donk.
Just Donk.
JDC last time, really solid double kill here. This time it's Favin playing for first contact. This has given up the B site. That's going to give rise to a bomb plant, and JDC actually gets dealt with from those players crossing at the door.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, you know, Big think they know what Spirit are doing, and that's why the upper hit's so good for Spirit. It's just one man out middle. Big want to prioritize. Okay, usually Spirit will have, you know, 3 players, maybe even 4 players coming out mid to B, and if we can brawl with them, we can win the round, drop the bomb in middle, get support from CT, but Spirit just have Donk there, and so even though he dies for nothing, all his team are getting the space from upper B. Nice hit there for Spirit with pistols in. Most of their players get out with the round. A bunch of upgrades at that, so doing more with less. An expensive loss here for Big. Can't believe Magix gets this kill as well, just jiggling with the Tech 9. Really made matters worse. So already a well-called T-side here coming out of Spirit. Not necessarily relying off of big frags, just putting themselves in strong positions.
And think if you're Spirit, everyone actually quite likes that, right? The idea that it's not taking these hulking individual efforts, you are just kind of outmaneuvering your opponent. Sure, it's a team that very much can win just on direct firepower, but you've seen them go from looking a little lost at the start to now feeling some comfort on Dust 2, which is nice. Nice shot from that Grix AWP, but this short space is not free. Magic's thinking he's gonna have a timing there once the AWP drops down.
That's the whole idea from Big. You can see how shocked Magic's was on the cam. Runs into 2 players after the AWP drops.
To death like that, you're thinking, okay, they've done their homework then.
Yeah. It's just an unorthodox setup. And actually, Spirit are hoping that they've overcooked with that 5-on-4, that they've reset entirely. They're not entirely wrong, but Big is still playing it safe. tabseN's got this molly. Grix can support with utility. Spirit are executing.
BlameF first on the scene up from CT. It's Grix and tabseN playing next. And even though Shiro will get his one, low HP on this AWP, not impossible, but Grix doesn't miss. So a pretty clean round for Big when all is said and done.
I mean, yeah, Spirit avoided the stack, but, you know, getting past the cross there, and Blame has a very fast rotation. Big hit all the shots required. Not really much util to note there for Spirit.
Spirit have put a bit of money into this round. It's nothing crazy, fairly modest. But a couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and a few upgraded pistols. So what's Magic's up to? What's he cooking? He's thinking about it.
Deep thought. I think Big burns some util.
Yeah, you're just hearing it passively, right? Like all those dollars going down the drain.
Ching, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. That's how money would sound.
Yeah.
No AWP in middle either, so Grix on car, Spirit have a lot of space. They're about to find out. Only Tanir has Kevlar at long. Spirit 30 seconds to pop, and yeah, like 1 or 2 missed shots for Grix, and Spirit get a bomb plant. That's all they want.
One of the best platform for these shots either, right? That's where the little bit of util helps you out.
One thing can win you this round.
You're going to lose Tanir long, but you still have all of short for this post plant. This is good util to slow it down out of Big. But that bomb is going to go down all the same.
Hard round to lose for Big when they're playing like this. They just got to do it together, time everything well, watch their back for lurkers, and just move up CT. Donk and Zontix with Deagles. What can they do?
Big is still paranoid that there's more to this, but it is just 4 players out on short.
Here they go.
So they'll stop holding the extremities now, move in on the back of that Grixor. Donk doesn't do nothing with that Deeg, and it's a clean put down, so 5 alive, but a bomb plant. That's kind of what you said coming in. That's exactly what Spirit were hoping for.
That just reminds me of those early T-side rounds on Cash for Big, where they hit the bomb site and it is everybody side by side, like nothing, and then 5 players on your screen. Big really good at their spacing in these kind of rounds. So that's just, I think, some credit to Big on how clean they make that. Don't lose a single player. Sure, there's not a lot of threat anyway, but if you do string out, you can lose. So not a single casualty for Big, and their economy is in ship shape. Grix making a play. tabseN through the smoke finds Tanir. Big getting crazy in this round. BlameF top mid, Grix lower. tabseN gets up long, and JDC just re-swings. On control, but tabseN still maintains the car position. Donk is walking into B. Can the bomb get out?
I mean, it certainly can.
Hello, Donk. Greg seems aware.
Now the map starts.
Oh, he saw him. No, he didn't see him.
Please tell me BlameF was on his POV.
He didn't see him.
He mustn't have been. Yeah, Donk was on his screen.
Oh my goodness, getting faked out on that long smoke as well. Donk is still in a really committed position. If Big come and clear this together, that's their best bet. But don't count out Donk from doing something disgusting here in mid. Ooh. Oh my god. One man goes. Shiro can hold that. Magic's can plant. This is brewing. 2 players. This is happening.
Yeah, this is so tough for Big. They've got layers of lurkers to get through. Shiro's orb. Oh, that's a really rough miss.
Just one.
One guy's made it through. You tell him. Oh, Donk's dead out here in middle.
Oh no.
These were strong positions, but you had to hit your shots. Magic's at least holds the line still. There's a lot of bodies coming his way. As Magic's left scrapping on his own, Shiro wins his fight back in the tunnel. Tabson, time's low, time's ticking. Molly in at the tunnels to try and keep Shiro at bay, and Tabson, with seconds to spare, he's got it. He has saved this round for Big.
What a roller coaster to think that there's no way Big can win it, to think they've definitely got it back the other way with a 2K from Magix, and still Tabson clutches up backside. Oh my goodness, Big. What a day they're giving us. What a game they're giving us across both these maps. Making the impossible seem possible. They had nothing going for them there. No information, no position. Post-plant, Spirit knowing where everyone is. And can you believe Donk doesn't get a single kill there in middle? Felt like the right spot to be.
What is this Tabson renaissance we're having?
He's having a great tournament.
Great series versus Team Spirit.
Oh dear. Oh. Back to pistols for Spirit. All too familiar in this T side. They've been broke many a time.
Big have got to be rubbing their hands together right now. They're in such a powerful position. They've got great money and a chance to sweeten the deal in this round if they're able to keep it clean. You're about to try and take the lead. This is Spirit's go-to, and you would be the guys in pole position and not impossible to dislodge for the remainder of the half. You're going to be buying in every one of these rounds.
It's a really scary game now for Spirit.
BlameF has had some great util across this series as well, right? Always being threatening with it, always keeping pressure on. Won't stop this one guy getting out on a mid-to-be, and they're hoping again that this draws a bit of an overreaction out of Big. Make a bit of room for this short take, but it hasn't. 3 players here. Grix Orb, and with BlameF to assist. Donk's the Eagle. Oh! Donk and Shiro claw it back. Now it's just down to Donk, but he's got hot hands. 2 off this Deagle already. Donk looking for even more. Final kills right there. This was meant to be Big's round. A chance to make money, a chance to take the lead, and Donk's Deeg locked out. Favon keeps it in check.
Don't you love how fearless Favon is as well? It's Donk 3 kills in, 3 1-Deegs in a 1v1, and Favon just wide swings and commits to position. Felt like Donk didn't realize he got out there with that flashbang. Favon, no fear against the world's best, and Big do get rid of that eco. Spirit almost win another low economy round, but not meant to be. Big a timeout to catch their breath, caught off guard. But they are still heading in the right direction. Trading rounds against Spirit. 4 rounds in a row for Big. This is starting to get scary for Team Spirit. This is home territory. Oh, Shiro just killed JDC on the cross. He laughs it off. What else can you do? Hate to die like that. Big have just been fearless with their gambles. 3 strong still on A. They just leave Grix alone. Having the AWP, perhaps giving them some more faith about this B site. But it's very exploitable on a mid to B. There's nothing Grix could do if Spirit go out middle. Or on the long side. tabseN hears him coming.
He's asking for a flash. He's asking to go. There's a lot of dudes around this corner. Block smoke comes in. tabseN leaves it to a bit of spam. Flash again. tabseN playing it forward. Only good for the first, but you get a lot of info from that. You saw a lot of bodies on that smoke push.
This is huge.
Have an AWP, missed shot, and with Donk opening out through short, getting past Blame F. Team Spirit breathe a little easier. They do good on that opening kill, and they will convert on the back of it. A 5v4 from the get-go. And so Spirit tying this game up again.
No point are you out of the woods. Does it feel like in this kind of match?
Oh, you've seen that AWP now. You want it. You want it gone. Only way you're going to break Big's money is to stop them on these saves. You want any freebies before the end of the half.
One more kill from Grix is a problem for Spirit as well. Just like that. Sure, he loses his AWP, but Spirit, it's expensive for them too. Gonna need 2 drops here. One player won't have everything. But maybe Spirit felt like it's worth it just to get rid of that pesky AWP. 5-5 now, 2 rounds on the half.
I think it's, yeah.
It's fine if Spirit win this round, right? But that's still the if. Grix still has his AWP. Safe across on middle this time. Spirit straight out long.
These mid walks are something Big. I've attempted a couple of times now. Spirit have always had eyes on it. How fearless tabseN is over here on long. You admire it, but you're also a little nervous because you know that this Shiro AWP is hungering for someone to come swinging out.
I like that molly. Oh, it has set off the smoke though. Gap in that. They're going to have to re-smoke it. Rotate coming in. How's this going to go? Because JDC is up top middle and Zontix is running around. Just about converts that kill. Now Spirit know they're locked in. They have to go forward.
Flash for a peek. tabseN sent through that smoke. Nades find good damage and a bit of a gap here, but it's down to timings for Grix. Backstab out of JDC. 2 players holding for it. He gets a dink off before he's deleted.
Rough.
And as Favin's getting spammed, trying to extract anything from these very forward positions. They know where Grix is. Oh no! Don't go giving him this! And he knows he's on for it. Oh, Grix! What is that?
Round of your life, round of your dreams.
That's something you go to bed and you have dreams about. You're going to have visions about that play, trying to recreate it for the rest of your life.
Just a single bullet in the air. 2 no-scopes. Donk hit 2 phenomenal kills here. And then Grix just one-ups it. Single bullet. Get out of my server, Shiro.
I don't believe it.
And now he's picked him in middle.
I don't believe it.
Get out. I am lost for words. Shiro just got humbled. Back-to-back rounds.
What did we just see?
You don't get rounds like that every day, do you?
You don't get rounds like that ever.
Oh.
That was like 0.1% chance things happening back to back to back.
All right, Spirit, how do you keep your head strapped on? Can Donk? No, he can't. His head's off. And Sia as well. Blame does a lot of damage. And doesn't it just feel like this game is meant to be for Big? Griggs, miss. Not a problem. Or maybe it is, because Magic's has killed rotation. Griggs, getting caught. Careful, Magic's throwing it back in his face. 2-on-2 now. Full reset long. Low health here, Spirit. They just need instant headshots. Oh, I think JDC. Magic's is so tucked in here. How's he gotten here so quick?
Snuck the whole way. Oh, swing and a miss, and that now leaves it to Tanir.
What's he got? Plants for long.
And he's stuck fighting here. He needs 2 clean kills. There's no taking this to time. You just got to win the fights, and that second one comes up shy. Defuse in for Faven, and Big with a winning half on Spirit's map pick.
Just a sickening game out of Big here. I mean, Spirit won a couple of low economy rounds in this half. They didn't really do too well with AKs. They didn't do too well in these gun rounds. I'm sad they didn't really touch the mid to B. It got them in the game early. They moved away from it very quick. And it was their most successful round. Sure, there weren't many of them. It was 4-1 off the start. But that is really rough. I mean, Harry, the last 4 rounds, the Big one in that half were 1v1s. You just feel like you're a millisecond away from taking this map, and now Spirit are down 2 rounds at halftime. 4 huge clutches for Big.
We all know the clutch we're thinking of. Dude, this Big team are great. At a major, they gave us the insane comeback. Now you got this Griggs 1-on-3.
They got such good long spawns. Okay, they won't take him. Spirit running up mid.
It's just a big content farm. And Spirit don't want to trifle with that. You see players holding, decide to call it off.
Okay, running around. Tanir, no support here. Needs something good. That's a start. Tapson, sickening shot. 2 more on the corner. Swing together. Jumping clock. And Shiro's got 1 more, but reload is a problem. It goes both ways. Griggs turns around and taps out 2 more. This kid is nuts. 3 headshots and Big take the pistol.
I don't believe it. Griggs is having game of life.
What is it with these young Orbers on Dust 2 at this event? Sizzy did it to Vitality. Griggs is doing it to Spirit. These rounds are so punishing. Bop, bop.
I can't imagine it. I can't believe they haven't called a timeout for him at any point. He's just going round to round to round. How don't you have endless adrenaline right now with these moments that Griggs is having?
Where are Hallie's timeouts as well? You got to wonder, right? Like, these rounds have been so close. Really frustrating rounds to lose.
Griggs might actually be the main character. And I think when you see him winning rounds like that and you're Big, how doesn't that pump you up? How doesn't it feel like this is just meant to happen? That's got to be the vibe that they're all feeling. Oh, he's just nailed Donk through the box.
Dude, the worst part about that, like, Greg, it's that game, isn't it?
Oh, yes, Big. We've missed you. Boy, is it good to have him back.
And Walt Tapson's just been playing out of his mind as well in both these maps. Played a great T-side of Cash. Blame called some beautiful rounds. And Griggs is the main character here on Dust 2. There is that Spirit timeout, second called here. Hallie on the mic.
Just think about like the stark contrast as to what the vibe is in these two teams. For Big, you know, eyeing up a playoff run all the way from the open qualifiers, by the way, right? The idea that they've been grinding, this is what it was all for. Play through, you've been out here in Paris for a week. This has been the one thing on your mind. And in the game that gets you there or sends you home, it feels like Counter-Strike just wants it to be you. For Team Spirit, they were front runners to be a contender for the trophy. They were meant to be one of the three big dogs fighting for the trophy in EWC, and they're staring elimination dead in the face.
Yeah, make no mistake, 4 rounds away from Spirit going home here in Paris. Team that just came off the back of a grand final. Look at the util. Spirit have nothing. They got 2 smokes and a molly and an HE. This is the first gun round, and it's coming at a cost. Tania struggling. Got to hold down long.
All right, keen double kill out of Tania. That is going to pull Shiro over to lend a helping hand, and they've at least shut down this long play. Oh, Griggs. Oh, buddy, don't do it to him again. How much BS can one guy pull off? He's got JDC still in this round alongside him, and they're telling themselves that no round feels impossible. Swing out, they've caught Donk in the open. This was meant to be Spirits all day. This was a scout and a wounded JDC clawing this one back. And now they say, Zontix, bud, you want this? Come and get it. They've got no reason to go swinging into him. Zontix hoping that eventually, you know, nerves get the better of them, that they'll count down 3, 2, 1, give him the fight. That's not happening. Zontix dead. Griggs can do it all. Big can't set a foot wrong.
That's a perfect peak for Zontix to isolate the fight. He's got Griggs crouching on the safe plan, and Griggs just insta-kills him. Both players in the red. Not a problem. Tania 5v3 this round. Shiro made it 4v2. And then boom, JDC and Griggs just happen. And it does feel like there's nothing you can do about this game. Big are looking for another miracle run. A team that many said fluked their way to a major, that farmed lesser teams to get VRS, to get to Cologne. Well, now they're doing it against one of the world's best. Beep. Order of the day. 3 strong our Spirit, just pistols.
All right, they lose JDC early. They are going into this stack. Dong's Deagle put down. Griggs. Oh, buddy. He's at it again. Dead after the double. It's left to Faven. 1v1 now. And Shiro had the option of grabbing his weapon of choice, but instead he's played for the space. He's closed in quickly out towards the double doors. Faven dead as he rounds the corner, and so Team Spirit, low econ round, picked up and going their way.
Oh, you got to give it to Shiro there. That is a ballsy call to make, to not go for the orb, to not go for the position, hold the window, to walk up with a P250.
Feels like it worked massively in his favor as well, right? Because Faven is anticipating the AWP on a long sight line. You even see that with the util he's throwing. Okay, it's a big step in the right direction for Team Spirit, but they've still got one hell of a journey left.
It has to be the fire starter here. Shiro triple kill on the P250. And Spirit, the chance to break Big's money here and now. Is that round the turning point here for Spirit?
Yeah, I think also, you know, like sometimes when you're in this flow state and everything's just going right, it's hard to go back to, and you really want to, right? If you get offset in a couple of these rounds, if you take a couple of stumbles, that's sometimes where you see this momentum just die out completely. Not saying it's happened yet. Griggs is still 21-8. Big is still in the lead.
No matter what, he's got his AWP, and so Big are banking on it in this game. Made a bit early. Big not there yet. ADC behind the smoke. Holding for long control that's not coming. We've got Tania locked in. In an off angle.
He better be locked in, because he is fighting here, right?
Hey, he got 2 last time. New position for him. Shiro not supporting, has 1 flash. Oh, easy, you'd think, but JDC wins the spam battle. Tania's time to shine.
Multi-kill in this position last time, going to try and do it again. Griggs goes hunting on that AWP for Shiro, but can't quite find him, and that just lets Tania feast. Flame F claws it back to a 1v2, but 15 seconds, there's no winning this. And so another great hold out towards the long side from Tania.
Yeah, felt like there were chances there for Big. I mean, Griggs almost got a shot on Shiro, who was looking the wrong way. Flame plays a little bit earlier as well. Players open in CT, but no success on long. As Tania does his job, you know, he had 6 kills just 3 rounds ago. He's had the double kill at long, sure, in a round they lost. And now the triple. Very important output from Tania in a position with almost no supports. Got 1 flash off of Shiro, and boy, did it work. So now Big broken. Blame on the save. Everyone else full eco. Blame just gets out. I don't think they know. I don't think they know. Okay, Tania's going to check it. Phew.
I think he knew. Okay.
We don't lose
the
the
Glocks. Yeah, like that's...
Oh.
That would be embarrassing.
But he didn't see them. Okay. Oh, awkward.
That's fine. Don't see it. It's all contained. It's all controlled. Team Spirit continue closing in on a tie game.
Donk's still smiling. Spirit is still dangerous. We were riding the roller coaster, Harry. We were ready to call this a game. But Spirit winning that eco round. Now it's 3 straight.
I think it's just like, you know, you lose a couple of rounds like this and it kind of forces you to start respecting the moment a lot more. Everything was just flowing before, right? You were just doing. You're hinging on every word of the calls. You're very communicative. You're in that flow state where everything feels effortless. But now this is going to take a lot of effort. I hope Big don't start overthinking, because it's very easy to do that in these tense positions. You can feel the lead getting away from you. You can feel Spirit breathing down your neck. They are getting closer. The onus is on Big to put a bit more distance between themselves and Spirit again. No AWP in play for this Big T side.
They want to end B. Lesser weaponry, lesser utility. Feels like a perfect storm, but Magix is hedging his bets. Cat is quiet. No util has been used. It gets reblocked. Big put a lurk smoke down on this site, and Looks like they're going to go pretty early in this round. Minute on the clock, they're out middle. Magic's keeping the pressure on. Only Zontix on this side, but he holds strong. Spam comes in. There's the flank from Tania. He is having one hell of a recovery. This is the Tania show, set up with a double on the flank, and Grix has got to save, or at least battle his way out of this round, because Tania is looking for another triple kill. Now, right behind him, Grix has nowhere to hide. That smoke is not stopping Spirit, and so Dog makes it so. My God, Tania has leveled up in this game. He had 6 kills. He's now up to 15 in the last few rounds. Triple kill, double kill, and some change.
And just what a perfect time for it, right, for Team Spirit. Have him doing this. He's been handed a number of long plays. Even when they try and put distance between themselves and Tania, he's still getting involved.
For Spirit,
and they really needed him too, right? Like this, there's been a series in which Magic's, Zontix both had their struggles. Zontix had some important rounds on Cash, but hasn't really factored into this one. Donk, his stats a little inflated after that mowdown versus the Glocks in middle has been largely irrelevant.
I mean, his best round was the 2K on A side before Grix got that no-scope round. I thought Donk did, he had a phenomenal round there. Saved them from a rough situation, only for them to go and lose. So, been relatively tame as Donk in this map. Wasn't the case on Cash. Was the front runner. But Spirit is still here.
I see a Grix scout.
I see Tania on long.
True. Clash of the Titans.
Flash dodged. Tania goes back for more.
He ain't backing down from this. Tania only deals in 3s. Has Grix pinned in behind the blue bin and a teammate nearby. He's fighting this every step of the way. Shut down to the short take. And Blame F, 1v3, 35 seconds. They know where he is. There's no winning this with the bomb down on long.
Save is fine, really, for Blame. Would love another kill to keep the damage up, but at this point, Spirit is so rich. And they're believing in this comeback. This is a 5th round in a row for Spirit. I think you've got to give, Spirit win this game a lot of credit to survive some of the things that have happened to them in this map. They felt out of commission. This was 10-5 down. But Spirit have persevered, and now the score evens up. And it's Big who are feeling the pain. Do Big have anything in the pocket here? They need multiple successful gun rounds with how rich Spirit are. Can't fluke your way to a win at this score. Warp is close, ahead of the Molotov, but Shiro nails his shots. Not again, Tania. Well, he's dodged that molly at least. But look at how keen he is to get involved. Backing himself. Not a pickable position here, really. Smoke comes in on B. Grix can't get another kill. He's had 3 rounds with deaths without a kill.
I'm worried it's feeling a bit like that cooling off, right? And now you're desperately chasing the high again of where you were.
These are kind of limp fakes as well, right? You're trying to make it look like a mid to B, but they're going for this A split. Blame moving pretty quick. Gonna bail, long control, AWP out middle. They're all over the shop. The Spirit don't know right now. They're gonna get peeked at long. Shiro just gets on that angle in time. 20 seconds, this is petering out.
Oh, good timing for Favin at least, but he's really got to get a move on. Blame F with another. Grix, a dead man, out alone in middle, and trading places around this smoke. Magix gets in behind them. That's a double on a platter for Magic's. Team Spirit into the lead as the cracks are showing for BIG.
Yeah, they've run out of steam. They've definitely cooled off, missing some shots, missing some timings, can't find opening kills. Spirit not afraid at this point. Tanir making plays still. And Shiro definitely has stepped up in this map when you compare it to Cash. You know, this is Shiro who got jump shot in that 1v1, then got insta-AWP mid-doors. I felt like he was going to be in trouble here, but great recovery alongside Tanir. And the Spirit show resilience. So credit where credit is due. Two rounds away from taking us to Mirage.
It's a real test of your composure. Spirit have leveled up. Started with Tanir and Shiro, but now you're getting more mileage out of everyone. And for BIG, you know, they're sitting here thinking that this last week of playing, they don't want to leave it to the chance of a third map. They don't want to leave it to the chance of Mirage. Especially not when you had such an opportunity on this second map.
Get out. Blame tries to chase there. Almost catches players. Big bail from what looked to be a B hit. 3 players coming back down lower.
Yeah, you saw 2 guys cross on the B hill, right? So you know there's a bit of a B lean right now for Spirit. You see that Shiro's quick to try and undo this. And as they hear him shuffle back in mid, they may just look to recommit to this B hit after all.
Spirit have shuffled indeed with no utility left in this round. Gonna need Zontix and Donk to hold strong, and these 2 players have been struggling in this CT side. Donk with the AK at back plat. Feels like a dream. It's the pressure of the mid to be. Gonna be overwhelming as Blame goes charging. Magic stops him. It's up to Donk and Zontix.
Mid component getting dealt with. Donk, quick work made over the tunnels push. Grix does what he can, but it won't be enough. All in vain. Team Spirit, map point.
And if you're Donk, you're probably thinking, that's the round I've been waiting for, man. Just dry fights, just people peeking me. Some actual duels in this game. Has no problem winning that out on B. And what a run of rounds for Team Spirit. 7, looking for their 8th in a row to end this map. Grix, one final try. Shiro give him the chance. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's a reaction from B Hill that JDC is able to punish. You get rid of Donk. Surely you got to be thinking about this B hit. Zontix has not had a kill on this B bomb site. Tanir again, hoping to come through with some long doors aggression. But in a 4v5,
he's doing it.
Got to pick his moment very carefully, and he does so right as they've departed. Tanir, man, he was the guy who started this entire streak for Team Spirit. It was his reactivation coming alive, and now he's got them in the palm of his hand. Deals with the Grixorp.
Jigs up.
You see that kill come in, you know you're rumbled in this round. You just got to commit, trying to come through the smokes. They go right into Shiro. Zontix there fighting alongside him. Tabson and Blame Air fighting a losing battle as Team Spirit, against all odds, are able to turn this one around. Dust 2 secured, and their campaign at EWC not yet over. The score's going to be settled on a deciding map. We're going to Mirage.
Needed it, had to have it, and we're definitely going to get it. Mirage to separate them, and of course, a couple question marks. There was the Big that showed up, showed us what they had in this series, and then Spirit with the swift response. But as it stands, yeah, Mirage to settle the score here between Spirit and Big.
If anything, there was some resilience coming out of Team Spirit. It wasn't a great performance. It wasn't them playing up to par, but they stayed alive for long enough, Peter, in order to make the comeback and force this series into a third map. Again, I gotta say, Spirit are far away from playing like the team who came into this tournament ranked #1 in the world on the VIS standings. So far, they've looked like a shadow of themselves, but this time around, at least they got the job done. At least they got the win here in Dust 2 to give themselves, I guess, another chance of getting the job done on Mirage, but oh my, that's not pretty.
Man, this series just keeps on giving, right? You know, it's almost like this series deserves to have a third one, you know, because both teams are like fighting with tooth and nail to show who actually needs to advance in this lower bracket. And, you know, as you just, like, Griggs had some incredible moments for this game, right? Playmav had some incredible moments. We say Dunk doing, not up to his par, but still keeping Spirit alive in the fashion that we know he can do it, right? But no matter what, we still look at this series thinking, man, we want more out of Spirit. But then again, I think I saw a little, like, they woke up like throughout this series. Like, they woke up also in their body language, like their communication. They were like, they started to scream a little bit when they started winning rounds. It's like the pressure got to them. It's like they realized that we're at a point now where we can be eliminated, guys. We need to step up right here.
It was 10-5. It was 10-5 for Big, second map, you know. So, yeah, as you said, Peter, 3 rounds away from being eliminated, but they stepped up and, you know, credit what credit is due to Shiro as well. We've been calling him out a little bit for having a slow start to the tournament. Again, small sample size. This time around, though, on Dust 2, he came alive when he was needed the most. And also, Peter, as you said, you could clearly see the body language, the player cams.
And it matters a lot.
It matters a lot, you know, because they are well aware that had they lost this game, you know, not only does it mean elimination from this tournament, but it would be straight up embarrassing for Team Spirit to lose in this fashion. So good on them for staying alive and good on them for pushing it into Mirage.
But you know, that's the whole body language thing is actually something that I've been aware of when I'm looking at Spirit, because not too long ago, Junk was actually asked, like, why did you seem to have calmed down a little bit and you're not like yelling at the same kind of, you know, moves and whenever you get like kills when you win rounds anymore. And he replied that he just, you know, yeah, well, he grew up a little bit, Nobi. It's not like the jitters of playing Tier 1 is not the same anymore. But I actually kind of miss that a little bit on the Spirit side. You know, it's not like they celebrate that much anymore when they win these type of rounds. So there's just a lot of things right now that in the Spirit camp seems to be a little bit flat, right? But they still get the job done, right? But it's just not in the conventional fashion that we want to be seeing.
No, it does leave a little bit to be desired a lot if you are, you know, looking at the scoreline of this matchup. You know, because about 6 months ago, this wouldn't have been the case.
No, it wouldn't have been the case. Like, this is on paper a mismatch. It's not a game that is supposed to be close by any stretch of the imagination, but that's again where we got to give credit to Big. I think on Cash, they were the better team. They played well. On Dust 2 as well, I think there was a bit more of a mixed bag here. I think we may as well, and I'm going to take over the production here, maybe throw them under the bus, but let's just run the Griggs highlights. You know, round 11, Griggs highlights. Peter, he played incredible, you know, incredible Counter-Strike and pulled off some crazy moves in this game. Round 11, and AWP stuck in the corner. I don't know what the hell Donk and Tenia are doing, but he gets away with 2 no-scopes, and then he does a jumping AK-1 bullet on towards Shiro. We get it from his point of view as well. You know, fair enough for being aware of it. Switches to the AK-47, goes for the jump, and somehow, some way decides to click mouse 1. I think most players will be jumping, spot for information, be like landing, and then swing out and try to go for the kill. For whatever reason, he believes that he's going to hit that jump shot, you know, which you do, what, 1 out of 1,000 times?
And it's these situations where you then think that Big's got it, right? You know, like when they pull off stuff like this, when they can win 1v3s like this, surely this is what's going to carry them, you know, to the victory, right? You know, but in the end, it just, you know, just wasn't enough. And then we'd be thinking, oh, Griggs did all this for nothing, right? You know, sure, they do go into the third one, but with his performance, you know, he's one of those upcoming talents that you also gotta be paying attention to. And I think his time over in Heroic, you know, was looked upon, you know, in I wouldn't say in a dirty way, but it just didn't really pan out the way that both teams wanted it. So, you know, it's good to see that he gets a little bit more attention coming into it.
Speaking of dirty, that was just a dirty clutch, you know? And it's kind of dirty also that Big doesn't really capitalize on it, you know, because that was round 11. They go on to win the final round in the first half as well. 7-5, they win pistol, they convert. They're up 10-5 at that point, right? If you ever had Spirit down in the dumpster, if you mentally could have cracked them, it would have been at this moment, right? Yeah. But they managed to come back.
Yeah, they've managed to come back. I think we flip this conversation around, start talking about now that we've arrived at Mirage. We can kind of flow that right in here as to how we think this settles. I mean, it's not a best of one per se. Yes, we have even the score though in a best of 3 series.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, right? You could stand here and pretend that we know exactly what's gonna happen, but I think Spirit have shown us so far in this tournament that it's unknown, you know, what version of Spirit that would show up. Donk has had a great tournament so far. The one map where he's not firing on all cylinders, that was on Dust 2 right here. That's the one they end up winning. So it's a bit of a weird one, to be completely honest. I'll zoom out and say it like this, though. I can't see a world where Spirit are not getting it over the finish line now. Now they got the W on Dust 2. They're pushing it into Mirage. As much as I've liked what I've seen from BIG so far in this tournament, and as of recently leading up to this tournament, there should be a clear disparity in both skill, you know, Vista, team play for that matter as well. We're talking about a team that is built to win trophies. We're talking about a team that has Donk on it, and we're talking about BIG, who, what is it, 3 months ago before Cologne, you know, were irrelevant. Nobody were talking about them. They were just playing tournaments. Nobody were really watching at a high level. So it should be clear-cut as it is, but anything can happen with Spirit at the moment.
Can't believe you said that other game's name like that on this broadcast. I'm certainly appalled. And I'm just kidding. I don't actually feel that way. What I do feel like doing is going to a break, gentlemen. Thank you so much. We do have Mirage to separate that, to find out if Spirit are going to stay alive here at EWC or if it's going to be Big Clan. We're only going to find out, though, when we return from this. You're watching EWC 26.
Spirit are still here in Paris. Somehow, some way, 10-5 down in the hole. They pull it back despite the life game from Grix. Big felt like they had this game in the palm of their hand, clutch after clutch, round after round, and one hell of a lead. All evaporates in front of our very eyes. And now we go to Mirage, where anything could truly happen.
Well, it's kind of a full circle moment, isn't it? Because this run started for Team Spirit with a shocking loss to GG How. And what was the map? It was Mirage. And now Mirage is the map that decides their fate, whether they go into the playoffs and we're able to stay alive and battle through. Sure, they look shaky, but they get there. Or they fall out in shocking fashion at the hands of BIG with back-to-back upset Mirage losses.
Yeah. Really impossible to know at this point. Spirit have just been so up and down inside of this series, right? They've had 2 terrible first halves and 2 great second halves. Even though they lost out on cash, definitely showed a better game come their T-side. And really hard to know what we're going to get out of them come the tail end of this series. Playoffs on the line, elimination alternatively. And a BIG, we're no strangers to this map either. The Spirit have definitely had more success on it. So it leaves you wondering, was that BIG's best chance back on Dust?
God, just a set piece in this pistol, util in towards the A site. It's 2 players back here at CT for BIG. Tabson finished off right away. Donk hoping to take some space here and rob CT. They overlook Grix, but
no one cleared it.
Get one shot at Donk, and if you miss it, turns on a dime. Grix's pistol over.
Donk's just jumping corners, man. No one even checked him. Grix could have held that shot, but bit of panic there, and it's going to put Spirit with a pistol. Big just trying to break some Kevlar on the way out. Force buys have been minimal in this series, or comes to success at least. All pistols converted. Oh, that's sick. Quick tag for Favin on the front of Van, and then Grix finishes it off.
Felt like this half feels very important for BIG. CT side is where they do their best work here. You know, we did see that at Cologne, obviously, in the famous 0-12 comeback win in 16-12. But it's a trend that's kept up and followed them ever since. They have to do a lot of the legwork in this first half.
This is getting weird. Magix gets caught, 2v4, and we just said no force buy is a bit of problem. This might be where it starts. Spirit takes space back. This is a really good push here into the market. Zontic's clearing it out entirely. Now they're going to know everyone's coming from short. Shiro's going to need to hit some shots.
Zontic's hoping to take first contact, but it's left all on Shiro. Wraps around behind him. Shiro's quick. Defuse being held, but it's the low player defusing the cover in from Grix.
Let's try.
So no crazy, miraculous 1v4 for Shiro means Big steal away that force by competitive from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the CT-sidedness of Big on this map, and the numbers back that up more than you would expect, right? In the last 3 months, they've only won 30% of their T-side rounds. Pales to the 54% of CT rounds. Of course, that NRG game, I'm sure, is doing some lifting in the stats, but they still have 8 games played and a lot of losses in there. However, won it both times in the open qualifier. So maybe something they've been working on. That is one way to start your third map. Force by, put Spirit on their ass. Got a Khalil and a Scout.
Good flash play between Blame F and Griggs.
I think the worry because of those stats is like, even if Big kind of smack this half, I'm never going to feel like they've won the game until they do. Especially after Dust. Ooh, Scout tag on the AWP. Man down, but they get into the window. Nice check for Donk.
Yeah, if there was one player JDC is really hoping doesn't come around that corner, it is Donk. Just deletes him in a millisecond.
Cat is the move here. Zontix can play late. Blame is starting to cheat over to B. 20 seconds with the resmoke con, it kind of gives up the aim of the game. Spirit need to go.
As the spot for Fabian, still the Shiro AWP, able to get rid of him, and Donk just on a tear to start Mirage.
Yeah, they're saving. Zontix not even needed on that flank. Just picks up the AK, gets out. Spirit win it off of the entries.
And I know Big just got here by winning a force by their own, but they have a very potent reminder of how important these rounds are. It was losing one of these that began their downfall on Dust 2 when they were up against the Pistols. Gave enough time for Spirit to get back online, and so this one ripped out from underneath them. Going tit for tat to start Mirage, and when you're really banking on a strong CT half, this is the last thing you wanted. Zontix even able to remove an extra gun at the end.
And a strong start to this map for Donk, right? 2K the pistol, 2K in this gun round, this forced round. You know, he went a bit missing last map. The numbers won't really say that because the last few rounds he had a couple multi-kills, but he found some ecos towards the end there. He had one big B hold with a 3K, but he wasn't his usual self, I think you could say, on Dust. And now he started very strong, so that is massively reassuring here to Team Spirit.
Yeah, he just felt average, but not average by his standards. Like, average is a, you know, player-wide, yeah.
Oh, this is a nice spot to be, but a missed shot for Griggs. They go charging. Tabson knows there's one more.
All right, Tabson. Roll back the years, bud. Don in the AWP. Oh, the flash for Tabson. Moment he gets vision back, it's all guns blazing. Burns alive. Zontix coming through this smoke. And Shiro here to back him up, but they don't know about Fabian, so you thought. Zontix with a wide swing, made it look like he knew the whole damn time.
Locked in, Zontix. Couple of big rounds in this series, couple of very impressive rounds. And that is one more to the tally. But when you kill 4 players on the A site, you can expect a 5th. Still a great shot with the Tech 9. What that could have been if Griggs hits his opening kill, though. And Spirit looked like they just want to keep pummeling this A site in the anti-ecos. No stack is too much to deal with. Zontix.
Oh,
he's had a few taps, not even necessarily today, but in their previous games against Luminosity.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Magix should be dead, but checks his flank. Oh, poor Blame. And Spirit are just rolling over them, but here come the guns now for Big. Delayed gratification.
And really, there is a lot of pressure on this rifle round. Yeah. Like, if you lose it, Spirit already have a great T-side. It might already be too far gone. Like, I don't want to sound the alarm bells too soon, but...
GG on round 6.
It's just that there's a lot of pressure here, because if you lose it, suddenly you're in that really vulnerable position. You're waiting, you're going to bring the guns out, and you're just going to feel like the game is so quickly slipping away from you.
Especially on CT side Mirage, where, as you've highlighted, they need a good run. T-side has been woeful. So here we go. All the pressure on. Momentum for Team Spirit. Quite a flash. They get past that molly and under, but I think Grix is aware. He's going to choose to back up. Meanwhile, Magic sits on that short smoke, so could punish very quickly. Boosting near window side, Grix big kill.
Yeah, but now Donk making his moves out through the connector. Getting sandwiched between short. Donk is still in the picture, and he's got a teammate wrapping this AWP, so as long as he stays alive, Tanir's going to open a back door. Gets his one. Shiro to play next. Donk dead down here in the connector. The bomb is going B.
Okay.
Zontix has drawn this one out of Magic's playbook.
Yeah.
And with the game he's having, might be the guy to hand a clutch off to.
They can run. They can run really fast. Maybe Tapson hangs around, but Shiro's holding this. He's under the scope. Shiro just doesn't want to die, but Zontix also can't afford to. He doesn't know about that second player. He's 1v1 on this B side, looking the wrong way. As he backs up, gets the good position, but JDC has done the same, shifting into this site. He knows he can't be far.
Now. Running now and closing in. Got a beat on Zontix's position and just chases it.
Yeah, I think someone makes the call there. No kids. You know where he is. You just got to get him. Low health on Zontix. No fear for JDC. Big triple kill. Zontix finds the gap, but Shiro could not hit his shots on A.
It's an important round win, but the pressure never goes away for Big. They're still close to a reset. They could still have their money broken here with only 2 players getting out of that last round, so the threat is still very much alive. It's a pretty baller move from Tabson, right? Getting that kill and then just taking the space.
Yeah.
Playing right through even though he's low on health.
He's not even using the bug. Respect. Oh my god. This guy doesn't need help. Shut down. 2 from Tabson, 2 from Faven.
Paying it forward from Krakow all those years ago. Shiro on the walk down through lower. And just looking to save. But Tabson's been on the warpath this whole round.
Don't know yet, but JDC can swing off Faven. Hello? Oh. Unlucky. Faven triple kill, puts Big back on the board. Looked a bit too easy there for Big. Just disrupting pushes. Spirit not able to throw any nades.
interesting there. It's a timeout, but it's Magic's doing all the talking. Pally non-verbal in that first timeout. As Magic's tries to offer a take with this partial buy.
We got a little pop, do we? Something in the pocket.
See what he's come up with, but a timeout to try and outline a call in this round. 3 strong, 4 big, and Greek's AWP gonna start things off. Tabson here alongside him. Whatever the idea was, it's not panned out for Team Spirit.
Yeah, the mid-util they threw didn't really change the setup at all. Big kept 3 players on A. They have a site player, CT AWP, and stairs player, so whatever Spirit did was not enough to put any doubt on Big. Especially on a low economy round like that, Big not really expecting a mid take. So easy shutdown.
5 alive round does give you a lot of comfort here on this CT side.
Yeah, can recover from this back and forth beginning. Simple stuff here for Big.
Absolutely no questioning how much Tabson wants this win. Guy has been in fantastic form all day. I know Grix became the real guy in the limelight, the one under the spotlight after the Dust 2 clutches, but Tabson has just been a consistent force to be reckoned with throughout the entire series. He's also had a number of key clutches, even thinking back to Cash all those hours ago.
They miss that top mid smoke? No, it looks fine. Nade's ready for blame. He loves spamming nades under. Mid conceded. Big don't really have eyes on. Shira's all holding for a window peek. There's the nades. And they're pretty damn good. He's got one more. Give it a few seconds and baited right in. 14 health on Tania. Worth.
Oh. Thought it looked a little shallow there from Donk. That smoke bounces right out the window.
Tania's hard pressed to play here. He kind of has to bait in this position. He's so low. Spirit need the entry on B, and Grix is locked in on the line.
It is only him here, though, which could give you a bit of concern.
Especially with Zontix now taking apartment's control. He's going to flash short, get them around this corner. Will that give it away to Grix?
Here's the pop. Grix gets one. Shiro's AWP next up. And with Grix holding down over towards his B site, Shiro feels like he's got to get a move on. Little hop, skip, and a jump to get him up through the short side, but there's no getting past this entrenched AWP. Grix has done enough. The one-man hold, all it takes to stop Team Spirit in their tracks.
I love that he locked in their backside. He gets 2 kills. He knows the bomb's loose, and he knows the AWP is short. He just doesn't re-peek. He doesn't give Shiro anything. Shiro needs that kill there to get his teammate interested. And no frag given away. Grix alone on this site. And it did feel like throwing that short flash, which makes perfect sense. You know, it's a good flash to catch a player on the corner bricks there, but Grix immediately reacts to that. Had a great game. Spirit trying up the ante, but that molly gets in the way. Zontix hands over his saved AK to Donk. Tried to play with the spawn, but that was Donk's turn to wield. Spirit have just been milling around the back of the map. The last couple of rounds here, they've only found 1 kill in the last 3 rounds. They have to break through now.
Dude, they're going to be left with this feeling that Big in their heads, man. Like, the fact that Grix has been able to hold down this B bomb site solo last time they went there, and then every other time they try going A, it feels like they're running into 4 players, and that's because they are. Like, Big have just been running this back time and time again. They've got faith in Grix to play the one-man army, to be the action man over towards B.
Blame just blocked, or Blame or JDC's blocked Con at 40 seconds. This is really nice. That's a crazy push, though. It's going to beckon them in.
Blame F at least gets his, denies that window scaling, stops Tania from spilling over as well. And now it's just eyeballs on the ramp side as they hear Spirit moving in. Zontic's dead right away. Donk never even gets to shoot that AK, and Shiro, yeah, saving again, bud. Extracts 1 out of the round, makes it a double. 8 seconds though, and there is no winning this for Shiro.
Yeah, it's a good catch, Harry. I love what Big are doing. Solo AWP B and just stacking this A site. They're not fighting middle. They're not really going for anything mid. Tania's been boosted a couple times in window. They've held for him every single time. And sure, JDC's pushing through the smoke because he thinks they're probably going B at that point. But even him dying beckons him into that push. And the smoke made it very awkward for the second player.
Yeah, I think it's the whole reason you see him do it, right? You're dead on. The map's a little bit quiet, you're a little bit nervous, you want the info, and you think, well, at worst case,
they go into the stack.
They're going into the stack with 20 seconds left. Like, it's working really well for Big. And you're kind of feeling that Spirit are a little starved of these chances for openers from the lack of mid presence.
And in a weird way, it does feel like the best solution is just like a full B pop with 1 player middle, feigning control, good flashes, and Grix might be in trouble, but it's still such a risk to base your whole round on just 5 players out apartments.
Yeah, it's also just like not a super known quantity, you know, like you saw Grix there in that 1 round. They are going to look for this B hit though.
Here we go.
But Big have abandoned the solo hold. Still, it gets reduced to that with JDC dead right away.
Oh.
Favin on a secondary AWP, getting overwhelmed with some flubbed shots. And so 2 players there. B site falls easy as ever.
You got money, you shouldn't save. You should go for damage at least, at the worst case. You could buy next round no matter what happens, so... Oh, that's not...
Yeah.
Okay, you know they've picked up your AWP. There is 0 reason to save here. Big have got to do something on the way out. Stop these guns from getting out. Try and give themselves any advantage. A couple of frags here, but yeah, I bet you wish Grix was on that B side that round. Fav and that did not look pretty. And Donk destroyed JDC on short.
And honestly, that's just a great pace set by Team Spirit, right? Complete change of pace from how all these rounds have been. They've all kind of had these slow burning starts. That one is an instant short take, instant B hit. Feels like Big were trying to play some mind games, starting a second player, one of them also being Favin on a secondary AWP, so you hear the AWP firing. Everything looks like the same round from Big. Problem is, Spirit played a completely different one and ruined it all. So rough one, bit of pill for Big to swallow. Their chance at a runaway half denied, but they could still win it out. That's now the goal. Deny Spirit tying this game up.
Risky repeat. Shiro's holding Con though. And Magix is waiting for this. Cheeky Magix, but he can't hit the shot. Ridiculous kill from JDC. Oh, that hurts. Because you've lost all this control. And JDC can just play to evade on this next spot. Oh, he missed the timing. Smoke is good. Donk might just run though, as he often does. Damage done. Donk's out of there.
So are the rest of the team are ready to come through behind him, right? You'd kind of bet your bottom dollar that Donk would provide that opening. When it gets denied, Spirit have to go back to the drawing board now.
Yeah, they've got nothing. I mean, they've just given Donk the orb.
It's not as much of a, crush as it might sound like. Donk's showing to have some open prowess in him.
Just lost a lot of entry power. Unless he can find a dry fight in spawn, Tabson is jump spotting.
Ooh, it's a missed util at the stairs. That's going to enable a peek from Griggs, and you immediately get punished for it. Donk waiting, hoping that someone steps into the crosshair of this AWP.
10 seconds, boys. This round's over. Doesn't matter what Donk does. Big on to 7 rounds. It's a massacre at ramp. Shut down off of that lower push from JDC, and it has consequences. Lock Spirit back in spawn. They win that one fast short take. Otherwise, it is a massive streak of rounds for Big. 4-1 up, half end 7-5 down.
Yeah, one... Like, sure, there was the weirdness with the force buys back and forth at the start, but outside of that, it's one rifle round and a half for Spirit. Still, we touched upon how for Big, their struggles come in this second half.
Yeah.
It's their T-sides that have let them down at times on Mirage.
I'm definitely not full worried for Spirit. I think the way some of these rounds went is annoying. They go into a lot of stacks. Bricks did a great job on B. And Big thrived in chaos. But yeah, their T-side has been ugly as of late. So Spirit still have a shot in this game.
Right now, if you're Spirit, you're hoping that Tania can kind of do what he did on Dust 2, have a rough start, and then turn it all around and be the hero. Because he's 2-9, he was a defining piece of that Dust 2 win. Bomb's back in spawn, but it's by design. There's a little cache of util here as well. So early on, just waiting to see if Spirit get aggressive anywhere, make some noise out towards the apartments. Crazy lineup for Favin, but it worked.
Didn't feel reassuring. Up short they go, but the bomb is in Palace. This is all over the shop.
Trying to hit him with a bit of a fake, and that opening kill for JDC will go a long way.
Shiro still on balcony.
How long does he stay here?
He's not moving either.
They're keeping 2 in reserve at this A-bomb site. And you might be tunnel vision now that you've learned about Tania. You overlook Shiro in that position. These dual Berettas go to work.
Ooh,
planting for CT. They're coming around. Spam connects. Plant denied. Donk gets them off the bomb. Blame F 1v2. And nothing feels safe here. Gets a jiggle, but they're closing in on him. He's going to win this one now with the fights. Blame F shut down. And Team Spirit, they'll go on to win that pistol round after all.
I mean, got to give it to Spirit to not rotate in that position. They have every reason to. There's 2 smokes used. There's an entry up cat. Damage done on B-side player. You would be... I mean, there's every reason to rotate there. Except they haven't seen the bomb. So Shiro holding on, gets his double kill. And they don't let Blame clutch up. Just running him down in a 2v1. An impressive, confident showing from Team Spirit. No bomb plant, no buy. Spirit are well and truly in a recoverable position. Didn't see it coming on Dust 2, but the writing is on the wall here on Mirage.
Oh, we had a very convoluted pistol round out of Big. Let's see the kind of tone they set on this T-side rifle round. Is it going to be the same, with a lot of twists and turns and moving parts, a lot that has to go right, or do they try and strip it back a little? Util deployed early out towards mid, top mid smoke and window. All right, Blame F left with 2 smokes. Gets these in out towards mid and con. Trying to feign a mid take, a short wrap, hoping that that creates some room. It does not. Donk and Shiro, quick work made over these first players sent in. I'm still hoping to gain some ground here. The flash knocks Shiro off the line, but he's got the spot, seen the bomb, and now the rotate start for Team Spirit.
Hey, we're back on though, Big. Gotta worry about that spawn, forever a present threat. That's a snipe shot from Zontix on the cross, and they go hunting. Bomb drop loose on sight. Zontix just blocking, but they're pushing in, slow and steady. JDC hunts that kill. 20 seconds, and Spirit again. Look like they just want to charge out from CT spawn. With that nade, Magic's might, Shiro has his back. 15 seconds for JDC in a 1v2. Every time he holds, there's a second wasted. He needs these kills now. 8 seconds. JDC tries to plant, but Magic's will offer up his life, and it is worth the risk. 8 rounds to Team Spirit. No plant today. And Big getting bullied now on this T side, as feared. Fake did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, you know, they had a lot of faith that that util was going to prompt a reaction in the 5v5. To walk 2 players out Palace and no one's even thinking about CT feels crazy. Yeah, you're always going to believe in your call, but you believe in it that much that Spirit had just up and left A?
Full pop on 8, and here's alone. Shiro's here with the AWP now, and he can cover just fine. He's not missing a beat.
Still, this is a pack rolly type of round, right? Not leaving as many doors open here. Nowhere near as convoluted, so they will get good space, but it's always been the issue of getting this down. Bomb planted for Big, and again, Spirit able to just put the hurt on before that bomb goes down. Blame F not long for this world, as once more Spirit come hounding him down through CT.
CT is the problem, isn't it? Big can't seem to get control of it, and Spirit just keep punishing for that position. Shiro's just sitting there with a sniper, picking them off, even though he gets overwhelmed there. And Big get a advantage situation with 2 guns. Spirit just throwing more bodies at the problem. All right, Big, got to dig deep because this game is just disappearing. 4 rounds in a row. The final remaining squad from the open qualifier. Fighting valiantly for playoffs. But more and more, it's feeling like their opportunity was back on dust.
Oh, Big don't know it, but finally there's no one in CT. Zontix is hoping to change that. The rest of Spirit went in for a mid-take at the start of this round, and so Big moving into a quieter A site than usual. Donk over the stairs, and it was only quiet for a moment. Then you hear that AK getting charged up, and the round is ripped away.
Yeah, we're getting our usual serving of Donk here on this CT side. He's had some great rounds. It's so pretty from that POV. A Big first timer in the game coming down maybe too late.
I mean, look, all throughout this series, we've been crediting them with kind of great ideas, great util and synergy and playing around it, but on these T-sides, on this T-side of Mirage, we haven't really seen that. You know, when they've tried to come at A in the past, their stairs smoke leaving a gap so that Donk was able to peek over and get guys going towards CT. Plays that are very convoluted and rely on so much going right. And in this round, it was kind of a distinct lack of utility as to why that's so easy for Team Spirit. Very much does just feel like the half that is the least big in its DNA is this T-side of Mirage for this squad. So now they've largely left util in the past. It's one belt for Tabson in this partial. He's throwing in a fake out towards the A bomb site. But Spirit have not bought this for a second. Tania staying in connector does try and force a fight, but he's got Zontix close by to help him out. Ooh. And even though you're getting these A kills, you needed Grix to get that Deegan mid. Donk overwhelmed, and Tabson with a follow-up. Magic's now arriving, just too late to stop that bomb.
Not too late to win the round, though. Naked go default could be problematic. Two players stacked together. Big get blown to pieces, and the bomb still goes down, confirming position. Magic's waits. Easy job, locks it in. In a round that felt like the Faven 1v2 from Cologne, it's Magic's in the same position to put Big back on their arse.
And he's celebrating at the end of it. Magic's with a 1v2 to keep this beating coming in against Big.
They have not dropped a single round on this CT side. This
Compare
has been
that
six straight.
to the one rifle round T-half. You know, it's a whole different story.
And, you know, like, you can hit every nade you want. You can throw any fake, any execute, but they are getting outgunned in every position, either looking the wrong way or just getting multi-killed by Shiro and Donk.
It just kind of feels like there's something about their T-sides on this map that are just a little fundamentally broken or awkward. Because it doesn't even feel like you watch the same team at this point. And sure, you know, we were talking about it earlier on. You said how here in the open qualifier, they got some wins on the map. But whenever you look at them playing versus teams that have competed against the top level, these T-sides drop off a cliff for Big. Hell, that was even the foundation of their legendary game from Cologne, was the fact that they got 0 T-half and then came back.
You can't be that reliant on one half. But it's feeling all too familiar here for Big. They go cold in middle. These positions aren't a surprise to Spirit, but they're also not a threat. Again, more misutil on A. Donk is going to get smoked behind him. He's still able to fight Con. Grix look for that pick, but Donk just plucks JDC out of the round. Ooh.
And in comes Magic's like a freight train through that molly on short, just charging at them.
That's the
Donk
bomb.
gets you back turned, and that's the bomb drop down here in the connector.
Oh,
Donk finishes with a stellar sequence. Team Spirit, match, series, playoff point.
Yeah, it's one of those halves that just it reminds you how good Donk really is. He makes it look so easy on stairs. Perfect crosshair placement every time. Every adjustment in your face. Donk another 4K off the top of the stairs to seal Big's fate here. Dust 2 was a roller coaster. But Mirage T-side is flatlining. Spirit look for a flawless half to get into the playoffs. 5 chances to find one round. Maybe just looking to go back to something simple. Donk will not complain about that. Little Palace pop. 3 on the ramp. Donk back in the jungle in position. Big announces very clearly with lots of util flying into this site.
They have the control, they have the space, but in comes the spam from Donk. As this Team Spirit recovery laid out right in front of them. Right at the 11th hour, it looked like disaster was striking for Team Spirit. They're keeping themselves in this long enough, and now it's down to this 2v2. It's Donk and Magix side by side. And a bomb that's not even planted. Donk in a very forward position. Big have got to contest with getting that bomb down before they can even think about this. And as they go out into the open, they go into Donk's crosshair. He wants this victory. He wants those playoffs. He wants to dodge the embarrassment, and he does it in style. That's the Donk you've been waiting for across all EWC. And a big moment of relief at the end of this one, because Spirit were pushed to their limits across this series. They played 2 teams from those open qualifiers, and it was nearly those 2 teams that gave them the drubbing, but able to turn it around. Playoffs secured, job done. Big, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, a series of second halves for Spirit, right? Really slow starts, but very strong finishes. A reassuring game from Donk. So many 3 and 4K rounds across this map, and that was 8 rounds straight on the CT side to close it out. There's definitely some questions about Spirit after this group stage run, but I guess we'll get our answers in the playoffs.
We most definitely will. Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, Donk showing up, 123 ADR, and really for Spirit running the show here in the second half. Not even questionable. Yeah, that's a pretty short, sweet way to sum it up for the ironic side, which is Spirit coming in here and kind of not showing the face that you would expect them to off the gate.
Yeah, and a great way for them to finish off the game, because at the very least, despite what Hugo just said right here, right, a lot of questions can still be asked in regards to where's Spirit at right now, where's their form looking, why were they struggling so much in the group stage, but at the end of the day, they made the playoff, and the last thing we remember is a CT side that's flawless, you know, and a Donk that is playing up to his best. So it's hard to count them out, you know, and it's hard to be too critical of a team qualifying for the playoff, but they definitely have not looked like their best in this group stage, but Spirit in a group stage and Spirit in a playoff can very well be 2 different things.
I think for the tournament's sake, it's just nice, you know, that we do get to set more of Spirit regardless of what they've been looking, and, you know, making the playoffs and winning in the end, that's what matters, right? And no matter the fashion you get it done, you know, you can always make a case that you wanted to make it a little bit more flawless and things would have looked better on paper, and that you had more people than just Donk showing up in when it matters the most, right? But now they get to get a couple of days off now, you know, hopefully iron out some things, you know, talk things through, because it hasn't really been the Spirit that we've been used to looking at.
Takes 2 to tango. I think it's only fair that we give a bit of flowers to Big as well for putting up such a great fight. As said, you know, an hour and a half ago, they were up 10-5 on Dust 2. Dangerously close, knocking out Spirit, and that would have been a massive result for a team that is still trying to find a footing, that is still trying to grind their way back into Tier 1, Tier 2 Counter-Strike. They really did put up a good fight. Unfortunately for them on Mirage, they weren't really able to show up, and I guess we saw the individual quality and the difference in that regard. With Donk playing as well as he is, Peter, you said it coming into the game, there's no one within the big squad that can match that or come anywhere near close to that, and we saw the consequence of that in this game.
Yeah, and that's just the brutal reality, right? When you face Spirit, you do have to deal with Donk, and sometimes it's about maybe you just want to try and avoid him, right? But it's always so hard, specifically on Mirage. You know, he gets so much job done from Connect. You know, he goes off, fight stairs whenever they hit the A bomb side, and he's just straight up a pain in the ass. Let's just put it like that. You know, he's definitely hard to deal with.
Crazy, you got a thing in common with Donk, Trace. I didn't know that.
Come on.
Yeah, surprise.
Yeah, me too.
I was just going to say, you guys are right. It is a bit of a relief. You saw the player cam right there. You saw the idea that Donk and company probably a big shrug of their shoulders after that one, and hey, that's not our A game. That's not the best one at all, gentlemen, and I think that goes without saying. You could see the frustration right there.
Must be nice because they're avoiding disaster, right? For Spirit, that's not to take anything away from Big, but if you're losing too Big in your Spirit, you're the #1 ranked VIS team coming into the tournament, that would have been a disaster. So they avoided that. It's a sign of relief, if anything.
Yeah, and well, let's hear a little bit more from the side that won. Right now, I think we got Magix on the side.
Yeah, we do indeed, Trace. Magix, I'll start off with the congratulations, but I think we saw from the cameras, it felt like just a sigh of relief for you guys to get it over the line? Tell me what's going through your head right now.
I mean, it was a difficult one, as you could have seen. We were like we didn't join the server in the beginning of Cash. We had a great start on Dust 2, but at some point we lost a couple of rounds. Then they started to snowball us, kinda, you know. And when things get hard, they get harder. So we managed to come back on Dust 2, which was a really excellent play from us. And on Mirage, it was kind of the same story. We had a beginning, but after this, we have lost a couple of rounds, which were kind of weird, and we didn't like accept it, like, you know, in a fine way. We had it like affecting us throughout the other rounds. So that's why we lost a lot of rounds on this side. But, you know, on CT side, we just played excellent.
Yeah, Dong was really showing up in that second half of the final map as well. Just going back to Dust 2, as you said, you're 10-5 down. Big are getting away with some insane clutches as well. What do you call to make sure that you can get that many rounds in the row and just close it out?
I mean, there was like a lot of gameplay based on communication and what we were expecting, and like I personally like not really gambled, but you know, had the reads like multiple times, like maybe 5 times in a row. Like I was third in A, the block short, or helping B, or helping B again. And you know, the force buy that we stacked 3B with pistols, like I felt that they will go there. So I gambled and it worked. We won the 4th round, and then we started this to snowball.
I just want to be upfront with my final question. You make it to playoffs, but how happy are you with how you made it to playoffs?
Well, that's great. It's definitely better than losing today. And we have a couple of days like in front of us to figure out how we are going to play the next games, because you know, there's a gap between the playoffs and the groups, and you know, this time might be enough to change a lot of things going on in the game and outside of the game. So I just hope that we will manage to use that time to get better, much better.
Magix, really appreciate your openness and your honesty in this one. Congratulations as Spirit locks and loaded into the playoffs at the expense of Big.
Yeah, Big having taken that L, they're gone. It's donezo for Big. But for Spirit, you know, it seems like they want to get back to their winning ways, at least finding out exactly what that means is another question. For Big, the question marks might continue, but some face I think you were showing earlier, at least about Big being here.
I mean, they should be obviously not happy about losing, but they should be proud of the performance they've done so far at this tournament. At the end of the day, it's not their fault, you know, that Spirit dropped down in the lower bracket and kind of had to ruin their potential run. I think Big, as I said, coming into the tournament, as I said earlier today as well, I think they're better than people give them credit for. Are they a tier 1 team just yet? No, but I think they're moving in the right direction. And with the way they played today, no, they didn't win, but they have managed to push Spirit all the way to the brink of a capitulation. You know, being up 10-5 on Dust 2, that was the moment they had.
Yeah, and that itself is just a little bit of an achievement, right? Regardless of it's going to be hurting right now. That's for sure. Also with the way that you played it, I think they played off the par with Spirit, and just in the big picture, you know, like Big lost to G2 in 3 maps, and they lost to Spirit in 3 maps. You know, it's 2 teams that are just on paper better than yourself, right? And that we as a desk, but also the community and everyone else around expect, like, you know, to beat teams like Big. So it's been a difficult tournament in terms of the opposition they've gone up against, but at least they put up a very good fight.
Yeah, Magic said things get hard, he gets harder, and this might be a hard moment for the side of Big. So let's go ahead and catch up with them now.
Yeah, you're totally correct, Trace, because it was such a valiant effort coming out of Big. Commiserations, Tabs, and thank you so much for taking the time to join me. I just want to throw it back to approximately an hour and a half ago. You're up 10-5 on that Dust 2. Did it feel like this series was in your hands to close out at that point?
It's always easy to say against a team like Spirit that we could have closed it out, but in the end, they're the best team in the world, one of the best teams in the world, and they make us fight for every single round. And it was a tough fight. I think it could have went either way, but in the end, they just managed to close it out by far. And I think we put up a really good fight. Unfortunately, this time it didn't go our way. I think we played decent Counter-Strike overall, yeah.
I mean, you guys have had to grind through the LCQ to come here. You put up a test to Spirit on that last map of Mirage. Was it similar issues that you saw coming up on the tail end of Dust 2? Could you compare the two, or was it kind of different problems that you were encountering on that last map?
Hard to say right now, honestly, but I think like in the end, it was just about the endings on the maps. They gave us a lot of room. We had the room. We needed to make the splits work. In the end, we didn't make it. Maybe there was 1 or 2 kills missing. Donk made, I think, 2 times the 4 kills. I think in the end, yeah, it's hard to say, but from the feeling wise, it felt good for sure to play the game. I think Ben was calling an amazing T-sides. We felt comfortable playing, and in the end, yeah, it's Donk and Spirit's game. They play very good Counter-Strike as well, and they deserve it.
I think that's what's been so impressive about seeing Big in the past couple of months is every time we see you, you always push the envelope, right? Like I'm thinking back to Cologne with that incredible comeback that we saw obviously on Mirage. Now you put up a fight to the #1 ranked VRS team in the world. So I want to pose my final question is this a game where you can take away some positives, or now do you feel like Big are at a point where this result just stings you guys?
100% we can take a lot of positive things from these games. We played Aurora, G2 and Spirit. I think there's nothing to be scared afraid of the score, the results. I think we did our very best and we watch it back and hopefully we'll learn from it, and then we hopefully improve from that, and we have many more tournaments to come. It's just the beginning of the season, and I truly believe we have a lot of coming up in this team. We have a lot of potential, and hopefully we can make it work, that we also can win against these teams, and that Big is again in the top 10, maybe top 10 in the future. So yeah, hopefully we can make it work.
I feel like the results have totally been showing that as well, that slow and sure improvement. I do just want to give you the opportunity to say anything to people supporting you at home, the fans, friends and family as well.
Sure. Thank you guys for watching. It's been late. Other than that, I know it's been tough, but I think it's a lot of positive things to take out from this tournament. We came back freshly from the player break. We've been grinding a lot, and it paid off in that sense that we made it competitive against these teams. So I'm happy that we managed to win some games here. The last chance qualifier was definitely the positive thing. Now here as well against the top team. So just stick with us, and see you soon in the next tournaments, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insight as always, Tabs, and that's Big. Sadly, over and out here at EWC.
Yeah, that's Tabs and lifetime representation of Big over there, and as you can see, they have been removed from the tournament via Spirit.
Yeah, he mentioned it as well, and I think it's a very fair point. They probably have had the hardest way out of any team in order to make the playoff. Playing Aurora, playing G2, and playing Spirit, those are 3 teams that on paper are better than Big, and 3 teams that are consistently at Tier 1 tournaments, where Big wants to be one day. So I think it's a little bit unfortunate for them. The GG How had to win the best of 1 against Team Spirit, because otherwise there's definitely a world where I think the level of gameplay we saw from Big in this tournament was good enough for the playoff. I'll even say it like this: there's going to be teams in the playoff qualifying tomorrow who's not as good as Big have been in this tournament. You're looking at your MIBR, at Legacy, they have a chance of making it. There's other teams who are, NIP, Astralis. I don't consider them to be much better than Big right now. So I think it's a bit unfortunate for them that they had such a tough path into this qualifier and into this group stage, but that's the name of the game sometimes, Peter.
Yeah, it's just the brutal reality of top tier Counter-Strike. Sometimes the favorites they drop the ball, and you get punished for it whenever you face them in the lower bracket. That's just what it is. You can only face the ones just in front of you, and I think they brought up a very valiant effort today, and I think Tabson put it into his own words as well, that the grind has paid off. Like the grind that they have been doing the last 6 months ever since getting Blame, it has paid off, and they are moving in the right direction, because they wouldn't have put up this fight like three months ago, So it's definitely a signs of improvements, and despite of it stinging today, I still think Big should be looking at themselves thinking we did a pretty good job today.
It's a stock that's going up, Trace.
Which is nice to know, especially, at least, I don't know, I just keep running myself back to this donk stats here, and this guy on CT side at 1.4 rating just kind of, I guess he is the CT side. Like, you're not getting through there.
He's the game, I know Cyber is born on the date of the game, but I think the way Donk plays Counter-Strike, he's one and it with the game.
And it is all just like the brutal reality of Counter-Strike. sometimes it's just that one frag. If you don't get that one frag, you might end up losing. Or if you get it, you might win it, you know, and that's also what sometimes changes the dynamics of the rounds.
Hey, we can go ahead and look at brackets of A. Of course, we should update them all. Tomorrow being a very important day here at the Esports World Cup 26. Group of A, yes, it started out with Spirit. It ended out for Spirit exactly what you just saw, fighting for a lifeline towards that lower side. But eventually do put Big away on their way into the playoffs. Aurora going to be joining them after taking down GG How. So I guess you could be asking, how did that happen, Jacob?
I think that's the main takeaway. I'll be straight with people at home. It's the 4 best teams in this group that made it through. Gamer Legion looked very solid in that group stage. G2 as well beat Big in what was a close game. Spirit and Aurora. Unfortunately for Big, they were the 5th in this group, and it was a tough group to begin with.
Yeah, I'm left feeling that, let's say they would have been Big against Aurora in a lower bracket chance. You know, I think Big might have taken this one. I think throughout the entire tournament, I think Big has looked better than Aurora.
There's a lot of different groups as we're going to scale over them, B, C, and D, where Big could have made it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Well, I guess, just like you were saying earlier, may never know.
Yeah.
Well, let's just go ahead and look at B real quick. We also are going to have a key crush here in a second. You guys don't want to miss that. So take a look at B.
To do that. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah?
I've never get to try that.
It's right over there.
I know.
Really. Like,
maybe I should go and do it.
It is a little intimidating. But for Magic, that would appear as though it's not that intimidating.
He's done it before, hasn't he?
Like, it must feel good, right? Like, in all honesty, it must feel a little bit good, right? Like, you fought so hard for this one, and then you get to finish it off by taking their key and put it into hydraulic press and just press a button and just completely destroy it. I mean, it must be feeling good, right?
Yikes. Yeah, there it is. That's what I thought he was doing, but I wasn't going to say it too early. Yeah, a little bit of phase-up action there from the side of Magic's. Rightfully so.
Speaking of face-up in Group B, Trace, you know, they also had a pretty good showing so far. Made it straight into the playoff together with Falcons, who, is it fair to say Falcons is the only heavy favorite so far who haven't shown any sign of weakness whatsoever? I mean, Na'Vi to some extent today as well also did win against the Mongols 2-1, but had a pretty rough showing on Ancient. I feel like Falcons have looked like the better of all of them so far.
Yeah, they've really picked up the pace from ever since the major, right?
Yeah, they absolutely have, which is why we're going to go look at Group C now. Astralis and Nip down in the bottom bracket, boy.
Yeah, that's gonna be
you guys must be turned from that one. Okay. Vitality. 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves, yeah. How'd that go for your friends over there, Creek?
I mean, obviously for 100 Thieves dropping out of the tournaments, well, that's a sad one. But United, what is? They're not that team that we should be looking out for yet, right? But then Vitality, the fact that they dropped the ball a little bit against the Bait, and now they have to play for their life tomorrow against the Division, you know. A game they should be winning 99.9% of the time, but, you know, anything can happen.
So the real question, Peter, has the 100 Thieves reached out to you yet?
No, they haven't.
I just figured, you know, like it's...
And why haven't they done that?
They like wash players? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well,
they should have reached out.
Jacob, when you say wash, what do you mean, Jacob?
I mean, when you take them in the washing machine and you give them a little bit of a tumble.
A little bit of a cleaning. Well, Mouse and P-Vision down there at the lower bracket.
That's a nasty matchup, to be completely honest. Two teams who can... Yep. Go far in the playoff. Only one can win. Unfortunately, there'll be one of the teams left out, but that's a quality game of Counter-Strike.
And just to put in some perspective that now we have Spirit and we'll probably have Mouse and Vitality coming from the lower bracket as well. That means we're going to have some potential spicy ones in the playoffs. Spicy round of 16.
Just like this next one, Jacob.
Like the spicy margarita pizza I had for dinner, potentially. Group D, my favorite group so far in this tournament, and I guess tomorrow will be the last day we can check in with the D group.
Pause. You said you potentially had pizza for dinner, and I know that you didn't have pizza for dinner.
I actually did.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
So
I did a walk-in slice, you know.
Okay. I didn't know you were living like that. My bad. I was unfamiliar with your game.
I live like that. Someone who's living a dangerous life has been the Mongols and 9C. I feel like they're the two main favorites in that lower bracket. As a matter of fact, Peter, I'd be highly surprised if 9C is not winning that game. Against Magic, though, that, as you said, maybe we don't give them enough credit, enough respect, but